Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku bonded with symbiote and had harem? Part 1. This story is Humanity's Monsters by Emmanuel Lucas 236. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. 20 minutes earlier, a bus was moving steadily down the road, shaking slightly as it made its way toward its destination. All the students of Class 1A were aboard, heading to the training that awaited them. Some were excited about the upcoming rescue drill at the USJ, while others simply took the time to relax before the activity. But amidst this laid-back atmosphere, a certain class representative was drowning in his own embarrassment. "Tenya, how shameful," he muttered, adjusting his glasses, trying to hide the redness covering his face. "I apologize for the inconvenience, everyone." "Zero. I did warn you. Mina, you didn't have to take that whole lineup thing so seriously. It's just a public bus, man." Sitting next to him, Mina rested her chin on her hand, a mischievous smile on her face. "Kirishima. At least his intentions were good." He patted Tenya's shoulder. "You were just trying to keep things organized, right?" Ojiro. "Oh, sure. Since when did we stop being heroes and start training to be soldiers?" he quipped, making a few classmates chuckle. Tenya, on the other hand, let out a deep sigh, covering his face with his hands. "Tenya, how could I make such an embarrassing mistake?" While the small group laughed and carried on their conversation, a little further back in the bus, Ochako remained silent. Her gaze was fixed on the scenery outside, but her mind was elsewhere. Her distant, serious expression showed she was still thinking about the idea of Izuku having to face the Red Death. But before she could dwell further in her worried thoughts, Tsuyu, sitting beside her, took notice of her behavior. "Tsuyu. Ochako, are you okay? Is something bothering you, Ochako?" "Huh?" Ochako snapped out of her thoughts and forced a smile. "Oh, it's nothing serious, Tsu. I was just thinking about today's training." "Tsuyu. Kiro. Ochako. It's just that I've always been interested in rescue work, you know. Ever since I awakened my quirk, I believed that this could be my thing. And I'm curious to see how I can fit into it," she said while showing the small pads on her fingertips. Tsuyu observed her for a moment before nodding. "Tsuyu. That makes sense. I think this is my area too, especially when it comes to water rescues. I'm good in the water." "Hiro. Shoji. I feel the same way." Sitting a few seats ahead, Shoji, who had been quietly listening, joined the conversation. "My quirk lets me hear and see everything around me. That could be useful for locating people in hard-to-reach places," he said calmly. "I think rescue work could be my strength." "Kyoka. I'm not strong, but I think I can make up for it in rescue ops." Kyoka, sitting a few seats back, spoke while listening to music. "If I can detect victims or anything like that, it'd help, right?" Sato. "I think I fit into both categories." Sato, sitting next to Kirishima, raised his hand. "If brute strength is needed to pull someone out or clear debris, I can help." Mineta. "Well, a hero who's good at both battle and rescue has a high chance of becoming popular, right?" Listening to the conversation, he crossed his arms and made a confident remark. "You guys should think about that too." Aoyama. "Oh, I've already thought about it. My laser is perfect for both defeating enemies and saving people. Not to mention, it's a visual spectacle," he said, dramatically placing a hand on his chest. Mina. "Yeah, but the problem is the diarrhea you get after using it too much, right?" She leaned back in her seat, trying not to laugh. Aoyama. "It's not diarrhea." Aoyama's eyes widened in outrage. "It's just temporary stomach pain, you cape wrecker." Kirishima. "I still need to find my specialty, but I think my quirk is useful in combat, even if it's not the strongest." Leaning against his seat, Kirishima changed the subject slightly, raising his left hand and activating his quirk, turning his fist solid. "Speaking of strength and looks, the only ones in our class who have it all are the Todoroki twins and Bakugo." At that, the three mentioned reacted in different ways. Reika, sitting next to Toru, kept looking out the window, seemingly uninterested in the conversation. Shoto, on the other hand, was taking a nap, the back of his head resting against the seat beside Momo, showing no reaction whatsoever. Meanwhile, Bakugo was glaring at the window, teeth clenched, looking thoroughly pissed off. Tsuyu. Bakugo may be strong, but he lacks intelligence and self-control. She blinked, expressionless, saying whatever was on her mind. That was proven yesterday when he lost so easily to the Todoroki sister. Bakugo's head snapped around instantly, furious. Bakugo. What did you just say? You wanna fight? He shouted, standing up from his seat. Tsuyu. You just proved my point. Tsuyu pointed at him. Kaminari. Look, Bakugo, we haven't known each other for that long, and it's already obvious how easy it is to piss you off. You should chill out more, man. No one likes a nasty personality like yours. Bakugo. You wanna die, you burnt out extra. Bakugo turned to him, eyes sparking with rage. Before things could escalate further, a tired and bored voice cut through the tension. Aizawa. Enough of this nonsense. Everyone turned to their teacher, who had been standing near the driver the whole time. We've arrived. Everyone, get off the bus. That was enough to silence the class. One by one, the students got up and headed toward the exit. Meanwhile, still seated, Ochako watched her classmates move but didn't immediately follow. Her gaze drifted to the window. The clear blue sky stretched before her, and for a brief moment, she got lost in thought again. Ochako. Fury, I hope you can help Yagi with this madness. Tsuyu. Ochako, come on. Hearing her friend's voice, Ochako immediately stood up and followed the others off the bus, doing her best to push these conflicting thoughts out of her mind. She hoped today's training would help with that. If it could. One by one, the students stepped off the bus, feeling the gentle warmth of the sun and the light breeze blowing through the area. Before them stood the imposing structure of the USJ, a massive metallic dome reflecting the daylight with its curved surfaces. Waiting at the main entrance was a figure with a distinct and unmistakable appearance. 13. Welcome to the USJ, young heroes. The hero's calm and friendly voice echoed through the area as she raised both hands in greeting. The students were instantly surprised, but no one was as shocked and excited as Ochako. Her eyes widened as she waved her hands excitedly. Ochako. 13. The rescue hero. The real one. Right in front of us. Oh my god, you're my favorite hero, she exclaimed, bouncing in place. Seeing this, 13 chuckled gently at the girl's reaction, while some students glanced at Ochako with amusement. 13. Oh, I'm flattered to hear that. She clasped her hands together in a humble gesture. I've been looking forward to your arrival. Please, follow me. The students followed the hero inside the facility, passing through a large doorway. As soon as they stepped through, they were met with an awe-inspiring sight, a vast space divided into multiple disaster simulation zones. From wreckage-filled areas to a massive shipwreck zone, each section appeared meticulously designed to test specific skills. Flames flickered in a fire zone, while another area was covered in dirt and rubble, simulating a landslide. Powerful winds blew through another zone, recreating an atmospheric disaster, among many others. Kaminari. Whoa, I feel like I'm in a video game. He was thrilled by the place. Momo. The level of detail in each area is incredible. She was clearly impressed, smiling as she observed. Ochako. How much money was spent on this? She was in shock. 13 stopped in front of the group, raising her hands. 13. I designed this facility to simulate various types of accidents and disaster scenarios. Here, you'll learn how to handle different emergencies and sharpen your heroic instincts. Young heroes, I present to you the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or for short, USJ, she explained, proud and enthusiastic as she turned to the students. Kirishima. This really does feel like a video game, he said, impressed, as the rest of the students took in both the information and the sight before them. Aizawa. Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. Aizawa, who had been walking behind, approached 13 and stopped beside her. 13. Didn't you know? She leaned slightly toward him and whispered. He had a little setback. He said the boy got sick this morning, so he's running a bit late. But he's stuck in traffic. He's on his way, coming by truck to save some time. The information she shared made Aizawa sigh and roll his eyes. Aizawa. Tisk. Of course, when we need him. Fine. Nothing we can do. We can start without him. 13 nodded, turning back to the students, ready to continue her instructions. 13. All right, everyone. Before we begin. But before she could say anything more, all the lights in the facility started flickering. Huh. A static sound echoed through the area as the lights flickered, until, suddenly, they all went out for a few seconds. The environment fell into brief silence. Some students exchanged confused looks. Aizawa furrowed his brow, turning to 13, who, despite her helmet, was clearly confused. But before they could react, a strange portal began to form in the center of the USJ's main plaza. Purple mist swirled in the air, gradually expanding until it turned into a large distorted hole. The wind swirled around it, and from within that darkness, figures began to emerge. First came several henchmen dressed in various ways, from armed men and women to villains with exotic appearances. Kirishima. Is this part of the training? Aizawa. Don't move. Aizawa immediately took a defensive stance, putting his yellow goggles over his eyes. This isn't a test. These are real villains. His words made the air grow heavy among the students. Some tensed up, others trembled, while some instinctively backed away at the information. Then, two figures caught their attention. Stepping out of the portal, a grotesque and monstrous being stomped heavily on the ground. It had dark gray skin, grotesquely exposed muscles, a beak with large, sharp teeth, and its brain was exposed. Its body seemed like a hybrid between human and beast, as if it had been designed to destroy. But what really made Aizawa furrow his brow was the man who appeared right behind the monster. The figure's attire was predominantly black with an intimidating design. The outfit included a long dark coat with golden or metallic details, like buckles and straps that cinched it to his body. The figure wore a black hood, which complemented the skull-like metal mask that covered his entire face, giving him a sinister look. Aizawa. 13. Protect the students. The teacher's warning made 13 immediately take a defensive stance, standing in front of the students. The mysterious figure stopped walking as he raised his hand toward the creature, which immediately obeyed while standing upright and observing the students. The man then slowly raised his hand to the side, and the portal began to close behind him, revealing Kurogiri. Kurogiri. This isn't right. 13 and Eraserhead are here, yet the teacher's schedule said All Might would be here too. He'll show up. The man, whose voice sounded aged, like someone in their 60s, calmly said, making Kurogiri stare at him. He must have a reason for being late. He'll show up, especially for his students, he said as he slightly tilted his head, looking at the heroes and students. Kurogiri. If you say so, sir, he responded, understanding, while also staring back. As the villains moved down the stairs with a few steps, the students watched in wide-eyed silence, feeling a mixture of disbelief and fear. Kirishima. Villains. But this is impossible. There's no way they can break into a hero school. He was in disbelief. Momo. 13. What about the invasion sensors? Momo's question made everyone look around, expecting to see alarms flashing or hear loud sirens. But nothing happened. 13. We do have them, of course, but, the heroine hesitated, feeling a sense of unease. The lack of alarms didn't make sense, and the students noticed it. Shoto. Is the whole school under attack? Or is this place their only target? His serious expression reflected quick thinking. Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't going off, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's blocking their presence here. Reika. So, they chose this isolated facility away from the main campus as their point of entry right when class was in session. It would be foolish to invade here, but they thought of that. Whatever their plan is, they must have a clear objective. She was also serious, eyes narrowed as she observed. The class felt a chill run down their spines. The simple fact that the villains had a specific plan made everything more terrifying, and no matter what it was, they would be, or already were, the victims. Aizawa. 13. Get them out of here and alert the school, he said as he took steps down the stairs, his brow furrowed. If they have the ability to block our sensors, they can block our communications too. Kaminari. Try using your quirk to contact the school. Kaminari. Yes, sir. The young man grabbed the communicator in his ear and tried to tune into the school's frequency, but all he heard was static. Grr. It's not working. Some of them must have a broadcasting power. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. This only confirmed his suspicions. Aizawa. Listen, stay together and follow 13. Get out of here as quickly as possible. Ochako. And what about you? Aizawa. I'll delay them. The information he shared left everyone in shock. Mina. Alone. That's crazy. Sato. Sensei, let us at least help you. Kirishima. At least to cover your back. What do you think? Aizawa. No. His response was firm and direct, surprising and worrying the students. You still don't have real combat experience. If you stay here, you'll only get in the way. You're my students, and as your teacher, it's my responsibility to ensure your safety. He looked at all of them before turning his gaze back to the villains. Besides, no hero becomes a hero by magic. The weight of his words made some swallow hard. He was right. Even after all their training, none of them had ever faced a real attack before. Aizawa. I'm counting on you, 13. The heroine nodded as Aizawa, without wasting another second, jumped down the stairs in a swift motion, landing right in front of the villains. The group of criminals at the front hesitated for a moment, surprised by the hero's audacity. But soon, one of them, a man with gun barrels on his fingertips, let out a laugh. Ha, look at this, some idiot trying to act brave. The villain raised his hands, ready to fire. But how do you plan to fight against a bullet straight to your... The dry click of his trigger cut his sentence short. No bullet came out. What? Aizawa. I've already erased your quirk. His voice was calm, his red glowing eyes visible beneath his goggles. Before the villain could react, Aizawa's scarf unraveled like a serpent, wrapping around his torso and arms. With a strong tug, Aizawa lifted him off the ground and hurled him into two other villains, slamming them onto the floor with a loud thud. That single move left the crowd of criminals momentarily unsettled. Idiots. That's Eraserhead. He can erase your quirk just by looking at you. Erase. Let's see him nullify heteromorphs like us. A muscular villain with 4 arms and thick skin shouted as he lunged at Aizawa, throwing a punch. Aizawa shifted his body to the side, dodging with incredible speed. The villain's fist barely missed, the force of it displacing the air. The villain smirked, thinking he had the upper hand. But in the next instant, Aizawa pivoted on his heel and landed a solid punch right to the villain's face, catching him off guard. The blow sent him stumbling backward, stunned. Before he could recover, Aizawa whipped his scarf around the villain's legs and yanked hard, knocking him off balance. Son of A. Another villain tried to attack from behind, but Aizawa twisted his body and delivered a sharp kick to the enemy's stomach, making him double over and collapse. Another villain jumped, attempting to grab him, but with fluid motion, Aizawa used the first villain's body as a springboard, launching himself into the air. While airborne, he spun, expertly pulling his scarf to fling the bound villain into a group of enemies. The impact was brutal, knocking several of them down at once. Aizawa, surprised? He asked as he landed gracefully, not even glancing at the ones he had taken down. The surrounding villains hesitated. They had underestimated this silent hero, and now they were paying the price. Meanwhile, Aizawa's eyes remained sharp, watching every movement around him. He was alone against dozens, yet there wasn't a single trace of hesitation in him. Aizawa. I admit I know my limits. However, I also know that someone like me can handle people like you. His scarf floated slightly over his shoulders. So, shall we continue? The villains exchanged uneasy glances, a sliver of doubt creeping in. But deep down, they knew, this was only the beginning. Kurogiri. His combat performance is quite impressive. But I'm afraid these people won't be able to handle him. Of course not. Eraserhead is a seasoned professional. I never expected these amateurs to stand a chance against him. The mysterious man, who had remained silent until now, tilted his head slightly as he spoke. Kurogiri. Shall I intervene? No, I'll handle this myself. He said before raising his hand and pointing toward the exit of the USJ, where the students were running under 13's lead. You have another task to take care of. Meanwhile, the students were sprinting toward the exit, guided by 13. Fear still gripped most of them, but there was hope. If they could escape and alert the other heroes, they could regroup and mount a proper defense. But then, something dark and misty emerged from the ground right in front of them. The black fog expanded rapidly, spreading like a sinister veil. The students skidded to a stop as a cold, polite voice echoed from within the darkness. "Kurogiri. I cannot allow you to pass," he stated as his glowing yellow eyes became visible. At the same time, Aizawa delivered a powerful kick to a villain's face, slamming him into the ground. But his gaze quickly snapped to the entrance, where a purple haze had appeared, blocking the fleeing students. His eyes widened as he saw Kurogiri's silhouette forming before the class. Aizawa. Damn, I blinked for just a moment, and that problem guy moved in, he thought, already rushing toward them. But before he could get far, another thug leapt at him. He sidestepped, grabbing the enemy's arm and twisting it effortlessly before slamming him into the ground. Aizawa. Just what I needed, he growled, taking down two more with a swift flick of his capture weapon, using the villain on the ground as a counterweight against them. However, the villains kept coming, blocking his path, leaving Aizawa no choice but to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Kurogiri's dark mist spread like an enormous net, his elegant yet ominous form looming before the students, who remained frozen in place at the sight of him. Kurogiri. Greetings. His voice was calm, courteous, almost too polite for the situation. It may seem presumptuous of us, but we are merely guests, and you are but witnesses to the most significant event of the modern era. The death of the symbol of peace. His words crashed over the class like a heavy weight, sending a chill down their spines. The mention of All Might, spoken so decisively, made their fear tangible, especially given the confidence behind those words. Ochako. What? Her voice barely came out, disbelief washing over her. Zero. Hey, what a joke. Kill All Might. He tried to sound confident, but his voice trembled. Sato. You have no idea what you're talking about, he shouted, fists clenched. Kurogiri. Strange. Kurogiri tilted his head slightly, his posture still relaxed. All Might isn't here, and we know he was supposed to be. Could there have been a change of plans? An unforeseen event? He mused for a moment before turning his gaze back to the students. If you tell me where he is, I might consider speaking with my master about sparing you all. But only after our objective is achieved. His words sent a chill through some students, while others burned with anger. 13, however, raised a gloved hand, ready to activate their quirk. But before they could do anything, Kirishima. You psycho, he growled, clenching his fists. Bakugo. Time to eat those words. Bakugo and Kirishima charged forward simultaneously. The blonde exploded through the air, launching an explosion directly at Kurogiri's face, while Kirishima, fully hardened, spun his body to deliver a brutal punch to the villain. The impact was intense, kicking up a cloud of smoke. The students shielded themselves from the gust of wind caused by the blast. Bakugo and Kirishima held their ground, thinking their combined attack had done some damage. But as the dust settled, Kurogiri stood there, completely unscathed. Kurogiri. I should have expected such behavior from children who think they are heroes, he said, his glowing eyes narrowing slightly. 13. Stay away from him, she ordered, noticing what the villain was about to do, but it was too late. Kurogiri expanded his purple mist around the group, creating a powerful dome. Kurogiri. Since you're not willing to behave, good luck surviving on your own, he exclaimed, creating violent winds in the area. Kirishima. Shit, what is this? He yelled, protecting his face with his arms as the mist swirled around, while the ground disappeared beneath their feet. Iida reacted quickly, running, grabbing Sato and pulling him away before they were swallowed. Shoji used his extra arms to wrap around Zero and Mina, shielding them with his body. The rest disappeared into the vortex. Tenya. No, guys, he shouted, looking back as he saw his classmates disappear into the mist dome. Shipwreck zone. Then, a new portal opened in the air, and out came the first victim. Ochako, who was spit out, screaming desperately. Ochako. Ah, she screamed desperately before falling directly into the water. Ochako hit the water's surface, sinking right after, where her screams were silenced. Seeing where she was, she immediately started swimming upwards, trying to keep as calm as possible to not falter. But before she could make any progress, something moved beneath the water, right in front of her, catching her attention. I have nothing against you, girl. But I'll have to eliminate you, A villain with shark traits swam rapidly towards her, his sharp teeth fully exposed, aimed directly at the girl. Ochako's eyes widened in pure terror as she saw she was about to be attacked, trying to swim as far away as she could, but clearly, her swimming ability was much weaker compared to the villain, who was getting very close to bite her. When, suddenly, a foot hit the side of his face violently. The blow sent the villain flying to the side, and in the next instant, a tongue shot through the water, wrapping around Ochako. Ochako. She looked at the one responsible, who was swimming at full speed in another direction, pulling the girl with her. Tsuyu. Hang in there, Ochako, she said calmly as she kept swimming, while Mineta was hanging onto her arm, trying not to drown. You bitch, come back here. The shark villain recovered from the blow, his face twisted in rage. He roared underwater and shot after them, his legs cutting through the water with speed. However, there was something else interesting to see in that water. Diving deeper, far below, in the dark depths of the lake, something moved. A shadow of great size. The only thing visible was an eye, which slowly opened, revealing its pupil, which contracted into a fine line. Something, or someone, had just woken up. It didn't take long for the surface of the water to break as Tsuyu leapt out of the water, her tongue still wrapped around Ochako, who was unceremoniously tossed onto the ship's deck, just as Tsuyu threw Mineta out of her arms with all the strength she had. Ochako landed, rolling onto her back, slowly catching her breath. Meanwhile, the small purple dwarf landed with a thud, sliding a few centimeters before stopping face down on the soaked wooden floor. Mineta. Og hhh. Cough cough cough. He choked and spat out the water he had consumed from his screaming, his body trembling with adrenaline and pure terror. A few seconds later, Tsuyu climbed up the hull of the ship until she reached the edge and then stopped at the top, kneeling and looking around, assessing the situation. Tsuyu. Are you okay, Ochako? She asked, staring at her friend. Ochako. I'm fine, thanks for the help, Tsu, she said, standing up, smiling in gratitude before looking at Mineta, who was still coughing. Mineta, are you okay? Tsuyu. I found him being chased by another villain in the water, and that made him scream instead of swimming, she explained while staring at the dwarf. It wasn't smart to scream underwater, Mineta. Mineta. Cough cough. How could I not? He turned to her, still coughing and trembling. I was terrified. Did you see that guy? That maniac wanted to stab me. Tsuyu. I know. Her response was brief, and her gaze shifted to the surroundings. Mineta. We're doomed, he commented, looking around with teary eyes. The entire USJ was invaded. We're separated from our teachers and the others. We're surrounded by villains, with no way to call for help. And, Tsuyu. I know. She didn't waste time with small talk. And now we're on our own. The coldness of her response made Mineta's face pale. His mouth opened and closed a few times, his small fingers clutching his own body as he curled up, hugging his knees. Ochako. Now what? We need to think about what to do if we want to survive, she commented, hand on her chin, while Tsuyu was looking at the water. Tsuyu. We start by getting out of here. Mineta. What? He shouted in a high-pitched voice. Are you crazy, you lunatic? This is a safe spot. We need to stay here until help arrives. Or until All Might himself comes and kicks the butts of all these assholes. Ochako. Mineta, this place is not safe. She furrowed her brow, her expression becoming slightly more tense as she looked at the water with Tsuyu. Mineta. Why not? We're on a ship. They can't just. Tsuyu. Mineta, look at the water and see for yourself. She interrupted him by staring him in the eyes. Mineta obeyed, getting up, and it was at that moment that his breath faltered as he reached the edge of the ship. The lake around them was teeming with other villains. A dozen, maybe more. Villains in diving suits emerged from all directions, surrounding the boat like predators about to strike. Some were holding harpoons or any other sharp weapon. Their malicious, angry eyes were locked onto the two students. And that sight made Mineta's stomach drop. Mineta. Ah. Fear first manifested as a faint hiss before he screamed loudly, trembling uncontrollably. Look at what we have here. 3 little fish fleeing from our catch. One of the villains laughed, swinging a harpoon in his hand. Don't be fooled, guys. What if one of these 3 has a dangerous quirk? If they did, they'd have used it by now, don't you think? A third laughed derisively, and the group began to move, like sharks circling their prey, which was the three students. So then, what will we do for fun? Enough talk to start with. One of them, more impatient, raised his voice. Let's get on the ship and finish this off. He was interrupted in the middle of his sentence, and all that could be heard was a simple splash. Everyone froze upon hearing it, and seeing that the villain who had been there was no longer. The group fell silent. The only sound was that of the small waves crashing against the hull of the boat. Hey, where'd he go? Mineta swallowed hard, his eyes wide, while Suyu was open-mouthed, and Ochako had a shocked expression. And the reason? The villains didn't see it, but they did. That villain from before was pulled into the water, and they saw it. Another villain looked down into the water, furrowing his brow as he saw something floating to the surface, coming closer to his side. And when he grabbed what it was simply, the fuck, what is this? The villain shouted as he held what had just emerged. And when everyone in the group decided to look, the shock was instant for all of them. Because what they saw was the severed arm of their ally, with the fingers still twitching. What is this? What happened to? Another screamed, retreating. But before he could react, he too was pulled down. What's going on? It's coming from below. Over here. Over here. It's moving here. The villains began to thrash about, some trying to swim away. But one by one, they were torn from the surface and dragged into the depths. One tried to swim away, but a pair of jaws emerged from the darkness and clamped around his waist. The man let out a roar of agony before being dragged down, leaving only a trail of bubbling blood on the surface. Show yourself, you bastard! One of the villains tried to attack, stabbing his harpoon into the darkness of the water. Result: nothing. An instant later, something emerged with force. A massive tail shot out of the water, cracking the air like a whip before slamming into the ship. The impact sent the attacking villain flying backward, crashing into one of his allies before falling straight into the lake. And the last thing they saw down in the dark was a gigantic form rapidly rising toward them, with its mouth wide open. They didn't return, and they never will. Terror spread. Whatever was down there was fast and deadly. The villain barely had time to think about swimming to the ship, wanting to save himself before a colossal mouth closed around his leg and yanked him with brutal force. All he could do at that moment was scream in pain and fear before his body slammed against the hull of the ship before being swallowed by the waters. The survivors began to vanish. Slowly, the villains disappeared, one by one, until only one remained. The shark villain from earlier. He swam frantically to the ship, grabbing the edge, desperately trying to pull himself up. His chest heaved, his expression overflowing with panic. Help me, he pleaded, his desperate eyes locked onto Ochako, Suyu, and Mineta at the top. That thing is going to kill me. Please, help me here. Ochako, Suyu, and Mineta just stared at him, as terrified as he was. The little purple guy, even more so, was frozen, his face as white as paper. It was then that the water stirred, and a colossal figure emerged from the darkness, casting a shadow in front of the shark villain, who slowly turned his head and stared at what was behind him. Fixating on it, the monster was gigantic. Its neck was long and thin, and its head was generally quite slender, with its lower jaw having a kind of pouch hanging from its chin. Its jaws, filled with sharp teeth, opened slightly. The villain, upon seeing this, had time only to murmur a single word. Oh no. That was all he said before a jet of water was shot from the creature's mouth toward him. The water, instead of being cold as expected, was as hot as fire, causing the villain to scream in pain as the scalding water hit his skin, making his hand slip from the hull of the ship, consequently causing his body to fall back into the water. And the dragon, known as Scaldron, dove after its prey, and with its dive, the ship rocked violently, throwing Ochako, Suyu, and Mineta to the floor before the three scrambled to the edge of the boat. And as they pressed their backs against the edge, Mineta began to cry in despair. Mineta, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. Oh my god, we're gonna. Suyu, breathing heavily, simply reached out a hand and covered the boy's mouth, stopping him from speaking. The girl's eyes, usually calm, were now wide open. She, too, was scared and shocked by what had just happened. Mineta's breath was still coming in short, irregular gasps. His small body was trembling uncontrollably, his hands cold with sweat as he kept his eyes wide open, staring into nothing. Suyu wasn't much different, though she tried to keep her composure. Ochako, on the other hand, was paralyzed, her mind racing in 1,000 directions as she tried to process what had just happened. The lake, which had once bubbled with the villain's desperate struggle, was now calm. But it wasn't a sign of peace. It was the stillness that preceded something worse. They could even hear the gentle sway of the water against the hull of the ship. But they knew it was still there. The Scaldron. And then, a soft noise. A ripple in the water. And the creature's head emerged again. This time, its long, thin neck stretched upwards, raising the creature well above the level of the boat. Drops of water slowly dripped down its scaly skin. Its eyes, narrow and intense, scanned the deck of the ship, analyzing everything with a sharp, predatory gaze. It was inspecting, watching, hunting. Suyu and Mineta held their breath, instinctively shrinking back. Mineta looked like he was about to faint right there, but Suyu grabbed his arm tightly, stopping him from making any sudden movements. Their hearts pounded, as if at any moment the monster might decide they were its next target. The creature glided silently around the vessel. Its submerged body was invisible, making everything even more terrifying. The only thing that moved and was visible was its head, coming and going, sniffing the surroundings, its jaw slightly open, revealing sharp teeth. When the Scaldron briefly disappeared from sight, she took the chance to look at her friends, making a gesture with her lips that said, "Ochako, let's wait. If we stay silent and don't draw attention, maybe the creature will lose interest and leave. Then it will be our chance to go." She didn't utter a sound, just moved her lips to make her words as clear as possible. But something was wrong. Mineta and Suyu weren't looking at her. Their eyes were wide open, fixed on something behind her. Ochako felt a chill run down her spine as she noticed this. Slowly, she turned her head. And there it was. Then, the Scaldron's eyes locked onto them. The dragon had stretched its neck to the front of the ship, staring at them with a penetrating gaze. Its pupils narrowed, analyzing the three young people. Time seemed to freeze. The weight of the creature's stare would make anyone with a weak heart die right then and there. Its gaze was intelligent, calculating. It knew exactly what it was seeing. The monster's mouth opened slightly, revealing long, sharp teeth. A low, menacing sound rumbled from its throat, a deep growl. Mineta trembled violently, showing signs of about to scream at any moment. Suyu didn't even blink. And Ochako, she took a deep breath, and slowly, raised her right hand, extending it toward the Scaldron, which briefly fixed its gaze on the girl's hand. The girl's movement was controlled, unhurried. Her fingers were slightly trembling, but her palm remained facing the creature. As the girl took small steps toward the Scaldron, Mineta and Suyu's eyes widened as they saw the girl's actions. Especially Suyu, who thought about stopping or pulling her friend back, but Ochako remained firm, and the frog girl noticed that. Her gaze stayed fixed on the dragons, her steps light. Her heart was racing, but she maintained her calm expression. She remembered Izuku. She remembered the previous day, when she saw the young man do exactly that. The way he moved, without fear, without aggression, when he raised his hand to all those dragons in the forest. The way he raised his hand and stared at those dragons as equals, not as enemies. And now, it was her turn to try to do the same. Ochako kept approaching, her hand still raised, her eyes still locked on the Scaldrons. Her firm and gentle gaze was conveying a message. We are not your enemies. The dragon's breath was heavy and warm, exhaling from its nostrils in small jets of steam. It continued to stare at her, its head tilting slightly to the side. Its gaze was no longer just that of a predator. There was something else there. Something curious. Mineta swallowed hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. Suyu just watched, her mind desperately trying to understand what was happening. Ochako stopped a few meters from the edge of the ship. Her gaze remained calm, but alert. Clearly, she was afraid her idea wouldn't work, but she refused to back down. The Scaldron lowered its head slightly, approaching only a few centimeters, and then, it let out a long sigh. The hot wind blew against Ochako's face, making her hair gently sway. The dragon stared at her for a few more seconds, its eyes assessing every detail of the girl. Scaldron. Low, rigid growl, and then, it let out a low growl. Similar to a warning, as if saying, "Leave. Now." And without hesitation, it retreated, gliding backward. Its long neck retracted, and its head began to lower back into the water. But before disappearing completely, it gave Ochako one last look. A serious look, but no longer threatening. And then, it dove. The water made the creature vanish from sight, and silence returned. Ochako stayed where she was, her body still tense, her heart still racing. She blinked a few times, processing what had just happened. As a small, involuntary smile spread across her lips before she looked at her right hand. She did it. Mineta, trembling from head to toe, looked down, toward the middle of his legs, and then, without saying a word, fell backward, fainting on the ship's floor. Tsuyu, however, slowly got up, her breathing still heavy. Her eyes turned to Ochako, still in disbelief. "Tsuyu. Ochako, how did you do that?" Her question came in a whisper. Ochako didn't answer immediately. Her gaze remained on the surface of the water, thoughtful. "Ochako. I just remembered." That was her response. "And I did it." She relaxed her shoulders and sighed, feeling her mind spinning with questions she didn't have answers to. And one of them was, "Ochako. How did that end up in a training zone at the USJ?" With the perfect moment to escape that ship, they quickly took advantage of the opportunity. Using their quirks, the two girls, along with Mineta, managed to get away from the ship and the Scaldron, landing in the shallow waters near the shore. Mineta was still unconscious, his small body being carried in Tsuyu's arms. The effort didn't seem to bother the frog girl, especially since Ochako had reduced both his weight and her own to make the big jump easier. Now, with their feet firmly on safe, shallow ground, they both took deep breaths. "Tsuyu. We made it," she commented with relief as Ochako pressed her fingers together, restoring gravity to both herself and Mineta. "What do we do now, Ochako?" "Ochako. I think our only option is to head to the USJ entrance. It's the least bad place we can go right now," she said while looking around. "But to get there, we have to cross the Central Plaza." The path back to the USJ entrance went through the Central Plaza, and that was where the intense battle was still raging. Aizawa was still fighting off that group of villains, and they could see and hear the sounds of blows, shouts, and villains, bodies being thrown into the air. This made Tsuyu furrow her brows slightly, turning her head toward the sounds of battle. "Tsuyu. I wish I could help Aizawa-sensei. But the way we are now, we'd just get in the way," she said, showing slight frustration. "Ochako. Especially because of our lack of experience," she nodded in agreement. She felt the same way. Facing those villains head-on under these conditions would be suicide. "We have to get through without being seen," she said thoughtfully before an idea seemed to spark in her mind. "Maybe, if we manage to hide properly around the Central Plaza, we could trip up some villains without exposing ourselves too much while passing through." "Tsuyu. Hiro." Tsuyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ochako. You can use your tongue to pull the villains' feet when you get the chance," she said before looking at Mineta. "If he wakes up, he can throw his sticky balls to trap some of them, and I can remove the gravity from a few to leave them vulnerable. It's risky, I know, but if it helps lighten the load for Aizawa-sensei, I'm willing to do it." Tsuyu pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "Tsuyu. If we're fast enough and do it in secret, we can help without getting caught." "Ochako. That's the idea. Come on, let's go." Ochako smiled, feeling a little more confident, and took a step forward, preparing to cross the battlefield discreetly. But before they could move any further, Tsuyu glanced back, her eyes focusing on the water where, just moments ago, the Scaldron had been, now lurking somewhere deep below. "Tsuyu. Ochako. I don't like to think about this, but, do you think there are things like that hidden in the other areas of the USJ too?" she asked, her worried gaze shifting to her friend. Ochako froze mid-step at the question, her expression suddenly turning more serious. A shiver ran down her spine as the thought settled in her mind. "Ochako. If there is," she lightly clenched her fists and looked toward the other training areas, where her classmates were still scattered, probably fighting to survive. "I just hope everyone will be okay." Silence lingered between them for a moment before Ochako took a deep breath and pressed forward, now with a new fear settling in her mind. A fear that would soon prove very real. And the reason? Each training zone had become a battleground, where Class 1A students were facing off against villains. But what they didn't know was that, lurking in the shadows, something even more terrifying was about to emerge. Collapse Zone. Bakugo and Kirishima were engaged in a brutal fight inside a rusted and partially collapsed building, punches and explosions reverberating through the structure. The surrounding villains were at a disadvantage, taking a beating from the two young fighters. Bakugo blasted the faces and chests of his enemies, making them collapse to the ground in pain, while Kirishima blocked attacks and immediately countered with furious blows of his own. Outside, more enemies were preparing to invade and reinforce their allies, planning to eliminate the two aspiring heroes. Before they could enter, a blinding flash illuminated the floor where the young heroes were, drawing everyone's attention. This was followed by agonized screams echoing from outside, causing a brief pause in the battle. Bakugo frowned in confusion, while Kirishima looked toward the broken windows, trying to understand what was happening. The villains outside, some standing, others fallen, were screaming in pain, clutching their eyes as if something or someone had blinded them. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, one of the villains inside, positioned near one of the broken windows, was suddenly grabbed by a serpentine tail and yanked outside and upward. His scream became a distant echo before being abruptly silenced. Horror spread among the criminals as they witnessed the event, while Bakugo and Kirishima exchanged confused and tense glances. Then, a gigantic shadow covered the window, and a reptilian head appeared. Yellow, reptilian eyes scanned the occupants of the floor. The creature had a long head with a prominent jaw, a single nasal horn, bulging yellow eyes, and twisted horns. Its skin was typically pale and scaleless, but parts of its body were covered in molten metal. An armor-winged dragon had found them and let out a guttural, terrifying roar that made the villains shrink back in fear. A moment later, a torrent of fire erupted from its mouth, sweeping through the building and consuming everything in its path. As the screen filled with flames, the scene transitioned to another training zone. Fire Zone. Ojiro was alone, surrounded by villains. He skillfully used his tail to dodge and strike, but the criminals were many, closing in on him from all sides. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he tried to calculate his next move while enduring the heat. Suddenly, one of the villains attempted an aerial attack, leaping from a small bridge between streets. Before the attack could land, a scream of pain and surprise rang out in the air. A spiny tail emerged from the shadows and impaled the villain, lifting him into the air as he cried out in terror before being violently hurled away. Everyone, including Ojiro, stopped to look. And then they saw it. Their eyes widened, especially Ojiro's. A death gripper dragon emerged from the bridge, staring down at the villains below. From the top of the structure, the creature leapt and landed right in front of Ojiro, who instinctively threw himself to the ground. The beast radiated danger, especially with its sharp features and massive fangs. Wasting no time, the dragon opened its mouth and spewed a boiling acid onto the surrounding villains, who screamed as they scrambled to escape. One of them wasn't as lucky and was hit directly. The result was enough to leave Ojiro horrified. The remaining villains who witnessed the gruesome fate of their comrade were equally terrified. Before one of them could react, the dragon lunged, pouncing on an enemy below while another attempted to flee, only to be caught by the beast's tail. The unfortunate soul trapped beneath the dragon. The best way to describe what happened next was the loud, agonized scream that gradually faded into silence. One of the villains attempted to escape, running as fast as he could. Before he could think he was safe, something grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. A razor-whip dragon, its body covered in armor-like scales, held the villain in its tail, observing him coldly before roaring and letting him go. The man's terrified scream echoed as he plummeted straight into the flames of a burning building. As he fell, his expression of pure horror blended the scene into another, set in a very different location. Storm Zone. Kota and Tokiyami were surrounded by many villains in the middle of the rain, about to fight for their lives. Well, that was what they were going to do when something strange happened. The villains started screaming. Their bodies were being pulled by invisible forces, dragged across the ground as if they were being hunted by ghosts. Huge ghosts, with teeth. The villains tried to resist but were easily overpowered without mercy. Kota and Tokiyami exchanged confused and alarmed glances, unable to understand what was happening. One particularly strong villain noticed a translucent figure slowly approaching him, its outline revealed only by the raindrops falling onto it. Terrified, he threw a punch at the thing's face. And that only made his situation worse. The punch only made the creature roar in pain before it finally revealed itself as it became visible. It was a changeling dragon, staring at the villain with a curious gaze and sharp jaws. Now furious, it opened its mouth and bit the man's arm. He screamed in pain and despair as the dragon began to play with him, dragging him and slamming him against the ground. And to make things worse, the dragon wasn't satisfied, because its next target was the man's other arm. But instead of biting, it spewed acid on him, making the man scream even louder. And his screams made the scene dissolve into another transition, now in a higher location. Mountain Zone. Momo, Kyoka, and Kaminari ran along narrow trails, climbing to a higher point to escape from the villains. Yes, but there was something else going on. Behind them, screams of terror echoed through the mountains, accompanied by sounds resembling roars. The criminals who had surrounded them were being attacked and hunted, but the three didn't dare stop or look back. When they reached a safe and distant plateau, they turned to look back at the path they had come from. Kyoka. What was that? She asked, still trying to catch her breath. Momo. I don't know, and I think we'd better focus on finding a way to get out of here alive. First, we need to. Kaminari. Gee girls. The two girls looked at Kaminari, whose eyes were wide as he pointed at something behind them. Momo and Kyoka slowly turned and saw what appeared to be a dragon statue. A large form was perched atop the small mountain. At first, it seemed like a statue, a stone dragon that had lain dormant for ages. However, the statue trembled. Small vibrations rippled through its structure as its neck began to move slowly. The creature lifted its head, opened its eyes, and appeared to be looking directly at the three students as it lowered its head toward them, leaving them not only shocked, but horrified. A sentinel dragon had detected them. Its roar made the air vibrate around them, shaking the rocks beneath their feet. Momo, Kyoka, and Kaminari felt panic take over their bodies, and suddenly, they were pushed back by the creature's roar, creating a wind so strong that it sent them tumbling down. Luckily, they weren't high enough to suffer a fatal fall. But unfortunately, the sentinel was still searching for them. Momo. Run, this way, she shouted, leading them down another path, forcing Kaminari and Kyoka to follow her desperately, while the sentinel roared into the sky upon hearing their screams and footsteps. As I said before, Ochako and Suyu's fears became real. Landslide zone. The villains' bodies were scattered across the ground, frozen from the shoulders down, with only their heads and hands free to move. The cold that hung over the area was biting, and the criminals themselves trembled, not just from the ice encasing them, but from the evident fear of the ones who had defeated them. At the center of the scene stood the Todoroki twins, Shoto and Reika, side by side. A few meters behind them, Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl, observed the situation, clearly impressed by how easily the two had taken down the criminals. Toru. That was fast, she commented, her voice still carrying a tone of surprise. Shoto. Yes. He sighed, a puff of vapor escaping due to the cold they had caused. And it's a little embarrassing that adults like them lost so easily to kids like us. Reika. They're like children who don't even know how to use their own quirks, she said with a cold gaze. Toru opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, Shoto turned to her, his expression curious and a little confused. Shoto. By the way, since when have you been here? He asked genuinely, and his question left the girl stunned. Toru. What, since the beginning, when I fell here with you guys? Don't tell me you only noticed me now, she asked, her tone and the sound of her stomping feet showing her frustration. Shoto. Well, Reika. That doesn't matter now. Her comment drew the attention of both. We need to help Aizawa-sensei with that huge group of villains. We can make his job easier and find the others afterward, she said as she walked, passing through the frozen villains, determined and without looking back. Shoto. Wait. He called, his voice carrying a tone of concern as he pursued his sister. I think we should interrogate these villains first. Find out why they're here. As he spoke, Reika paused for a moment, but without turning to her brother. Reika, we already know why they're here. Her voice carried impatience and coldness. To kill All Might. That much is clear. If we act fast, we help Aizawa-sensei defeat that masked villain and end this once and for all. Just like we did with this bunch of ragged criminals. Shoto. And that's exactly what bothers me, he said as he looked at the villains, still trapped and shivering. Why would a guy like that masked villain gather so many idiots to try and kill All Might? Why would he go through the trouble of invading a place where we were having a lesson with him? He asked before staring at his sister. That masked man must have some kind of trump card he hasn't shown yet. Reika, if you want to play interrogation, go ahead. I'm taking action, she said as she walked forward again. Toru. What? You're really going to do this alone? She asked, incredulous and worried, while Shoto lowered his gaze slightly, a faintly saddened look forming on his face. Shoto. Isn't it obvious that I'm trying to help? Reika stopped walking. She was silent for a moment before turning to him with a cold stare. Reika. Oh, so you like helping now? Her voice was laced with irony. Shoto. This isn't the time to argue about the past. Reika. Tell that to the burn on my face, she said, pointing to the red scar on the left side of her face. Shoto remained silent. His serious gaze reflected both pain and understanding. Reika kept her expression hardened, her eyes filled with a mix of anger and resentment. Toru, nervous about the growing tension, tried to intervene by stepping between the two. Toru. Guys, this isn't what's important right now. We need to focus on. Before she could finish the sentence, a loud crash echoed ahead. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a cloud of dust rose not far from them. The three young people and the frozen villains turned toward the source of the sound. What was that? Asked one of the villains. Was that an explosion? One of us? This one asked hopefully. The three young people, with their more alert gazes, could see what was happening. Something was suddenly rolling rapidly toward them, kicking up dust as it approached. Toru. What is that? Reika wasted no time. She planted her right foot firmly on the ground, releasing a wave of ice that raised a massive wall between them and whatever was approaching. The impact was brutal, but the ice held for a moment, containing whatever it was. For a moment, silence reigned, providing a small sense of relief, a relief that lasted briefly when the ice began to crack. Small fissures quickly spread across the structure, leaving both the twins, Toru, and the villains wide-eyed as they watched and heard the ice give way. Then, a huge hole opened up in the center. Something emerged from it, spinning in the air, and landed heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave so strong that it knocked the three of them backward. The frozen villains were also thrown down or even tossed far away due to the impact. The dust cleared, revealing the silhouette of the creature. Shoto, Reika, and Toru were still on the ground when their eyes finally made out what was in front of them. A dragon with a rather strange, short body and very small wings. This dragon also had brown, rough skin, resembling a gronkel. It was covered in spikes all over. The head, body, and tail of the creature, all covered in short spines. A catastrophic quake dragon stood before them, with its claws dug into the cracked ground from the impact of its arrival. Its eyes filled with fury, and as it took 2 steps forward, snorting in anger, the dragon raised its head and let out a roar, its jaw splitting into 2, with a tongue in each half of its jaw. Its roar made the air vibrate throughout the collapsed zone. Toru. Is this the trump card you were talking about, Todoroki? She asked, scared, as the twins got up from the ground, equally tense with the beast before them. Central Square. Back to Ochako and Tsuyu, who was still holding the unconscious Mineta, the three of them arrived at the edge of the central square. From there, they could see the intense fight between Aizawa and the group of villains. Crouched behind some land between the shallow water and the central square, they peeked over the earth, observing the situation. Ochako. He's still fighting, she whispered, impressed as she saw Aizawa still standing. Tsuyu. He's still defeated so many. She was equally impressed. Indeed, many villains lay unconscious on the ground, victims of Aizawa's unexpected abilities. Even exhausted, the pro-hero continued to move swiftly, using his scarf to immobilize and incapacitate his opponents. Leaping over two villains, he threw his scarf around them, pulling them up before violently slamming them onto the ground as he landed above them, delivering a quick stomp to the stomachs of both, causing them to fall unconscious. Aizawa took a deep breath. He was exhausted, his breathing heavy, but he could still go on. Especially since there were still villains remaining. However, the remaining ones hesitated. They no longer felt as confident attacking after seeing so many of their allies get beaten by Eraserhead, who stared at them intensely, causing most to take 1 or 2 steps back. For a moment, the two girls felt relieved to see that the man seemed to be holding his own. It was then that he began to walk. The masked villain started walking toward Eraserhead, which caught the pro-hero's attention. The other villains instinctively stepped back, as if they knew that the man who hired them was on another level. I have to admit, you lasted quite a while against this band of lowlifes. I don't know whether to find that impressive or not for someone who relies on ambush tactics and close combat. Aizawa. Who are you? He asked between gasps. Who am I? Well, no one, for now, he said while continuing to walk, which made Aizawa narrow his eyes. You shouldn't worry about it. For you, it won't make any difference knowing who I am. Ochako and Tsuyu stayed hidden, watching every move of the man. Ochako. This guy, he seems to be their leader. She thought, fearful. Tsuyu. I don't have a good feeling about this guy. She thought, worried. Aizawa didn't waste any time. He charged at the villain, and his scarf shot out toward the masked man, aiming to restrain him once and for all. However, with a quick movement, the man grabbed the fabric firmly and, with a brutal yank, pulled Aizawa swiftly toward him, causing him to stumble in the process. Before the pro-hero could react, a precise kick struck his face, sending him flying backward. Aizawa fell but rolled and quickly got up, ignoring the pain. He advanced again, throwing a series of punches and kicks. The villain easily dodged, demonstrating sharp reflexes, and with every attack Aizawa attempted, whether punches or kicks, the masked man countered with precise strikes. A punch to the face, a shove to the chest, or an elbow to the ribs, which made Aizawa groan in pain. When Aizawa tried to land a solid blow, he received a brutal counterattack, an elbow to the chest, followed by a knee to the face as the man jumped, and the impact caused Aizawa's yellow goggles to fall to the ground. Aizawa staggered but didn't give up. He attempted another punch, but the masked villain spun his body and landed one final blow, a powerful kick to the stomach. The impact sent the hero crashing onto the ground, winded. It's been a while since I've had a direct fight like this, he said in a neutral tone, moving his shoulder, while the two girls were in shock. Ochako, Tsuyu. He lost, they thought, desperate as they watched their sensei fall. The surrounding villains were surprised. Even those who had doubted the masked villain couldn't ignore how easily he defeated Aizawa. This is the difference between a bunch of lowlifes like you and someone experienced like me, he said, staring at Aizawa's fallen body, who glared back at him with anger even while on the ground. And I'm already pretty old. The pro-hero tried to rise, his body trembling in pain. The remaining villains began advancing, eager to finish him off once and for all. All Might's too late. Maybe if I bring our guest of honor directly here, he'll come running, he said, pulling out a device with a small antenna. He pressed a button, which only made a small click sound. For a moment, nothing happened. No explosion, nothing emerging, nothing, for now. Meanwhile, the masked villain lifted his eyes to the sky. It'll be here soon. That'll make All Might come here as fast as possible. Ochako. It is something else coming here, she thought, fearing the worst. Before she could think more, Tsuyu grabbed her arm. Tsuyu. Ochako, we need to get Aizawa-sensei out of here. Now, her friend's comment made Ochako glance at the pro-hero, seeing that he was still trying to get up, while the mediocre villains from before were running toward him, taking advantage of his vulnerability to kill him. Ochako hesitated for a moment but agreed. Just as she was about to act, a crash echoed through the USJ. Everyone turned toward the large entrance gate, which released a large cloud of dust. After that, came only silence, which lasted only a moment before a blur crossed the stairs, descending quickly and heading toward the central square, making the villains' eyes widen, while the masked man didn't react, except for. Or maybe even before that. That was all he said before moving to the side, avoiding being hit by the metal that was Kurogiri's body, which crashed violently to the ground. Kurogiri. "'Es sir. He's here," he said, lying on the ground as his humanoid form slowly started to take shape. "I can see that, Kurogiri," he said indifferently as he stared at the dust raised ahead of them. "Finally. You're here." When the dust settled, the silhouette was revealed. It was him. All Might was there, with a fierce look. His posture was imposing. He was in a running stance, fists clenched, and his expression radiated pure anger. As soon as All Might appeared, Ochako and Tsuyu felt immediate relief and joy at seeing the hero, their eyes welling up with tears. Aizawa, still on the ground, let out a heavy sigh, casting a weary yet relieved look as he allowed himself to collapse again. The mediocre villains who were still standing began to tremble in the presence of the symbol of peace. Meanwhile, All Might turned his head toward them and, in an instant, rushed forward at an alarming speed. Before the criminals could react, they were all taken down within seconds, their bodies collapsing without even seeing what hit them. After eliminating the immediate threat, All Might quickly turned to Ochako, Tsuyu, and Mineta, who was still unconscious in Tsuyu's arms. With a swift movement, he grabbed the three and brought them to Aizawa. Upon landing, the pro-hero, still lying on the ground, looked at him and asked in an exhausted, pained tone. "Aizawa, what took you so long?" The two girls were impressed by how quickly the hero had found them and brought them there within seconds. But All Might remained serious as he stared at the enemy ahead before answering. "All Might. Sorry for the delay. I hit traffic," he said before looking at the two young women. "Take Aizawa to the entrance of the USJ. You'll be safer there." The two nodded. Without hesitation, Ochako used her quirk to remove Aizawa's gravity, making it easier to carry the pro-hero. However, before leaving, she turned to the hero with a worried look. "Ochako. All Might, that masked villain. He mentioned that he was bringing a guest here," she said while looking at the enemy's right hand, where the device was, in his hand. "He also pressed a button on that device, and whatever it is, it must be coming here." All Might. "Understood. Thank you for telling me, young Uraraka." All Might frowned upon hearing this, his blue eyes glowing with alertness. "Now go." The three began moving away, heading toward the long stairs leading to the USJ exit. Meanwhile, All Might turned to the masked villain, his expression filled with rage. "All Might. Who are you, villain? And how dare you to attack UA's training grounds and our students?" The masked villain, showing no emotion, merely shifted his gaze to the two girls walking away. "Kids these days are so bold. They almost slipped past me. I must congratulate them for that." All Might didn't like that at all. Without further delay, he lunged forward without hesitation, preparing a powerful strike. "All Might. Carolina. Nomu. All Might. Smash." The blow cut through the air in an X, and the force of the technique was so great that the water behind the enemy splashed to the sides. But it didn't hit the masked villain, because something huge had stepped in front of him. The Nomu, the grotesque creature, absorbed the impact without even moving or seeming to feel anything. All Might's eyes widened for a brief moment before he sprang back into action. The Nomu tried to grab him, but the hero ducked just in time, evading the attack. Without wasting a second, he delivered a strong punch to the creature's stomach, but it had no effect. All Might clenched his teeth and threw two punches at the creature's face, expecting at least a reaction or a grunt of pain. But nothing happened. The monster remained there, impassive, as if it felt no pain at all. The Nomu then tried to grab him again. All Might jumped back, avoiding the attack, but now with a surprised look. Even direct blows to the face had no effect. All Might. "What? Nothing?" he asked, surprised and shocked. This made the masked villain chuckle lightly. Surprised? All Might didn't answer, simply staying in a combat stance as he faced the Nomu. "This creature was made for you. He is the anti-symbol of peace. Named Nomu," the villain said, watching as All Might dodged and counterattacked the creature with another punch, which created a gust of wind but didn't affect the beast. It was a gift from an old friend. And it wasn't easy to create. All Might kept delivering blows to the creature, but nothing seemed to work. The Nomu absorbed every attack without showing weakness, without reacting to the overwhelming force of the symbol of peace, who still refused to give up. The masked villain then lowered his eyes to the device in his hand. His finger pressed the button again. "Come on, creature. Appear already," he muttered as he pressed the button, as if in a hurry. Meanwhile, now, back to where we left off. In the air, Red Death let out a loud grunt as it sliced through the skies with its enormous wings beating, displacing the air around it. Izuku, riding Fury, stayed just behind, his eyes locked on the creature while his mind worked quickly. The army of dragons accompanying him flew in coordination, each one attentive to the smallest sign of command from the young human or any action from the tormentor of the dragons. Seeing that they would soon reach the city, Izuku decided to make a risky move. "Izuku. Fury, let's try to get its attention. Go, shoot it in the face," he asked while still holding on to the dragon, who heard his friend's request. Fury increased speed, flying close to the side of Red Death, and in a quick move, aimed its shot at its throat and fired a burst of plasma directly at Red Death's face. The explosion created a dense cloud of smoke, momentarily concealing the red dragon. But to Izuku's surprise, the monster neither dodged nor retaliated. No, Red Death simply continued flying, as if it hadn't noticed the attack or detected the pair, flying straight past them, forcing the two to dodge its flying assault. Izuku. What? Not only Izuku but Fury too was confused and surprised. The surprise turned into concern when something strange caught their attention as they resumed following the dragon. Red Death was moving its head from side to side, letting out muffled and irritated grunts. It was as if it was being called by something, as if it was trying to resist a command. In an instant, they were side by side with Red Death. Sigrid, who was also approaching, had narrowed eyes and her mouth already glowing with energy, ready to fire a plasma beam. But before she could fire, Izuku looked down and his eyes widened. They had reached the city. Izuku. No, Sigrid, no. If we take this thing down now, it could fall into the city. We need to push it to a safe location first. Sigrid hesitated for a moment but understood the human's intent and closed her mouth, pulling back slightly to continue flying alongside the group. Izuku. This isn't normal, he said to himself before turning his head back. Let's keep following. Only attack when I give the signal. Sigrid roared in agreement, as did the rest, who also held off from attacking. At least for now. Meanwhile, below them, the city of Musudafu was going about its usual routine. People hurried through the streets, children played in parks, workers chatted in cafes. Everything seemed normal, until a colossal moving shadow blocked out the sunlight. Heads turned to the sky, eyes wide as they saw the unbelievable scene above them. Red Death, a gigantic and fearsome creature, was flying directly over the city, followed by a squadron of dragons of various sizes and colors. People were in shock, some even causing car accidents in the traffic, but that was the least of their concerns in light of the sight above. Some were panicking, running, others began recording on their phones. Some heroes patrolling the streets saw it too and were left speechless. Even a man who was drinking beer at an outdoor bar stopped mid-sip. He blinked a few times at the sight, looked at his bottle, then at the sky, and murmured, "Creepy." That was all he said before putting the beer down on the table, giving up immediately. Meanwhile, back at the USJ, the battle between All Might and Nomu continued fiercely. The ground around them was completely devastated. The sharp wind from each blow of the symbol of peace directed at Nomu lifted debris and dust, but no matter how hard All Might struck, Nomu simply absorbed the attacks without showing any signs of pain. The masked villain and Kurogiri continued to observe the fight from a considerably safe distance, not caring to see the villain's expression in front of the scene unfolding. All Might. Damn you. Is this not enough? He gritted his teeth as he dodged another brutal blow from Nomu, followed by another and another. But then, during a quick exchange of attacks, the tips of the creature's fingers grazed All Might's abdomen, right on the spot of his old wound. The pain was immediate and sharp, causing a trickle of blood to run from the hero's mouth. He jumped back, placing a hand on the affected area. However, the creature didn't stop, as it continued to follow and attack All Might, who only kept dodging the attacks, desperate and nervous this time. "Ah, don't tell me you're going to die now. Now that we're just getting started," he said as the monster let out a guttural roar while continuing to attack the hero. But All Might clenched his fists and forced himself to ignore the pain. He couldn't fall here. He couldn't die. His son needed him. Izuku needed him. His mind wasn't focused on the present. He remembered Izuku, his son. He thought of him, believing that he was still at home, resting. All Might. I can't fall here. He said to himself. I can't let this happen. Determination shone in his eyes. The next moment, when Nomu tried to attack him again, All Might dodged, grabbing the creature's arm firmly. With a yell of strength, he lifted it and slammed it onto the ground with brutality. The impact made the ground tremble, and cracks spread around. But he didn't stop there. Still holding onto Nomu, All Might spun his body, leaping high into the air before using his monumental strength to throw the creature back to the ground. This time, the impact was powerful, creating a massive crater and a strong wind that swept the debris around. All Might, still in the air, prepared to finish it off. He gathered all his strength, bringing his foot back, ready to deliver the final blow. All Might. We're not just getting started. This ends now. With a fierce roar, he descended like a meteor, about to crush Nomu, who was about to rise, with a mega-powerful stomp, determined to end the fight here and now. And without further delay, came the impact, generating an explosion of dust and a shockwave, covering the entire area. At the moment the dust settled and All Might landed in the crater with both feet firmly planted on the ground, his gaze swept the area, searching for signs of Nomu. However, to his surprise, the creature had simply vanished. His eyes narrowed as he noticed, beside the masked villain and Kurogiri, the monstrous silhouette of Nomu emerging from a portal created by the mist villain. All Might. Portal transfer. Clever, but that won't change anything, he said, taking a firm step forward. It doesn't matter how this thing was made, nor that it was designed to kill me, it won't be able to do so, he declared with firmness and conviction. His fists clenched, ready to continue the battle. However, to his surprise, the masked villain did not respond immediately. Instead, he simply remained silent, staring at All Might as if pondering his words. After a few moments of tension, he finally spoke, but his response was completely unexpected. I agree. The response was calm but carried an enigmatic meaning. I don't doubt that you will be able to defeat Nomu. All Might furrowed his brow, confused, but before he could say anything, a disturbing sound echoed over the USJ. The impact was colossal, reverberating through the ground like the roar of a titan. The masked villain tilted his head slightly, his calm and controlled tone contrasting with the imminent chaos. But that thing above, symbol of peace, that will kill you. Before All Might could fully process those words, the structure above them was obliterated. The USJ dome exploded into debris as a colossal creature broke through the barrier with sheer brute force. A fierce and primal roar filled the air as the Red Death, the titanic entity, descended from the skies, its shadow covering the entire arena. The impact of Red Death's descent generated a storm of dust and debris. Rubble rained down across the complex as the beast landed, its massive claws crushing everything in its path. One of its front claws effortlessly smashed Nomu, the force generating an explosion of flesh that dissipated into the dust, forcing the hero to shield his eyes. Nomu's regenerative flesh was useless against the overwhelming power of the beast. At the same time, its other front claw came down on a group of unconscious villains. One of them had just regained consciousness, but his panicked scream was quickly silenced as the claw slammed into the ground, ending their lives effortlessly. Red Death's hind legs landed in the USJ's water zone, displacing a wave that violently spread across the nearby areas. The Skaldron, which had been submerged, panicked, swimming desperately away from that monstrous presence. When All Might finally opened his eyes again, he looked up, and for the second time in his life, he saw something that truly terrified him. It wasn't just a dragon. The mere sight of this dragon would already be enough to shake anyone, but what truly horrified him was a grotesque detail on the side of the creature's head, its exposed brain, pulsating. The silence that followed was heavy. Around the USJ, students, dragons, and the few remaining villains stood frozen before the creature. No one dared to move. Collapse zone, for example. Bakugo and Kirishima emerged from the collapsing building, their breathing heavy as they tried to escape the previous attack. Suddenly, the armor wing landed in front of them, its sharp eyes fixed on them. Both prepared to fight, but before any action could be taken, Red Death burst through the USJ dome. The impact resonated like an apocalyptic thunderclap, and the three froze as they turned their heads to see the monster in the distance. And to Bakugo and Kirishima's surprise, the predatory gaze of the armor wing changed. The beast, which had previously displayed a dominant posture, now showed pure fear. Its eyes widened, and its wings slightly retracted, as if it knew that in the presence of Red Death, it was nothing more than prey. In the fire zone, Ojiro maintained his defensive stance as he took slow steps backward before a Death Gripper and a Razor Whip, both visibly wary of the young hero. However, the moment was shattered when a monstrous roar echoed through the area. The dragons, who had been in a defensive stance, instantly panicked. The two quickly backed away, running to hide behind one of the burning buildings. Ojiro furrowed his brows, feeling an uncomfortable chill. He couldn't see what was happening outside, but if the dragons were terrified, whatever it was far worse than anything they had ever faced. In the storm zone, the artificial rain fell with tremors, and even the raindrops faltered at times. Kota and Tokiyami stood cautiously, observing the changeling dragons around them. Everything seemed under control until the Red Death made its entrance. The impact and roar shook the ground. The changelings reacted instantly, turning invisible as an instinctive survival reflex. One of them, in desperation, knocked Kota and Tokiyami to the ground. The two panicked momentarily, thinking they were being attacked and about to be devoured. However, upon looking into the dragon's eyes, they noticed something unusual: fear. The creature wasn't hunting them. It was hiding alongside them. In the mountain zone, Momo, Kaminari, and Kyoka ran desperately, trying to escape the sentinel dragon. It finally caught up to them, landing right in front of the group. Before any of them could react, a devastating roar filled the air. All turned toward the source of the sound, and their blood ran cold. The Red Death was there, towering, crushing the USJ's ground with its mere presence. The three students froze in fear. But what truly sent them into a panic was the reaction of the sentinel dragon. It was blind, but the sound and vibration of the ground were enough. Its body trembled before it lowered its posture, shrinking as if trying to disappear. Kaminari looked at Momo and Kyoka, panic rising in his chest. Kaminari. If even that is scared, then, he couldn't finish the sentence, overwhelmed by terror upon seeing such a feared monster act like a mere insect before the Red Death. In the landslide zone, Shoto, Reika, and Toru were still face to face with the catastrophic Quake Dragon. However, when the Red Death landed at USJ, everything changed. The students were left speechless, their eyes wide at the sight of the titanic beast. But the biggest surprise came from the catastrophic Quake Dragon itself. Once imposing, it took a few steps back, its expression shifting to pure terror. Even it, a formidable creature, didn't dare challenge the presence of the Red Death. Toru. It's afraid. Shoto and Reika watched with a lump in their throats. If a dragon of that magnitude was hesitant, what did that mean for them? Back at the USJ entrance, the students who were still there witnessed the dome's destruction. The dust settled slowly, revealing the immense silhouette of the Red Death. The students and 13, who had been watching All Might's battle against the Nomu, felt an icy fear spread through their bodies. Trembling, with expressions of panic, on the massive stairs leading to the USJ entrance, Tsuyu was terrified. Mineta, who was in Tsuyu's arms, woke from his fainting spell, and upon seeing the Red Death, screamed in terror, clinging tightly to the girl. Mineta. Ah, what is that? What is that? He shrieked in a high-pitched, panicked voice, pointing at the Red Death. Aizawa. This isn't a natural disaster. This is Aizawa, still being carried by Ochako, widened his eyes and gaped in shock. He couldn't even finish his sentence, overwhelmed by pure dread. Ochako, the only one who knew this dragon, froze in place. Shock and fear consumed her as her mind struggled to process the sight before her. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her heart pounded. Ochako. Why did that thing end up here? The question echoed in her mind, but no answer came. Fear consumed her for an instant until another memory surfaced in her mind. Izuku. If the Red Death was here, then he and Fury. Were they here too? Were they nearby? Or could it be that they? No, she couldn't think about that. Not now. One thing was clear now. The battle had escalated, and USJ would never be the same again. Do your job, creature. Kill the man in front of you, he commanded loudly for the Red Death to hear, and apparently, the beast did, as it turned its gaze to All Might. All Might panted, tasting the metallic tang of blood in his mouth as he held his stance against the colossal creature. The masked villain and Kurogiri had disappeared, leaving him alone before the monstrosity thanks to Kurogiri's teleportation. The Red Death stared at him with predatory eyes, its massive claw rising, ready to crush him. The number one hero gathered all the strength he had left, ignoring the searing pain of his still bleeding abdominal wound, preparing to dodge or counterattack. However, before the creature could deliver the fatal blow, boom, a plasma shot struck the back of its head, forcing it to halt its attack and turn to face the source of the blast. The sound echoed throughout USJ, reverberating across the surrounding debris. The momentary silence was broken by the furious roar of the Red Death. All Might followed the dragon's gaze and saw, in the hole in the USJ dome. All Might, what? Izuku in a black dragon with blue and orange eyes, Fury. The young man was mounted on the creature with a determined expression, while Fury stared at the Red Death with gritted teeth and narrowed eyes. The Night Fury flapped its wings before Izuku said loudly, "Izuku, attack," he shouted before feeling his hair flowing in the wind from the charge. And behind them, a legion of dragons of various sizes and species emerged from the sky, passing through the hole in the structure and invading USJ. An army of winged creatures, all roaring and unleashing streams of fire and energy at the Red Death, which by now, had forgotten about All Might. The students at the USJ entrance were left stunned by the surreal sight unfolding before them. Sato. What is that? What's happening? Zero. Where did those things come from? 13. Don't get close. Regardless of whether they're against that thing, we'd better take this chance to get out of here. Mina. Is it just me, or is someone riding one of them? She asked in surprise, pointing at Fury. Shoji. Isn't that? He narrowed his eyes, looking closely at the moving dragon. Tenya. It's the green-haired guy. Is he with those things? He asked, shocked, as the dragons soared over the battlefield, attacking and circling the massive creature. The dragons surrounded the Red Death, unleashing flames and energy blasts. The monster roared, trying to retaliate with its head, bites, or small bursts of fire. But the dragons were agile, quickly dodging and attacking from all angles. The creature roared in fury, swinging its enormous head around, trying to track the relentless attacks. The students around USJ were in awe, unable to comprehend what was happening. Some pointed to the sky, while others stepped back, incapable of believing what they were witnessing. The dragons standing beside them, initially fearful, now rose up, surprised to see other dragons, small compared to the Red Death, but fighting the massive creature instead of fleeing. All Might was the most surprised of all, shocked and confused to see Izuku leading the dragons and riding one. All Might. What is he doing here? He asked, stunned as he watched his son, trying to track him in the air. On the long stairs of the USJ, where Tsuyu, Aizawa, Mineta, and Ochako stood, the group watched the surreal battle unfolding in the sky. Mineta. Please, someone tell me I'm not going crazy. You guys see that too, right? He asked, rubbing his eyes as he saw the horde of dragons surrounding the Red Death. Tsuyu. I see it, and there's more. Look. She shouted, pointing at Fury, more precisely at the young man riding on top of the dragon. Isn't that? She asked, surprised, turning her gaze to Ochako. Mineta. The quirkless guy from the cafeteria. Aizawa looked up with a serious expression, analyzing the situation. This went against every logical explanation he knew. Real dragons. The quirkless kid from the entrance exam leading an army of dragons and riding on top of one. How was this possible? Unlike the others, Ochako was smiling. Even without saying a word, an expression of happiness and relief spread across her face. Izuku wasn't just alive, he was here. He and Fury were here, and they had allies. Many, many allies. Up in the sky, Izuku watched as the Red Death twisted its enormous head, trying to reach the dragons surrounding it, using even its own claws and tail. Despite its lethal talons and ferocious bites, the dragons were fast, agile, diving and climbing in the air with skill around the beast. As Izuku firmly held Fury's reins, he noticed something amid the chaos of battle that made him frown. Around the USJ, there were still Class 1A students scattered across the training zones, and most of them were accompanied by dragons that weren't with them before, nor had seen them on the night of the rescue. Izuku, Fury, they weren't with us, right? He asked, looking at the dragons in the USJ zones. Fury, He glanced at the mentioned dragons during the flight, narrowing his eyes before becoming confused. Who were those dragons? What were they doing there? But what truly made Izuku's stomach tighten was the sight of his father beneath the Red Death. All Might was running, trying to escape the colossal beast's claws, still clutching his old wound. Blood dripped down his damaged uniform as he carefully avoided being crushed, even considering attacking. If he had any chance against the Red Death in his current state, it wasn't very likely. And Izuku, clenching his fists, wasn't going to stand by and watch. Izuku, everyone, get the young humans scattered around here, he shouted urgently to all the dragons, who, even while attacking the enemy, still heard him. Take them to that spot over there. It'll keep them a little farther from danger, he yelled, pointing at the USJ entrance before Fury dodged the Red Death's head, soaring over the creature and flying to its rear, avoiding even the tip of its tail. There are other dragons scattered around. Convince them to come too. Go, go, go. Hearing the young human's command, the dragons obeyed. Part of the group quickly split off, flying away from the enemy toward the scattered 1A students across the USJ. Meanwhile, those who remained around the Red Death continued their assault, swooping around the creature, unleashing blasts of fire or latching onto its body with bites. This included the lazy hot Burple, who perched on the Red Death's head and used his tail to smack the creature's eyes. Izuku, Fury, rescue time. Let's go, buddy. Fury let out a short roar in response and dove at high speed behind the Red Death. The wind whistled around them as they rapidly descended toward All Might, who was preparing a punch aimed at the Red Death's gut, unaware of the duo's approach. The moment they got close, Fury extended his claws and grabbed All Might by the shoulders, lifting him into the air without losing speed. All Might. Hey, what the hell? His body was suddenly lifted, making his heart race. Izuku. Got him, Fury. Fury, mid-flight, glanced at the man, who had a confused and anxious look as the dragon stared directly into his eyes, before Fury grinned at him, sticking out his tongue. Izuku. All right, buddy. Climbing up now, he called out as Fury refocused on their flight path. Before they could completely move away, the Red Death noticed the movement as they passed beneath it. Her eyes locked onto All Might, vaguely remembering the order it had received. Without further delay, the creature opened its mouth and began sucking in the air with absurd force, pulling everything toward its gaping maw, including the trio. Fury struggled to fly away, his wings beating as fast as they could. Izuku felt his body being pulled backward, his fingers gripping tightly onto his dragon friend's scales. All Might also fought to resist the suction force, holding onto Fury's legs. Until Izuku quickly pulled one of his explosive bombs from the pouch slung over his shoulder, the same bombs he had created and used during the entrance exam. Holding on firmly to Fury and glaring at the Red Death with rage, Izuku shouted. Izuku. Swallow this, he yelled as he hurled the bomb directly into the dragon's mouth. And a second later, the explosion went off inside the Red Death's throat. Though brief compared to Fury's blasts, the monster roared in agony, stopping the suction and writhing in pain. The explosion reverberated through the air. The Red Death roared in agony, shaking its head violently. Fury took the opportunity to flap his wings hard and fly away as fast as possible. All Might. Izuku, what are you doing here? Why are you riding that thing? What the hell is going on? He asked, still processing everything, though relieved he hadn't been swallowed alive. Izuku. I know there's a lot to explain, but now isn't the time. I need to save everyone, and save you, he spoke with a serious and determined expression. All Might felt something tighten in his chest upon hearing those words. He never thought he'd see his son like this. Strong, determined, leading an army of dragons against a colossal monster designed to kill him. Even in the face of immense danger, his son hadn't hesitated to save him, even after everything. As they reached the entrance of the USJ, Fury hovered above everyone and released All Might in the air, who landed on his feet. Around them, the students present. Tenya, Mina, Shoji, Siro, and Sato instinctively stepped back at the sight of the massive black dragon with blue and orange eyes so close to them. 13. All Might, are you okay? She asked worriedly, noticing the blood on the man's abdomen before turning to Izuku. Young man, what is the meaning of this? Why are you riding that thing? Izuku. Hello, 13. It's an honor to meet you. Look, all I can say is that you're safe now. We came here to help, so leave the rest to us. Before Fury could turn and shoot back into the air, All Might called out to the young man. All Might. Young man, wait. Knowing he was being addressed, Izuku faced his father. He expected a possible reprimand or an attempt to stop him from going into action. But looking deep into the man's eyes, they were filled with regret, but also pride. Though hesitant, fearing for his son's safety and well-being, All Might was going to fulfill what he had resolved to do. All Might. I just want to tell you. Please, be careful with that thing. And for the love of God, win this fight and stay alive. Young hero. He said with a smile and his fist slightly raised. Encouraging the boy, Izuku's eyes widened, his heart racing. For the first time, his father had called him something he had always wanted. Hero. For the first time, he not only saw his father encouraging him to take action, but also felt that All Might truly saw him as an equal. In response, Izuku nodded, maintaining a serious expression but with a faint, contained smile. Izuku. We'll be back, All Might. The man nodded in return, while the students were shocked to see All Might encouraging the boy to head straight into danger. The hero then looked into the dragon's eyes and said, All Might. Dragon, take care of him, please. And be careful too. Fury. Snorts through nostrils. That was his only response, but it was clear Fury meant, you got it. Izuku. Let's go, Fury. Fury turned around and beat his wings hard, soaring into the sky once more, while All Might and the others remained behind, watching from a distance. As they ascended, Izuku looked at the Red Death, still roaring in pain but recovering quickly. Izuku. Are you ready to finish this, buddy? Fury. Determined roar. The dragon let out a roar of agreement, his wings spreading wide for another attack. Izuku. That's what I'm talking about, he shouted, excited and exhilarated, as they flew backward, gaining distance but keeping their eyes locked on the colossal creature. As the Red Death continued to be attacked by the dragons all over its body, the dragon Hot Burple, who had been striking its tail tip at the beast's eyes, suddenly felt a massive pressure. A dragon known as Skrill flew to the Red Death's side and fired a bolt of energy directly at the exposed brain of the beast. The pain was excruciating, and as it roared even louder, the Red Death's entire body convulsed, forcing the dragons that were biting it to quickly retreat or risk being thrown to the ground by its wild thrashing, which continued relentlessly. On the grand staircase of the USJ, upon hearing the dragon's agonized roar, Aizawa turned and saw something that left him horrified. Aizawa. Watch out! Ochako, Mineta, and Tsuyu turned around and saw the tip of the Red Death's tail swinging toward them as the dragon spun its massive body in distress. The sudden movement filled the three with panic, and Aizawa, exhausted, considered using the last of his strength to launch his scarf and pull the students to safety. But before he could act, three dragons flew in at incredible speed and grabbed them with their claws, saving them just in time before that part of the stairs was struck and shattered by the sheer force of the tail. The Zippleback was the first to arrive, grabbing Tsuyu and Mineta in its claws and carrying them toward the entrance of the USJ. Mineta, upon seeing a two-headed dragon holding him and staring at him for a brief moment, fainted again. Aizawa was saved by Sigrid. She scooped him up and carried him away from danger. The hero was at a loss for words, not expecting to be rescued by one of these creatures. Ochako, on the other hand, was saved by the Light Fury, who swiftly descended and pulled her away from the Red Death's tail. During the flight, the dragoness locked eyes with Ochako for a moment. And Ochako, realizing she had been saved by the same Light Fury from before, smiled at her. Ochako. Thank you, Aurora. Not only did she express her gratitude, but she also, unknowingly, gave the Light Fury a name, Aurora. Upon hearing this, the dragon let out a gentle rumble and gave a faint smile as she continued her flight. When they reached the entrance of the USJ, the three dragons carefully set the students and Aizawa down, making sure they landed safely. While 13 checked on Aizawa's condition, Ochako looked around and saw something that surprised her, but also filled her with joy. Other dragons were bringing her classmates from Class 1A, carefully carrying them in their claws and setting them down, while the dragons that had been hiding within the USJ also emerged and landed safely nearby. Another Zippleback had brought Shoto, Reika, and Toru, who, to avoid being forgotten, had ended up riding on the dragon, poor thing, while the catastrophic quake followed closely behind. Bakugo. Put me down already, you ugly bastard. I said put me down, you piece of shit. Bakugo's shouting was due to the fact that the massive Crimson Goregutter had carried both him and Kirishima. Kirishima decided to keep quiet so as not to irritate the dragon, but Bakugo, of course, was not pleased in the slightest. The armor wing followed them to the safe zone as well. A Gronkle brought Ojiro, while the Death Gripper and Razor Whip dragons were also nearby, carrying small baby razor whips on their backs, which explained their behavior moments ago. A Deadly Natter brought Momo, Kaminari, and Kyoka, followed closely by the Blind Sentinels, who carefully landed around the entrance of the USJ. A monstrous Nightmare Dragon carried Kota and Tokiyami, while Changewings were also approaching, landing just behind them. Seeing all her classmates safe, Ochako felt a wave of relief. The dragons she and Izuku had rescued that night were now helping save these young humans, which made her even happier. Suddenly, she heard Fury's roar in the air, making her look up at the sky. With a worried expression and her hands on her chest, she gazed at the two figures in the air. Fury and Izuku were ready to carry out their plan to defeat the Red Death. As much as she trusted Izuku and Fury's strength, she knew the battle ahead would still be difficult. Ochako. Good luck, boys, she whispered, wishing them success in their plan. In the air above, Fury cut through the winds with agile flight. Izuku, his eyes sharp, analyzed every movement of the Red Death below them. The colossal dragon roared, its pain echoing across the battlefield as it struggled to recover from the previous attack. Izuku. Wait for my signal. The Night Fury let out an affirmative roar, its wings beating firmly to maintain stability in the air. The monstrous creature was still vulnerable, its mouth open in a ferocious roar as it writhed, while the surrounding dragons pulled back, flapping their wings. Izuku. Now, right at its throat. Fury didn't hesitate, his wings folded slightly, and with incredible speed and skill, the duo dove toward their enemy. The wind slammed against Izuku's face and hair. This was the perfect moment to strike, no mistakes. Meanwhile, the Red Death, realizing their approach, narrowed its three remaining eyes, locked onto the boy. It seemed furious at him. As the two closed in, the beast opened its mouth, gathering fire in its throat. Izuku. Hold on, hold on. The black dragon obeyed, holding back the shot in his throat, where the accumulated energy pulsed intensely, illuminating his mouth. To those watching at the entrance of the USJ, the battle looked like a clash of titans. Ochako clutched her chest, anxious. All Might, though confident, kept his gaze fixed, ready to intervene if necessary. The other students were stunned by the battle unfolding above them. Among them, Bakugo's eyes narrowed as he recognized who was riding the dragon. Bakugo. Deku. He was incredulous at seeing the boy there, and not at all pleased. Izuku. Now, Fury. At his friend's signal, Fury fired a plasma blast directly into the open mouth of the Red Death. But at the same time, the colossal dragon let out an infernal roar and unleashed a torrent of fire toward them. Seeing this, Fury had to dodge at the last moment, throwing their flight off balance. End of music. A blinding explosion illuminated the sky. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and at the entrance of the USJ, students and teachers shielded their eyes from the sudden brightness of both attacks. Ochako. Yagi. Dust and smoke rose around the impact site. From above, the two tumbled uncontrollably. Fury, though disoriented, moved quickly to cushion Izuku's fall, allowing the boy to land on him instead of hitting the ground directly. Izuku groaned in pain as he rolled on the ground. He clutched his left arm, feeling a searing pain. Fury got up and shook his head, rubbing his paws over his eyes to clear away the dust. But when he regained his vision and looked at Izuku, his eyes widened. Staring at him, he saw a severe burn caused by the Red Death's blast. Izuku had been hit on his left arm, leaving his jacket in tatters, forcing the boy to remove it from his torso while his skin and flesh burned. He gritted his teeth, groaning in pain. Fury. Worried and desperate growl. The Night Fury approached his friend, concerned as he examined the boy's arm. Izuku. It's okay, buddy. I'm fine. He said, resting his right hand on the dragon's head, forcing a crooked smile despite the pain. At least we did it. We won. But his hope was quickly shattered. Behind them, the massive body of the Red Death, which had collapsed, began to move. Then, with a beastly roar, it slowly rose again. Both of them turned around to witness the monster's silhouette looming over them once more. What they saw left not only the duo but everyone present, dragons and humans alike, stunned, mouths agape and eyes wide. Even with charred flesh on its stomach and part of its throat torn apart by Fury's blast, the creature was still alive. Now, driven purely by fury and a murderous instinct, it spread its imposing wings and flapped them violently, lifting itself off the ground. Its 3 eyes were locked onto the duo. And Izuku, seeing this, nearly blurted out, "Izuku! Oh, come on, you've gotta BF." He was interrupted when the creature roared furiously at both of them, forcing a gust of wind upon them. Its eyes were filled with fury and madness as the Red Death raised its colossal paw and swung it down toward Izuku and Fury, determined to crush them. Fury reacted instantly. With an agile leap, he tossed Izuku onto his back and flapped his wings forcefully. The Red Death's paw struck the ground with a destructive impact, sending a wave of dust and debris into the air, but the duo was already airborne. Even with the burning pain in his arm, especially in his hand, which was gripping Fury, Izuku knew they couldn't retreat. If they didn't end this here and now, no one would be safe. The Red Death also lifted itself slightly into the air, determined to kill them both. And so, the chase began. The cutting wind howled as Izuku and Fury sped through the USJ, with the Red Death roaring and pursuing them closely. Each powerful wingbeat from the creature created an overwhelming pressure in the air. Izuku, his eyes wide and mind racing, analyzed every movement of the monster as he looked back, waiting for the right moment. Izuku. It's going to fire. Left. Fury. The Night Fury obeyed instantly, veering sharply to the left just as a jet of fire shot past the spot where they had been seconds before. The scorching heat dried the air around them, making Izuku's eyes sting for a moment. The chase led them to the ruins zone. The crumbling buildings ahead stood as obstacles. Fury dove, weaved, and maneuvered between the structures in an agile and precise dance, while Izuku held on tightly to his friend. The Red Death, however, didn't bother to dodge. It simply charged forward in a straight line, smashing through buildings, tearing down concrete and steel as if they were mere twigs. Each impact made the ground tremble, but the beast did not stop. Izuku. Damn it. To the right, Fury, he grumbled, already tired of watching the dragon, which fired again, forcing Fury to swerve in another direction. As soon as they escaped the destroyed concrete jungle, they flew over the mountain zone. As they passed overhead, 2 silhouettes watched everything from below. A masked man and a shadowy figure with yellow eyes observed the battle intently. Izuku saw them, but there was no time to question it. Not with the Red Death opening its mouth again, preparing another fire attack while still on their tail. Izuku. Fury, dive and roll now. The dragon obeyed, spinning in the air as the fire beam blazed past them. The infernal heat came so close that Izuku felt his skin tingle. As soon as they stabilized their flight alongside the creature, Izuku noticed something concerning. The charred flesh on the Red Death's throat and stomach was slowly regenerating. Even though the scales weren't growing back, the creature was restoring its flesh. Izuku. You've got to be kidding me. Before they could react, the creature locked onto them and fired another shot. Fury ascended rapidly, escaping by a hair's breadth. Izuku. Think. There's got to be a way to bring this thing down once and for all, his mind raced. His eyes scanned the dragon's body, searching for a definitive weak point. One that would end this fight for good. And then, he saw it. On the side of the Red Death's head, its exposed brain pulsed grotesquely. The sight triggered a memory. When Skrill had struck that point before, the creature had screamed in agony. If the Red Death reacted that way to an attack there, even more than when it had been shot from inside its throat, then that could be the key. The weak spot. Izuku. There. Fury. That might be it, he said, pointing with his right arm, prompting the Night Fury to follow his gaze and see what his friend meant. Let's attack straight at the brain. And this time, we're going all in. Fury let out a determined roar, confirming his friend's words. The duo ascended into the sky, gaining altitude, even surpassing the USJ dome. The Red Death, furious, followed them, spewing fire uncontrollably in all directions, trying to bring them down. But Fury was faster and more agile, dodging each of its blasts. Zero. Huh, where are they going? Ojiro. Are they trying to take that thing away? Kaminari. And where would they even go right now? Shoto. It would be very reckless to do that without a plan. Tenya. Too risky. Tsuyu. Ochako, tell me your friend has a plan in mind, she asked, fearful as she looked at the brown-haired girl, who was just as worried as she and the others. However, still hopeful. Correction. If there was anyone as worried as Ochako, it was All Might, who, upon seeing his son and the dragons disappear from view, heading outside the USJ, felt his heart tighten as he clenched his fists. Struggling against the protective and negative thoughts about his son's safety, he took a deep breath. He could only hope that whatever plan his son had, that it would work. After all, he had to admit, his son was much smarter than he was. Back to the duo. When Izuku saw that they had reached the highest point they could, taking the Red Death with them, our green-haired hero made a bold decision. He let go of Fury. With his arms open, Izuku began to fall directly toward the Red Death, his gaze locked downward, at the monster. Fury dived right after him, ceasing to fly and plummeting as well. In midair, as both fell, one in front of the other, they exchanged a look, and a determined smile appeared on Izuku's face, mirrored by Fury, who smiled back. It was the clearest demonstration of one thing: trust. Izuku. Ready, buddy. The dragon roared, closing in and wrapping Izuku with his wings and paws, shielding him from the Red Death's last fire attack. Fury endured the surrounding flames, his main concern being Izuku, whom he held protectively in his winged embrace. Inside, Izuku felt the unbearable heat from the fire, combined with the pain in his left arm from the burn, but even so, he remained focused, his expression determined. Izuku. Just like it said in the book. You have a shooting limit, he muttered with a resolute look. Outside, the fire stopped, and the reason: the Red Death had run out of firepower, having overused its flames. It had exceeded its limit. Even wanting to continue, the Nomu Red Death could no longer attack. The moment the fire ceased, Fury spun in the air and released the boy as he spread his wings. Izuku and Fury descended like two meteors toward the Red Death, which was now, coughing, from having surpassed its fire limit. Distracted and with its guard down, Izuku. We're going beyond, he shouted, raising his right fist, while the Night Fury lifted his left paw, claws ready to pierce and tear. Izuku, Fury. Plus Ultra. ROOOOOAAAARRRRRRRRRR. The creature raised its head upon hearing Izuku's yell, but it was too late. Izuku's fist and Fury's claws struck the exposed brain of the beast at the same time. The Red Death's brain was completely pierced through. The monster let out a roar of pain and agony. And this time, it was its last. As its roar was silenced, its eyes dimmed, and its colossal body began to plummet in free fall. At the USJ entrance, everyone heard the Red Death's final roar before seeing the enormous body break through the dome hole, falling and crashing into the central plaza of the USJ with a massive impact. Like this, BOOOOM. Creating not only a giant dust cloud, sending debris into the air and covering everything in dirt, but also a powerful shockwave that sent strong winds crashing against everyone's bodies. Strong enough to make them shield their faces, but not enough to knock them down. And what followed after that? Nothing. Just silence. The wind ceased, leaving only a dense cloud of dust in the air, obscuring the view of everyone at the USJ entrance toward the central plaza. The students of Class 1A, the teachers, and the present dragons stared intently at the impact site of the Red Death, anxious to see the outcome. All Might took a step forward, the tension visible on his face. His heart pounded against his chest, his mind filled with doubt and hope. Momo. Did they win? She was the only one who dared to ask while looking at the dust cloud. Kyoka. I can't hear anything, she said, pressing one of her jacks against the ground while kneeling. Shoji. Me neither. In the sky, the dragons that had scattered during the battle began to converge around the dust cloud. Meanwhile, the dragons that had remained at the entrance also decided to check, prompted by Sigrid's growl, as they flew after her. Their wings beating in unison created air currents that started to dissipate the dust, gradually revealing the colossal body of the Red Death, sprawled on the ground, motionless. And dead. Finally dead. At first, relief washed over the humans. The beast was slain, but that relief quickly turned into new concern, especially for Ochako and All Might. Where were Izuku and Fury? Ochako took a step forward, her wide eyes frantically scanning the scene, growing more apprehensive. Meanwhile, the hero felt a tightness in his chest. His gaze locked onto the fallen monster, searching for any sign of movement. Or in the air, looking for Fury. If Fury was there, then Izuku would be too. But Fury was nowhere to be seen, which only increased his worry. Sigrid and the other dragons began growling and roaring, as if calling for Izuku and Fury, their voices echoing across the battlefield. And was there a response? No. That alone made the distress grow with each passing second for both species. Until there was movement on the creature's brain. What seemed like a final spasm from the Red Death's corpse made all the humans hold their breath, while the dragons bared their teeth, ready to attack. The exposed brain of the Nomu began to shift, creating a moment of sheer horror. But before anyone could react, a sound echoed. A low growl, followed by a firm movement. And what came next was Fury. Fury emerged from the twisted mass of flesh, his wings stretching slightly as he pulled himself up onto the top of the Red Death's skull. His black fur stood in stark contrast to the bloodied remains of the creature, and he panted heavily, but he was alive. So alive that, upon seeing his dirty body, he immediately shook himself clean before scanning the surroundings. Seeing his people staring at him, relieved and joyous to see their heir alive. But the best part was yet to come. When Fury turned his head back. Where Izuku Yagi appeared, the young hero emerged shortly after, gasping, his lungs desperately seeking oxygen. He knelt atop the Red Death's brain, his shoulders rising and falling with each heavy breath. His burned left arm trembled, but he remained steady. And, more importantly, alive. The surrounding dragons were the first to react. One roar, then another. Soon, every dragon in the USJ roared in unison, celebrating Izuku and Fury's victory. The collective sound of their roars was like fireworks, charged with emotion and respect. Sigrid roared loudly, flapping her wings in celebration at the sight of her son and Izuku alive. Even little Kuro, who had stayed far from danger until now, let out a small, cute roar upon seeing his brother and his human safe. Fury approached his human friend, lowering his head and nudging Izuku's shoulder with his snout. The boy, still with his head down, remained motionless for a few seconds, listening to the roars around him. And that made him clench his burned fist. His left arm trembled, the pain scorching his skin and flesh, but he ignored it. With every ounce of strength he had left, he stood atop the skull, slowly raising his fist to the sky and Izuku. He let out a cry. A cry of pure emotion, a cry of victory, of triumph over the impossible. One that resembled a roar, reverberating deep in his chest. Fury wasn't far behind. His eyes gleaming with joy and determination, the dragon spread his wings wide and roared to the sky, joining his voice with Izuku's. Fury. R-O-O-O-O-O-O-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-R. The dragons answered. One by one, their roars rang out with increasing intensity, and the stomping of their feet on the ground joined in rhythm, like drums marking the celebration, turning the battlefield into a symphony of glory. At the entrance of USJ, Ochako pressed her hands against her chest, her eyes welling with tears. She couldn't hold them back as she watched her friend and beloved scream to the skies in victory. The students of Class 1A were also stunned, yet, in a way, happy about the victory. They might not know Izuku well, but one thing was certain, it was he and Fury who had saved them that day. Of course, the only one who wasn't happy about it was Bakugo. Not only had Deku appeared riding a dragon, but he had also defeated one 3 times the size of all the others there. In other words, he was pissed that Izuku had stolen the spotlight. And him of all people, a quirkless nobody. Bakugo. Deku, he thought, taking a deep breath filled with rage and envy. Meanwhile, All Might took a deep breath, absorbing everything he was witnessing. He had doubted, he had feared, but there was his son. Alive, fighting, pushing past his limits, once, again. The world's greatest hero found no words. He simply smiled, allowing pride and joy to flood his heart. Izuku and Fury, together, had defeated an unimaginable monster. Here we are again, but this time with a black screen. Completely dark, with nothing on it. The screen stays black for a few seconds, until finally we get an image, slightly shaking, where we can also hear the peaceful sounds of a playground, children laughing, parents chatting, the metallic creak of swings, little footsteps in the sand. "Look at that beautiful castle. So good," said a woman who was recording her daughter playing in the sand with her phone. The little girl, around 4 years old, had dug a hole using a toy shovel, gathering sand to build her little castle. Suddenly, the girl stopped and looked up at the sky. "Mommy, what's that in the sky?" she asked curiously, pointing upward. "What is it, sweetheart? Are you seeing a?" She cut herself off mid-sentence as she turned her camera to the sky, which shook slightly when she gasped. "Oh my God." In the sky, dozens of winged silhouettes dashed through the clouds at high speed, covering them and flying in formation behind Red Death, who was the main force leading this living wave of scales and wings. Obviously, it wasn't just the woman who saw it, others around began to notice this strange event as well. And while this footage was still playing, the size of the screen slowly shrank, revealing that this video was just one among many others capturing the event from the previous chapter. For example, in another recording, the camera shakes as a young man films from the street, his face sweaty and eyes wide open. "Guys, look at this. Look at this. I swear I'm not editing this. I swear to God, there's like things flying over us," he said, freaking out while pointing his camera upwards, showing the dragons soaring, covering the sky, even if just for a moment. "Guys, I'm shaking here. What is this? Is it a demon? A dragon? What is this? Is anyone else seeing this?" In another recording, as the screen pulls back, the camera of an office worker shows a meeting being abruptly interrupted as they witness the event in the distance. People gather at the panoramic glass windows, mouths agape. "Oh my God, is it an attack?" asked one employee. "It must be an invasion. It's the apocalypse. Oh, Father, the day of reckoning has come. We're doomed," said another employee, who dropped to his knees with his hands clasped and head bowed. Desperate. Another video shows the inside of a car. Engines off, horns silenced. People step out of their vehicles, all looking upward. "Look, boss, so you know I'm not joking. Look at what's going on here," said the driver of another car, filming not just the stopped traffic, but also the dragons. Even some heroic figures like Mount Lady and Kamui Woods, who had just stopped a train robbery. Kamui Woods seen holding the restrained criminals with his branches, standing on top of the halted vehicle, got distracted. One of the bystanders recording the scene immediately stopped focusing on them as the dragons began to block out the sky, catching the attention of both heroes as well. "Mount Lady. What?" the giant-sized heroine asked, looking up. "Kamui Woods. What does this mean?" he asked, confused. The villains, still caught in his branches, also looked up and were stunned. In another recording, the heroine known as Mirko, who was on top of a building, started recording as well, showing both the event and herself. Mirko. "Hey, Ryuko. You might be busy right now, but do you have anything to do with that up there? Because there's, like, I don't know, a freaking army of dragons flying over the city," she said casually while still filming. "Look at this and get back to me quick, because I'm pretty sure there's a villain's hand in this." And lastly, a camera shakes as it's lifted in a hurry, this time a bit heavier. "Is it recording? Is it getting everything?" asked a young female reporter, standing near a cafe, surrounded by onlookers. Yes, I'm recording everything," replied the cameraman, his lens fixed on the event happening above them. They're dragons. Real dragons, said the woman, breathless. What could be happening? Is this some kind of apocalypse? Invasion? A miracle of nature? What could it be? She asked while staring at the cloud of dragons flying overhead. As the cameraman focused his camera on Red Death, he briefly zoomed in on one of the dragons flying closest to her, Fury. Wait a second. It looks like there's someone riding one of them, he said, shocked, keeping the camera steady. What? Are you serious? Can you zoom in? She was equally stunned, curiosity lighting up her face as the cameraman zoomed in on Fury. Well, can you see who it is? Before the man could answer, all recordings cut off abruptly, once again fading into a black screen, leaving only silence. However, one thing was now clear. The secret of the dragon's existence no longer exists. Back to where we left off, outside the shattered USJ Dome, several police vehicles had arrived, along with most of the UA staff, who entered in hurried, heavy steps, especially after seeing the front gate of the facility destroyed. Class 1A students, still gathered around the entrance, quickly turned around to see who was approaching behind them. All Might, Aizawa, and 13 turned as well, with the number 1 hero instinctively assuming a battle-ready stance, though it turned out to be unnecessary. The UA team had finally arrived. Midnight, Present Mike, Snipe, Vlad King, Power Loader, Smintos, Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, and perched on Vlad King's broad shoulder was none other than Nezu, the principal of UA, wearing an unusually serious and alert expression. Vlad King. We got here as fast as we could. From campus, we saw a giant creature flying in this direction, other smaller ones following it, he said as the team stepped forward, positioning themselves between the students. Nezu. I had to rally as many reinforcements as possible, but I had to end quite a few classes because of it. Midnight. Are you okay, All Might? She asked, worried, noticing the blood soaking through his shirt. All Might. I'm fine. Nothing recovery girls care can't fix, he said with one hand over the wound, while Mike checked on his friend Eraserhead, still sitting on the ground. Snipe's sharp eyes quickly spotted Red Death's colossal body lying in the center of the plaza below, surrounded by dragons of all sizes and colors. Instinctively, he drew one of his pistols and raised it. Snipe. They're still here, he shouted in alarm. But before he could aim, All Might moved quickly, stepping beside the hero and reaching out to lower his arm, stopping him. All Might. No, don't even think about it. Those creatures down there aren't our enemies, he said firmly, while Snipe looked confused. Snipe. They're not. Ectoplasm. How do you know? Momo. They helped us. They brought us here safely. It's true. The girl's comment caught the adults' attention. Kaminari. Not to mention they were fighting that huge guy. He was the real bad one. Suyu. They saved us just when we needed it, despite the creature attacking. Shoto. They're not exaggerating. Those dragons pulled us out of danger. He stepped forward, offering his testimony too. Present Mike. Dragons. Wait, real dragons. Those things are dragons. Present Mike furrowed his brows and scratched his head lightly, still processing what he was seeing. Kirishima. I thought they were bad at first too. They just appeared out of nowhere and started attacking the villains and us too, he said, glancing briefly at Bakugo, who had an angry look on his face as he stared down at the central plaza. Ojiro. From what I saw, I think they were scared. Defending themselves from the villains. They probably thought we were threats too. Toru. Only the big one seemed truly dangerous and completely evil. While the teachers absorbed the information, an unexpected voice spoke up. Koda. Some of them, helped me and Tokiyami. When the monster showed up, they, he said timidly, eyes glued to the ground, but seeing that he was struggling to finish the sentence, Tokiyami continued. Tokiyami. They were just as frightened as we were, to the point of pushing us to hide with them. Reika. Even if they were scared, they still looked pretty dangerous to me, she said, neutral and indifferent. Hound Dog. Wait, villains. Midnight. There were villains here too. All Might. There still might be. Especially their leader, the one with the mask. He brought that massive dragon here, specifically to kill me. But that thing's dead now, thanks to the boy. The eyes of the reinforcements turned in the direction All Might pointed. Atop the skull of the Red Death, Izuku Yagi and Fury still stood. Both motionless, staring out into the distance, as if still expecting something to appear. And upon seeing the boy, everyone was immediately surprised, not just to see the number one hero's son there, but to see him surrounded by dragons. Power loader. Wait a sec, that's my student. What's he doing here? He asked, shocked. Before anyone could answer, Ochako stepped forward. Ochako. He came to help. When everything seemed lost, he was the one who showed up and brought those dragons with him, she said, drawing the attention of both the adults and their classmates. He and Fury had already planned to take down the Red Death, that's why they knew how to defeat it for good. And they did it. Caught up in the emotion, she didn't realize she had said more than she should have. Suyu. Red Death. 13. Fury. That's the name of his dragon, she asked, confused. Aizawa. How do you know that? Uraraka. Bakugo. Since when did you know that? Round face, he asked, incredulous and curious. Ochako's eyes widened for a brief second, nervous that she had let this information slip. Ochako. It's just, I heard, she stammered, trying to come up with something. But with so many eyes on her, her mind kind of froze. Before any more questions could be asked, a roar echoed through the air, cutting through the tension like a knife. Fury. R-O-O-O-O-O-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-R. Everyone turned toward the sound. Up above, flying slowly, was the Night Fury. Its wings flapped as its agile, black body gained altitude. Mounted on his back was Izuku. Fury turned with him, checking to make sure his friend was holding on tight, and with a powerful flap of his wings, they flew together toward the mountainous zone of the USJ, drawing confused looks from everyone. Mina. Where are they going? All Might. I think I have an idea, he said with a serious expression. Mountain Zone. The masked villain remained standing, arms crossed behind his back, unmoving before the fallen body of the Red Death. At his side, Kurogiri's purple mist swirled in the cold wind coming from the mountainous zone. He stepped forward, looking down at the creature's corpse, eyes widened, or at least, that's what the tone of his voice suggested. Kurogiri. Unbelievable, that creature was supposed to be invincible. The masked one said nothing. The eyes behind the mask were locked on the battlefield, watching the dragons who, after the fall of the Red Death, had turned against the beast's corpse, as if taking revenge or unleashing their rage on the monster. Kurogiri. Who is that boy, and how did he do that? Kurogiri's voice carried disbelief and tension. The masked figure, however, simply watched in silence. Until a familiar roar filled the skies, coming from above them. Fury. R-O-O-O-O-O-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-R. They both looked up. A black blur zipped across the sky, gliding with precision. Fury gained altitude, eyes focused, mouth open, and then began descending like lightning, directly toward the two villains. The Night Fury. Kurogiri. Get down. Fury fired a plasma blast that barely skimmed over the two villains, hitting the ground and exploding in smoke, dust, and stone fragments. They were only spared because Kurogiri acted quickly, opening a portal with his body and pulling the masked one a few meters back, avoiding a direct hit. The smoke from the impact slowly began to clear over the hill as the two villains fixed their eyes on the silhouette emerging from the middle of it. The sound of Fury's claws digging into stone echoed, steady. The Night Fury narrowed his eyes, alert, wings partially open, ready to fly or strike at any sign. Beside him, Izuku dismounted from his back with a firm movement. Even though his left arm was visibly burned and completely unusable, still, the boy was standing. Enduring the pain in his arm. Absolutely. But the rage and determination burned brighter than the flesh on his arm, and it showed on his face. He took 2 steps forward, stopping beside the dragon. Izuku. Keep your eyes on those two. If they make any suspicious moves, you know what to do. Fury. Low, threatening growl. That was his answer, eyes locked on the two villains, pupils narrow. Kurogiri remained motionless, staring at the boy expressionlessly. The masked villain, however, upon realizing the boy's gaze was fixed on him, reflexively, took 2 steps back. He noticed it, looking down at his own feet, surprised and disbelieving. What? I stepped back, he thought, staring at his feet. I was afraid of this boy. With an intense look, Izuku took another step forward, and with a firm, bitter voice, he raised his right arm and pointed his index finger straight. Izuku. Who are you? What are you doing here? What's your connection to the Red Death? Kurogiri remained silent, but the masked man slightly raised his head, his mask facing directly toward Izuku. You know that dragon's name? His voice was calm, almost emotionless, and filled with fascination. So, it was you who freed the dragons that night. Izuku. Don't dodge my questions. Oh, I'm merely impressed, young one. They obeyed you so naturally today. As if you were their leader. How did you manage that? How did a boy convince a group of dragons to attack one of the most dangerous dragon predators? Just because you freed them, and showed compassion. Izuku clenched his teeth. He didn't need to hear more. Those two were definitely involved. The villain's wording, his questions, his almost obsessive curiosity. Izuku. So it was you. You're behind all of this. You still haven't answered my questions. Izuku. Because you're in no position to ask anything. He stepped forward again, fury moving with him and growling. I'll ask one more time. Who are you? Today, I am no one. An observer. A faceless. If you want, you can call me that. That's all I need to be, for now at least. His response, or rather, the clear lack of a real answer, made Izuku clench his right fist. Izuku. What's your plan? Why imprison the dragons? Are you going to tell me you intended to turn them all into the same kind of monster that thing became? The masked one stayed silent for a few seconds. The hilltop wind blew through the faceless one's cloak and Izuku's hair, the air thick with tension. Until he turned his head toward Izuku and answered. Faceless. Those questions, you've grown attached to them, to the dragons. Izuku. What? Izuku frowned. He didn't understand at first. Faceless. Your tone, your expression, even your stance. You're angry because we hurt them. You feel for them. You care about them. Izuku. That's beside the point. Faceless. Is it? You gave the Night Fury beside you a name. That's more than affection. That's connection. Don't tell me you're one of them. He tilted his head slightly. Tell me, are you, by any chance, a descendant of a dragon rider? Izuku. For someone who talks a lot, you say very little. Seriously, I'm starting to get annoyed. If you keep playing this game, I won't hesitate to tell Fury to go for you. Fury. RRRRAAAAGGH. The Night Fury raised his head and spread his wings wide, roaring, baring his teeth and sharpening his gaze. Kurogiri got into a fighting stance, but Faceless raised a hand, stopping him, as he stepped forward. Faceless. Would you really give that order, young man? Even without knowing who I am? Even though, perhaps, I could offer you answers. Izuku. Are you trying to test me? Because I'm not in the best mood today. Izuku's reply was followed by a small gust of wind whistling between the mountain rocks, and the silence between their words seemed to grow increasingly unbearable. The Faceless took a deep breath, as if pondering. Then, he slowly raised his arms and said, Faceless. Very well, since you insist on answers, he replied calmly, aiming the eyes of his mask at Izuku's gaze. I brought the Red Death to kill. All Might. Upon hearing that, Izuku's eyes widened before he clenched his teeth. It wasn't easy to find the thing and get it to obey me, but after much pain and persistence, our first Nomu dragon was a success. The Red Death had everything it needed to succeed in its mission, but in case it failed, I would have used the dragons you released, and more. He said it without a trace of emotion, fear, or remorse, even as the duo clearly disliked what they were hearing, especially Fury. A shame you and your friend interfered twice. But it's fine. That was just a minor setback. Fury. RRRRAAAAWWWWWW. The roar sliced through the air like a blade of pure rage, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon leapt forward, claws carving the rocky ground with each stride. The Faceless moved one hand back and pulled out a compact crossbow strapped to his back. With swift and trained precision, he loaded and fired a dart toward the dragon. The sound of the projectile cutting through the air echoed, but Fury twisted midair with feline agility, dodging it with ease and scraping the ground slightly with his claws before charging once more at the villain. The Faceless rolled aside at the last moment, evading the savage attack. Dust rose where Fury landed, the impact cracking the stone slightly. The dragon immediately swung his neck and prepared for another leap when he saw the villain on his knees, but before he could pounce again, the villain raised his hand. Faceless. Hold on, dragon. If I were you, I'd pay closer attention. Fury. Hurrah. The dragon looked confused before turning his head as his ears picked up a faint thud. Then his eyes widened when he saw Izuku on his knees. Izuku. What? He was kneeling on the ground, one hand clutching his stomach, where he had just pulled out the dart. Oh no. He muttered, panting, sweat running down his forehead. His eyes flickered, struggling to stay open. What is this? Fury ran to him, forgetting the villain. His body hit the ground as he slid to his human friend, touching him with his snout, pressing against him as if trying to shield him with his own body. The concern in his eyes was clear, nearly desperate. Fury. Worried growling. He sniffed him, restless, as if calling for his friend. Faceless. Don't worry, dragon. He said in a calm, cold, low voice. What was in the dart won't kill him. At least, not with just one dose. He raised the now reloaded crossbow again. But with two, that's a different story. Especially with that other arm of his already in that state. Izuku tried to stand, but not only did his legs give out, his right arm gave in as well. He collapsed onto one knee, panting, feeling all his remaining energy and adrenaline slip away. Fury let out a deep growl. His wings spread, not to flee, but to shield Izuku. He faced the villain. His wild eyes now burned with pure resolve. His mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs, and a glow began to form in his chest, ready to unleash fire. Faceless. That's right, keep going. Fury began to charge energy in the glands of his throat, about to fire a plasma blast, and the Faceless one prepared to shoot the dragon, until... Bang! A shot hit the Faceless's crossbow, shattering it into pieces. Bang! The second bullet struck the villain's arm, making him stagger back a step. He looked at his wounded arm in shock before following the shot's trajectory back to the USJ entrance. There, with a single pistol still raised, stood the hero Snipe. But before the Faceless could react, a shadow loomed over him. He slowly turned his head upward, and realized too late. All Might had leapt from the USJ entrance, now descending toward the villain with a clenched fist. All Might. AAARRRGGGHHHH. Faceless rolled to the side at the last second. The punch obliterated the ground of the hill with a devastating impact, kicking up dust, rocks, and a gust of wind that dragged the villain's body a short distance away, making him fall and roll on the ground. All Might, standing with just a little time left, turned his head, feeling a pain in his heart at the sight of what had happened. All Might. Izuku. He rushed to his son, kneeling beside the boy as Fury moved back just enough to let him get closer. Son, hang in there. I'm here. Look at me, look at me. Are you okay? Izuku. I can't get up, he said, sweat rolling down his forehead as he fell back on the ground. I can't. I just can't. Fury. Grr, he growled in rage, glaring from behind All Might, who also turned to look at the dragon, without letting go of the young man. Kurogiri, meanwhile, approached Faceless, his misty body already twisting into teleportation swirls. Kurogiri. We're too exposed, sir. We must leave. Faceless, facing Kurogiri's mist, took one last look at Izuku and All Might. Then, calmly lifted his head and spoke loudly and clearly. Faceless. You got lucky today, All Might. If not for him, you'd be dead. His voice was still calm but carried a poisonous edge. But don't be fooled. This isn't over yet. All Might gritted his teeth, rising slightly, ready to strike him again, but the portal was already closing around the villains. Before disappearing completely, Faceless, this time, had his gaze, even through the mask, fixed on Izuku, who was now, barely conscious. Faceless. I hope to see you again, Dragon Rider. But next time, I hope you're in full form. That was the last thing he said before he and Kurogiri vanished into the air, Kurogiri's body leaving no trace behind. All Might. Bastard, he growled, clenching his fists. Anger boiled in his blood, but there was nothing else he could do. He turned around, his expression changing as he saw Izuku now completely unconscious in his arms. The dragon, meanwhile, was quiet, resting his snout on the boy's only good hand. All Might. Son? He asked, shaking the boy gently by the shoulder, but Izuku remained unconscious. But seeing his son's other arm, the flesh burned and getting worse, worried him deeply. All Might. Dragon, I don't know if you understand me. His words caught Fury's attention, who stared into his eyes, slightly wary. But, could you help me? 2 minutes later, outside the USJ, Snipe stood next to one of the police trucks, his pistol already holstered, speaking seriously to Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa, who was taking notes on his usual clipboard. Snipe. Ectoplasm found a few more villains alive inside the facility. They're too scared to resist arrest, but they're alive. He pointed with his thumb at the facility behind him. Most of them are dead, at least for now. Ectoplasm is still sweeping the area, but he left some of those villains at the USJ entrance. You'll find them there, Tsukauchi. Understood. Officer Fujiwara, take a team to the designated point. Retrieve the villains and load them into the detention trucks. Understood. You heard him. Let's move in, but stay sharp, said the officer in question, leading a team of officers who quickly organized and rushed to the USJ gate, but stopped immediately. All eyes widened, and all footsteps ceased. The reason, on the other side of the gate, slowly approaching from the destroyed structure, was Fury, with Izuku unconscious on his back, the boy's arms dangling, body limp, and face pale. All Might walked beside the creature, clutching his own abdomen, taking slow, heavy steps, but still walking firmly. Fighting against his time limit. But clearly, that concern was secondary compared to what was beside him. What the hell is that? Careful, it could be dangerous. Are there more of those things inside? All Might. Please, just let him through. The dragon's eyes scanned the police officers, who stepped back 1 or 2 paces as they saw the dragon pass by. Cautious, wary, Fury held a firm and imposing posture, as if any threat would be answered immediately with teeth, claws, and firepower. The paramedics froze at the sight of him approaching. It was impossible not to feel fear. They were witnessing a creature previously unknown. What the hell is that? Why is All Might walking next to that thing? It doesn't matter, there's a hurt boy over there. Tsukauchi. Izuku, what is going on here? He thought, shocked to see the unconscious boy lying on top of the dragon. Not far from there, the students from Class 1A, who were being kept safe by 13 and Midnight, all turned their eyes toward the creature and the boy on it. Kirishima. Hey, it's the dragon guy. Kaminari. Dude, that dragon look awesome. Tenya. We better not get too close. Mineta. That dragon's friendly, right? Mina. Oh my gosh. Look at his arm. Kyoka. That's messed up. Tokiyami. At this point, I believe he'll need. Zero. Let's hope it won't come to that. Toru. Poor guy, it must hurt a lot. Reika remained silent, but her eyes were fixed on the fallen boy. A boy who, as far as she knew, was a quirkless from the support course, and yet, he already had not just one, but several dragons as allies. Bakugo. GCH, he grumbled, crossing his arms and turning his gaze away, as if he didn't care at all about what he was seeing. But Ochako Uraraka couldn't hold herself back when she saw the current state of her friend and neighbor. Ochako. Yagi, Yagi, she shouted before she could think, running toward the dragon. 13. Wait, Uraraka. The police officers and teachers were startled, trying to stop her by instinct, but Fury immediately recognized the girl. His eyes lost their threatening and suspicious look, and his tail shifted slightly so she could approach. Ochako. Yagi. Oh my god. Your arm. She gently held his good hand, her eyes filled with tears. He'll be okay, right? She asked while looking at the hero, who briefly paused to look at the girl. All Might. I certainly hope so. That was all he could say, while Fury let out a low growl, a sound resembling a sorrowful whimper. He looked at her, then at Izuku. You two, please, we need to get him into the ambulance, quickly, he said, looking at 2 paramedics, who snapped out of their shock and immediately got to work. With the help of the 2 paramedics, All Might and Fury carefully moved Izuku into the ambulance. The stretcher was ready, and Izuku was gently placed on it. All Might then looked at Fury and extended his hand. All Might. Good job, dragon. Fury, however, stepped toward the side of the ambulance, clearly wanting to go in as well, which stirred up the team. Hey, No, no, no. You can't go in there, said a man, raising both hands toward the dragon. Fury didn't like the gesture and made the man take a step back when he saw how the Night Fury was glaring at him. All Might. He can't come. I'm sorry, All Might, but there's no room in here, and we need to move quickly to treat the boy, said a woman, pointing to Izuku's arm. You need to tell this dragon he can't come inside. All Might. But he hesitated, looking at both the boy and Fury. Fury let out a low growl, his eyes filled with sadness. Almost like a child protesting not wanting to be separated from a friend. Ochako. Fury, she called out to the dragon, touching his head and getting his attention. I know you're scared. I am too, but please let them take care of him. You'll see Yagi again, I promise, she said while stroking Fury's scaly neck. The dragon looked at her. His eyes reflected the pain, worry, and desperation he felt. The same feelings he had 3 months ago when his home was attacked and he thought he had lost everything. And now, he was feeling all of that again because of his first and best human friend. The one he had cared for over 2 months. However, one thing the Night Fury was sure of. His friend would be well cared for, and Ochako's words only reinforced that. Finally, with a heavy sigh and his head lowered, he stepped away. Ochako. We'll see him soon, okay, she said with her hand on Fury's head before looking at All Might one last time. As for the hero, upon witnessing the dragon's affection and concern for his son, along with the girl's worry, he raised his hand and, hesitantly, under the dragon's gaze. All Might placed his hand on Fury's head, and the dragon quietly accepted the gesture. All Might. Thank you, for taking care of him. That was all he could say before the vehicle's doors closed and it departed with sirens blaring, disappearing among the police cars. Fury remained where he was, his eyes fixed on the spot where the ambulance had disappeared, before slowly sitting down on the ground. His behavior resembled that of a dog or cat waiting for their owner. In this case, it was a dragon waiting for his friend. Ochako stayed by his side in silence, sharing the same feeling as the Night Fury. Until the sound of light footsteps approached. Nezu. You seem quite close to young Yagi, girl, and to this dragon as well. She turned, seeing the small UA principal, Nezu, walking toward her after getting down from Vlad King's shoulder, who was also approaching alongside the police chief. Ochako. P. Principal. Yes, I'm friends with them. Nezu. Good to know. He nodded with a gentle smile. I heard from both you and All Might that young Yagi arrived at the USJ with a group of dragons. Dragons that are still inside. And now, with the USJ shut down because of the invasion, we have a little problem. Ochako. Problem? I don't understand. Vlad King. The USJ is now officially a crime scene. But there are a dozen dragons inside thanks to the boy, and, well, no one really knows how to deal with them without causing even more chaos. Nezu. And since you already seem to have some connection with them, and have clearly gained the trust of the dragon beside you, I thought maybe you could help us. He spoke in a calm tone, drawing even Fury's gaze toward him, eyes watchful. He didn't like strangers. Talk to them. Or at least, calm things down. Ochako. You want me to try to talk to them? Nezu. If you can. If not, that's all right, but to be honest, we don't have many options. And I also think it's not a good idea to keep those dragons inside. That's why I'm suggesting moving them to a more peaceful and private place. But I doubt some of them will listen to us without young Yagi around. A tragedy could happen if we make any wrong move. Fury and Ochako stared at each other for a few seconds. Fury. Soft snort, his head tilted slightly, confused but curious about the principal's proposal. Just like the girl, who looked at the UA chief and asked. Ochako. Where do you want them to go? UA. Infirmary. Time. 5:03 p.m. The orange sky filtered a soft light through the infirmary windows. Inside the room, the atmosphere was quiet, except for the firm and low voice of Toshinori, finishing his report to Tsukauchi and a young dark-haired man in a UA uniform, who listened closely. The weariness in the symbol of peace's voice was clear with every word, but so was the tone of regret and worry. He was sitting on another bed, bandages wrapped around almost his entire torso. Toshinori. Basically, that's everything that happened. But wait, How did Izuku find and summon all those dragons to help? Asked the young adult in the UA uniform. Toshinori. I didn't ask him that. And I think it's best we save those questions for later. He said as Izuku, lying on the bed beside him, began to stir. Showing the first signs of waking up. First, his right hand clenched reflexively, fingers trembling slightly. Then his face. His eyelids tightened, brow furrowed before slowly opening. His vision was still blurry, clouded by the bright ambient light. But he could hear Tsukauchi and the masked villain. Any idea who it might be? Toshinori. No idea, and that's what's bothering me. It could be just another villain willing to kill me. So just another good for nothing then? He asked with a light joking tone. As those words echoed, Izuku finally managed to lift his torso, slowly propping himself up with his right hand, still groggy. His vision became clearer. He saw Toshinori sitting on the nearby bed, a large bandage on his torso, and next to him, Tsukauchi and another young man. Izuku. Guys, his voice came out hoarse, low. But it was enough. Question mark question mark question mark. 2. Hey, don't push yourself too hard. The girl with pigtails appeared by his side, adjusting a pillow behind Izuku and gently pushing him back down. You just woke up. Take it easy. Recovery girl. Oh, dear, thank goodness you're awake. We were worried. Recovery girl approached shortly after, her expression serious, yet relieved. Izuku. Where am I? Is this a hospital? He asked, glancing around the room. Toshinori. Son, he said as he stood up from the bed. Recovery girl. Hey, sit down. You're still. Toshinori. I'm fine, really. He walked up to Izuku, eyes fixed on him, crouching to look him in the face. There was relief. And guilt. A lot of guilt. Son, are you okay? Izuku. I think so. Are you okay? He asked as he looked at the bandage on the man's torso. Toshinori. I'm okay, Izuku. More importantly, you're okay. You finally woke up, Izuku. My head's kind of spinning. Why do I feel so groggy? Wait, where's Fury? Question mark question mark question mark. 2. Your friend is fine, but first, you need to calm down. Izuku. But I am calm. He looked confused, especially after seeing the group's expressions. What's wrong with you guys? Recovery girl. Hana didn't mean emotionally, dear. She said, lowering her gaze slightly, toward Izuku's other arm. That's when he felt it. A slight pressure on his left arm. A strange sensation, a different weight. He turned his head and looked. And the shock was immediate. His left arm was there. But it wasn't his anymore. It was a prosthetic, metallic, with joints. The elbow joint was clearly a spherical one, allowing rotation and flexion. The fingers also had several joints, suggesting dexterity. He slowly raised the arm, his hands trembling. As if the movement itself hurt more than any wound. Izuku. What is this? He asked, devastated and horrified. Everyone in the room went silent, understanding the boy's horror and pain. However, Recovery Girl was the one to break the silence. Recovery Girl. It was the only way to save your life. She explained with a sorrowful look. Izuku. Save. Recovery Girl. That burn you received was too severe. The damage was already spreading to the rest of your body, and it was affecting you even on the way here, and you still had poison running through your veins. If I had used my healing quirk, it would have only made you more unconscious than you already were. You could have died, Hana. The medical team that brought you here warned us in advance. So we had to make a decision right then and there. We asked Power Loader to create a new arm, and he made this prosthetic for you. It was the only way. Recovery Girl. As for the substance in your blood, I was able to remove it using my medicine. Thanks to that, and a bit of rest, you were able to wake up. Izuku didn't respond. He just stood there, staring at his metallic arm. His eyes slowly filling with tears. Lips trembling, head lowered, completely defeated, dragged down, destroyed, breathing shakily, on the verge of sobbing. Izuku. So, that's it. Toshinori. Izuku. It's over for me, isn't it? He spoke in a low, muffled voice. It's over. I can't be a hero anymore. Those words hit everyone in the room like a punch, especially as they saw the tears falling from the boy's face onto the blanket. Recovery Girl closed her eyes, pained. Hana looked away. Sukauchi took off his hat. And the other young man in the room just scratched his head. But Toshinori stepped forward. Toshinori. No, absolutely not. Izuku. How not? He asked, looking at Toshinori, defeated and showing the first signs of despair. Look at me. I lost my arm. I chose to fight, and look what I got, he said, raising his metal arm. Sigh, in the end, everyone was right, the hero world's not for me. Toshinori. He didn't say anything, but his eyes showed the impact not only he, but everyone else had on the boy's mind. And now, that impact was clearer than ever. And he knew that one of the people to blame for his son being this broken was himself. The guilt he felt earlier only intensified. However, so did the determination to fix his mistakes. Toshinori. No, you can't give up now. Not now that you're so close to becoming a hero. He said firmly, standing next to the boy. Come on, where's that boy who trained for 2 months on my back to pass the entrance exam? Where's the smart kid who created gear that earned him points against multiple robots? Where's the boy who used his brain to deal with a dragon that was about to kill us? Izuku. He gave up. That's what happened to him. He replied pessimistically. He gave up when someone told him to accept reality, that he couldn't be a hero. Toshinori. Did you really give up? Then tell me, if you really had given up, why did you show up at the USJ? His question left Izuku silent, just listening. Why did you go there with those dragons? Why did you face that flying abomination to save us? Why did you risk your life to save mine? Izuku. Toshinori. If you had given up, Izuku, you would have stayed home. If you had really given up, I and many of the other students could be seriously injured or worse. But still, you showed up. He said, pointing at Izuku and smiling. Proudly. You faced a creature that could have killed many, or me. You saved innocent lives. You, he said, placing his hand on his chest, speaking with an emotional smile. You saved my life. Izuku. He finally looked into his father's eyes and saw that he wasn't just saying this. No. He was speaking sincerely and from the heart. Toshinori. I was wrong with you. When I said that, I thought I was protecting you. But, I just broke you more. And, I don't know if I will ever be able to forgive myself for that. But today I saw who you really are, and for that, I want to fix this mistake. A deep silence fell over the infirmary, but this time, it wasn't an uncomfortable silence like before. Then, Sukauchi approached. Sukauchi. Did you know that many students from Class 1A were asking about you? He asked with a gentle smile, which made Izuku turn his gaze toward the man. Some want to know who you are. Others just want to know if you're okay. Recovery Girl. You should be proud, dear. You endured things that not even all professional heroes could handle. That burn, the poison, and considering your age, it's very difficult for anyone to stay alive. But you did. That's a clear demonstration of strength, in my opinion, she said with a gentle smile, nodding her head. Hana. With a prosthetic or not, you can still be a hero. A great hero. I believe that. Don't you think so, Tenko? Izuku looked at Hana, then at the boy next to her. A childhood friend of the family. Tenko Shimura. Tenko. We've known each other for a while, Izuku. And if there's one thing I know, it's that you were never the type to give up so easily. That prosthetic, it's nothing considering what you had to face today, he said, giving Izuku a light punch on the shoulder. You're still you. Prosthetic or not, you're still you. If you're going to quit being foolish, or I'll disintegrate you, he said in a slightly playful tone, messing up Izuku's hair, which made Izuku give a small laugh despite the situation. Then, Toshinori raised his fist in front of his son, firmly. Toshinori. From now on, I'm going to support you with everything I have, son. Because today, I saw, that you can become a hero. Izuku's eyes widened when he heard this. It took many years, but he finally heard those words. Those words he had always wanted to hear directly from him. Words that made him feel a bit of emotion and joy even in a moment of sadness and pain. Overcoming. That's what he needed to do now. Slowly, Izuku raised his right fist, still trembling, but determined. And with a nearly ceremonial gesture, he touched and lightly bumped his fist against his father's. Then, the man leaned in slightly to embrace the boy, who returned the hug with tears in his eyes. Izuku, thank you, Toshinori. No, son. I should be the one thanking you, he said with tears in his eyes, holding him tightly in the embrace, as if he never wanted to let go. Recovery Girl discreetly wiped her eyes. Tenko smiled proudly. Hana lowered her gaze, hiding an emotional smile. And Tsukauchi just placed his hat over his chest, satisfied with the scene before him. The scene continues as the infirmary door opens, interrupting the moment of affection between Izuku and his father. Smentos walks in, followed by Power Loader, and Nezu, who is perched on Smentos's shoulder. Upon seeing Izuku awake, Nezu smiles, visibly pleased. Smentos. Excuse us, his calm yet firm voice echoed through the infirmary, drawing everyone's attention. Nezu. Ah, it's wonderful to see you awake, young Yagi. I came specifically to check on our most recent, shall we say, walking miracle. Power Loader. Hey kid. What do you think of the new arm, huh? He asked, pointing at the prosthetic. Izuku looked at the prosthetic. He slowly moved the metal fingers, still feeling the weight and stiffness of the device. Izuku. Still feels weird. I think I'll need some time to get used to this new part of me, he said honestly, though without bitterness. Power Loader. Yeah, I figured. It's still the first version, and I rushed it. But we can work on it together and make something better later. Maybe even with a built-in saw, or claws in the fingers, or a shield, or maybe a flaming sword. He laughed to himself at the idea, even though it didn't sound like a joke. Izuku. Hee. Better think of something more practical first, he replied with a small smile. But his expression quickly turned serious. He remembered something. And what about the dragons? Fury, Sigrid, the others, are they still at the USJ? The room seemed to chill slightly at the question. Nezu tilted his head, then calmly climbed down from Smentos's shoulder onto the bed beside Izuku's. Nezu. That's actually the reason I came to talk to you, young Yagi. Izuku. I'm in trouble, aren't I? He asked, already expecting the worst. Nezu. Oh, no, not at all, he said with his usual peculiar smile. In fact, you need to see something. And better understand what happened. Izuku. What do you mean? Before he could ask more questions, Nezu turned to Recovery Girl. Nezu. Recovery Girl, may our patient take a short walk with us? Recovery Girl. He can, but only if he wears the spare shoes. No walking around barefoot, she said firmly as she picked up the aforementioned spare shoes, and I recommend eating one of my candies. It'll give you a bit more energy, she added as Hana pulled one of Recovery Girl's candies from a container and offered it to Izuku, who accepted. Izuku. Yes, ma'am, he answered almost like a soldier. After consuming the candy, Izuku put on the white shoes and was about to stand and leave, but paused, looking at his father and Tsukauchi. Izuku. Look. About the dragons, what happened before all this, about Fury? I promise I'll explain as soon as. Toshinori. You don't need to explain anything now, son, he said calmly, raising a hand with an understanding look. You've already been through a lot today, and I know you'll tell us when the time is right. Now, go. I'm sure your dragon friend is already missing you. And by the way, Fury is a cool name. Izuku smiled. A genuine smile, still small, but far livelier than before. Izuku. Thank you, Dad, he replied before leaving with Nezu, Smentos, and Power Loader down the UA building hallway, where soon after the sound of soft footsteps echoed. As the infirmary door closed, silence fell, until Recovery Girl cleared her throat. Recovery Girl. Ah, that's right. I almost forgot, she said, her expression not at all pleased. She grabbed her cane, walked over to Toshinori and, whack, she struck Toshinori's leg, prompting a yelp of pain. Toshinori. Oh, what was that for? Recovery Girl. For getting up from the bed when I told you not to. Toshinori. But I still have bandages on. You can't just hit me like that, he said while rubbing his leg. Recovery Girl. That's exactly why I hit your leg, Because that's where you're not injured, she replied curtly, raising her cane again and whack. Toshinori. Ah, again. Recovery girl. That one was for telling your son he couldn't be a hero, instead of supporting him from the start. Toshinori. I already apologized. I had my moment of regret, please. Whack, whack, whack. Toshinori. Ow, ow, okay. Stop, he yelled, collapsing back onto the bed. Recovery girl. Shameless, idiot, irresponsible fool. Meanwhile, Tsukauchi, Tenko, and Hana had all scooted to a corner of the room, watching the terrifying elderly lady with wide eyes. Hana. Poor Uncle Toshi. This happens to him almost all the time. Tenko. Sometimes I'm thankful my grandma is soft and affectionate. Tsukauchi. Well, I think my job here is done. So, he said as our imaginary camera zooms out from the infirmary, Toshinori's screams still echoing, and the trio huddled against the wall, all silently hoping he would survive the wrath of the little old lady. Cut to scene. Izuku. What the? The sound of wind rustling through the trees accompanies the new setting, a vast forest area on the outskirts of UA. Tall trees with some open fields, dense bushes covering the ground, and a large lake reflecting the sky above. And in that area came rather unusual sounds. Sounds like roars, wing beats, sharp growls, and even a loud splash of something big falling into water. Izuku stood on the dirt path with wide eyes. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Dozens of dragons, the same ones he rescued, plus a few more guests, were there, completely at ease in the area. Acting like, well, dragons. Some flew in circles above the canopy, others drank from the lake, rolled around in the grass, some were even hanging from tree branches, running aimlessly or curiously exploring the surroundings. Whether they were the large dragons like their old friend Stormcutter nicknamed Owl, medium-sized ones like the Gronkles, or the tiny night terrors and terribles. Izuku. How? He asked, still in shock and amazement. Smentos, walking beside him, let out a sigh and scratched his head. Smentos. This area was originally designed to be an advanced training ground later in the semester. But, well, due to this drastic turn of events, we decided to repurpose it as a temporary sanctuary for these creatures. Izuku. But how did you manage to bring them all, or most of them, here? He asked, still staring at the group. Nezu. Well, we had to rely on the help of Sigrid. Roa rrrr. The familiar roar echoed from above, cutting through the sky like thunder. Everyone looked up at the same time. Soaring down at high speed was the unmistakable black-scaled form of Sigrid and Fury. Riding on Fury's back, still in her hero costume, was Ochako Uraraka, holding on tightly to Fury's body so she wouldn't fall. Izuku. Uraraka. He exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy in his voice. Ochako. Yagi. Fury landed with a soft impact on the ground, causing the grass to sway from his weight. As soon as he touched the earth, Ochako quickly jumped off his back and ran toward Izuku. But not before Fury, who took large strides over to Izuku and greeted him with affectionate head nudges around his torso, almost knocking him over. Izuku. Ha ha ha, I missed you too, buddy, he said, laughing as he ran his fingers between the Night Fury's ears and along the scales on his head. As for Fury, he replied with a series of slobbery licks across his friend's face, making Izuku squirm and take 2 steps back. Izuku. Ah, seriously. I was fine with just the head nudges, he said, wiping his face with his hands and arms. Ugh, gross, he complained, looking at his friend, who showed no sign of remorse. Sigrid. Ha. She let out a laugh-like sound, clearly amused by the young human's squeamishness. And then, Ochako. Yagi, she shouted with joy as she ran toward him. Izuku turned just in time to be pulled into a strong hug by the girl. His eyes widened and his face turned red instantly. His heart raced, but slowly, he returned the hug with a shy and goofy smile. Ochako. Are you okay? She asked in a soft voice, pulling back a little to get a better look at him. She then noticed the prosthetic on Izuku's left arm. Her expression changed. Her eyes filled with sadness, and she brought a hand to her mouth. Ochako. Oh my gosh, your arm. Izuku. Hey, it's okay. He said with a gentle smile. I know, it's at least a little scary to see this. he said as he lifted the metal arm. But this is nothing. I'm alive, you're alive, and the dragons are safe. I can live with that, he added with a slightly playful smile and a shrug, though I know I still need to improve this. She looked into his eyes, still worried, but seeing that he didn't seem too shaken, she slowly nodded. Izuku. But what about you? How did you manage to bring all of them here? Ochako. I knew who I could count on. Ochako turned to Fury and Sigrid, who were now standing around the two. It wasn't easy. Some were scared, others slightly hurt, some afraid. But in the end, it all worked out, she said optimistically, looking at Izuku. I learned to do this thanks to the best dragon trainer I know. There's a way to communicate with them. And man, is he amazing. Izuku. You're pointing at me. Ochako. Exactly. She answered with a smile, her cheeks slightly pink. And that answer made Izuku let out a goofy giggle, cheeks flushed. Nezu. It was I who asked Miss Uraraka to bring them. Nezu approached with soft steps and entered the conversation, stopping between the two lovebirds, who looked at the small principal. And it was I who suggested they stay here. Izuku. Really? Why? Nezu. I don't know what they are. I don't know their species, their secrets, or their names, but I know why and for whom they fought today. Izuku Yagi. I know they saved and protected lives. And I know they're a part of your story, he said with a smile as he looked the boy in the eyes. And that's why I thought they deserved a place to stay. It's not perfect, but it's what UA can offer. Izuku remained silent for a few seconds. His eyes welled up with emotion. He looked at Fury, at Sigrid, at all the dragons free in the forest. And then, without saying a word, he gave Fury a tight hug, burying his face into the dragon's neck scales. Izuku. We did it, buddy. We did it. Fury. Soft grunt. Fury blinked, surprised by the second sudden hug from his friend, but quickly responded with a soft and warm grunt as he looked at Izuku. While Ochako and Sigrid watched fondly. Nezu. Fury, on behalf of all of UA, I welcome you, and the dragons, to your new home, he said with open arms, while Smintos and Power Loader nodded in agreement, smiling. Izuku. What do you think, buddy? He asked as he let go of his friend, who responded with a joyful Fury. ROOOOOOAAAARRRRRRR. Cut. The next scene shows Izuku riding on Fury's back once again. The sky was painted orange as the sun began to set. They flew in gentle circles above the UA campus, which now looked calm, quiet, at peace. The camera slowly pulls back, revealing more of the sky, the forest below, and the other training grounds of UA, including the mock cities beneath them. This was just the beginning of our story, narrated Izuku as Fury flew over the forest area, where most of the dragons had stopped to watch the duo soaring quickly above them. And of course, Ochako was there too, watching with a warm smile. The story of a young boy without a quirk, who dreamed of becoming a hero. Who met an injured dragon, who also needed help. The story of a duo, who changed everything. He continued narrating as Fury began circling the entire main building, rising from the bottom all the way to the top, where inside the infirmary room, Toshinori and the others watched them through the window, the former smiling while the rest looked on in awe. Izuku. Let's go higher, buddy, he asked with a smile, still hugging his friend's neck, who in response. Fury. Ruaaaarrrrrr. That was his answer, flying right above the UA rooftop. This is the beginning of the story, where UA and the world of heroes met the dragons. The final shot, accompanied by the enthusiastic shout of narrator Izuku, shows Fury spinning in the air with his wings fully stretched out, while our Izuku laughs from up high, joined by Fury's roar of joy. They head toward the horizon, into the golden sunset ahead, giving way to a fade to black, unknown location. The sound of pulsing machines and blinking red lights filled the dark environment. A thick, bubbling liquid churned in several tanks scattered around the room, while a curtain of steam rose from vents in the metallic floor. Faceless walked calmly through the laboratory. The bizarre mask rested in his hands, reflecting the flickering light from the monitors. Even without wearing it, no trace of his face could be seen. No shadow, no outline, no detail. Only a mystery. He stopped at the center of the room and looked around, observing the equipment, the vials, and the large tank at the far end, wrapped in thick tubes and reinforced structure. In the background, the irritated voice of Dr. Garaki could be heard, pacing back and forth with an old-fashioned phone in hand. His tone was low, but full of frustration. "Garaki, you're telling me he's some kid from the support course? A quirkless boy who came out of nowhere and destroyed the dragon? He wasn't my classmate. I swear." The response from the other end was weak, trembling. "A young man, clearly in panic. He just showed up and attacked that thing. I don't know how he knew, I don't know where the dragons came from, Garaki, you don't know," he growled through his teeth, clenching his fists. "Then find out. Either you start figuring it out, or your family ends up like that dragon. Do you understand?" He was cut off by a click as the doctor hung up without hesitation. Letting out an angry sigh, Garaki squinted behind his fogged-up glasses, only then noticing the presence in the room. Faceless stood still, watching him. "Garaki, you heard, Faceless. Every word." His voice was low, calm, almost gentle. "So the boy is quirkless. Garaki. And the brat from the support course appeared out of nowhere with a dragon army and destroyed our creature. Faceless. Months of work, fusions, neural commands. And in the end, a quirkless and a rebellious dragon were enough to ruin everything." He took a few slow steps toward the center of the room. "Garaki. Exactly," he shouted, kicking a toolbox that clattered loudly. He wasn't even supposed to survive. "The plan was perfect, Faceless. Let's not be hasty, Doctor. We're not defeated, we're merely adapting." He ran his hand across the surface of a specific tank, and his words made Garaki turn, frowning. "Garaki. Adapting, Faceless. We weren't expecting the arrival of a quirkless and his army of dragons," he said calmly, gazing at the tank in front of him. "Now, it's their turn to deal with the unexpected." Inside that water-filled tank was something submerged in the liquid. What floated there was a slightly larger night fury, with scars across its wings, back, torso, and face. Its eyes were open, but lifeless. The flesh on top of its skull had been removed, exposing a horrific view of its brain, slowly pulsing, full of connected wires. Faceless then raised the mask and placed it back on his face. The laboratory grew even darker. Only the cold eyes of the mask and the greenish glow of the tank lit the space. "Faceless. Let the world meet the dragons, because we'll show them what it means to hunt," he said with his hands behind his back, while our imaginary camera slowly zoomed in on the creature trapped inside the tank, its hollow gaze fixed on something invisible. And the only thing that followed after that was a single final bubble that rose from the Night Fury's nostrils. "Still alive, or not quite." The screen slowly fades in, revealing an enormous, ancient book with a thick leather cover, resting on the grass-covered ground. It sits beneath the shadow of tree branches under the early afternoon sun. Familiar hands gently brush over the cover. They belong to Izuku Yagi, who slowly opens the book. The old pages slide, revealing hand-drawn sketches, maps, countless illustrations of dragons, and ancient symbols. Many, many centuries ago, long before there were heroes or quirks, there existed a mighty civilization. The boy's voice begins to narrate, calm and steady. Almost documentary in tone, yet filled with a sense of adventure. Warriors, navigators, explorers, men and women who feared nothing. A Viking civilization. As he speaks, the pages keep turning, showing images of Vikings battling dragons, wielding axes, spears, and swords. With the narration, the images seem to move subtly, bringing the grandeur of the tale to life. For generations, they believed dragons were their enemies. Wild beasts, plagues, something to be hunted, fought, and killed on sight. The sounds of Viking weapons fill the background, matching the hand-drawn battle scenes of fire, screams, and dragons diving from the skies. But, like in every story, there is always someone who chooses to do things differently. The pages flip again, revealing a new image. A scrawny young Viking, reaching his hand out to a Night Fury, who stared at this fragile human, not attacking, not threatening, not even looking at him with hostility. He was just there, watching him, gently. Someone named Hiccup Haddock III, a Viking who chose not to kill a dragon, but to train one. To make him his best friend. The narrator continues, as the illustration shows the Night Fury lowering his head, letting Hiccup place his hand on his snout, closing his eyes, accepting the boy's touch. Pages start turning quickly now, showing the progress that followed, Vikings and dragons working together, flying side by side, smiling on an island now inhabited by both. A city once filled with war, screams, blades, and fire, slowly became a home for both. Thanks to Hiccup, an entire civilization changed for the better. From enemies and invaders, they became partners, neighbors, and friends. The pages begin to look emptier, until one shows an image of dragons flying toward the horizon, disappearing into the clouds. The same night fury from before was the last to fade away. But the world still wasn't ready. There were still bad people. Ambition, greed, fear, little by little, they caused the dragons to vanish, until they became nothing more than legends. The last image in the book shows an adult Hiccup, standing at the edge of a cliff, staring into the sky where he had just said goodbye to his best friend. But Hiccup believed. He believed that one day, no matter when, humans and dragons could live together once again. With a soft sound, Izuku closes the book on the very page showing that pivotal moment, where the young Viking and his dragon shared their first and most important bond. Izuku then rises, holding the book against his chest, and begins walking across an open field surrounded by a vast forest and a large lake shimmering under the sunlight. Our imaginary camera pulls back, revealing all the dragons he rescued, and others who have joined them. Some flying in circles, others resting in the shade, some playfully chasing each other, walking, or simply drinking from the lake. Dragons of every size, shape, and color, living freely together. And now, centuries later, here I am, Izuku Yagi, a guy with no quirk. And just like that Viking boy, I ended up befriending a dragon. And now, I have a mission, a difficult one, but one I simply couldn't walk away from. His narration continues as Izuku looks up at the sky, breathing in deeply as the wind brushes against his face and through his hair. The mission, to show the world that they don't need to hide anymore. That dragons deserve a home, just like any of us. Suddenly, the soft sound of footsteps behind him makes Izuku turn. Fury, V's inseparable companion and best friend, walks up to the young human. The dragon stands beside him, gently resting his head on Izuku's shoulder, letting out a soft, affectionate rumble. Izuku smiles, raising his only hand to gently stroke Fury's head, right between his eyes. This is our story, the story where legends became real once more. Narrator Izuku says as the duo gazes toward the distant UA building. The story where the world of heroes just met dragons. And I became their hero. The camera rises, showing Izuku and Fury side by side, looking toward the academy. Fury carries a look of curiosity and caution, while our protagonist wears an expression of calm determination. Hiccup, I never met you, but I hope to make your dream come true. UA Meeting Room. Time 6:10 p.m. Since the colossal incident at the USJ, UA had been shut down for a few days, allowing the students to rest. At this very moment, inside a large meeting room in the UA building, seated around a U-shaped table, were Nezu, Toshinori, Vlad King, Midnight, and Snipe, each wearing serious, and in some cases, worried expressions. Standing in front of the table was Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, holding a tablet. On the screen, a news broadcast was playing. There's still no official confirmation, but what we witnessed were dozens of flying creatures resembling dragons crossing the city skies in broad daylight. The reporter spoke with urgency, while footage of the dragons flying over the city during the Red Death attack played in the background. Witnesses and videos described that they seemed to be pursuing an even larger creature, spreading panic among the population. We don't yet know if they are a natural threat, some form of collective quirk, or something far worse. The video showed people filming with their phones, running through the streets, some screaming, others staring at the sky in shock. Tsukauchi. And ever since that day, this hasn't stopped showing up. He spoke seriously, pausing the video and looking around the table. The networks are flooded with comments, panic, and speculation. And now, he swipes to another tab, revealing headlines. The news that these creatures are hiding here, at UA, became public the moment the police released the statement. Vlad King. TCH. He crossed his arms, leaning on the table. I knew this was gonna happen. It was just a matter of time. Midnight. The media's bloodthirsty. And the commission too, I assume, she asked, running a hand over her forehead, visibly stressed. Tsukauchi. Exactly, it's not just the media. The Hero Public Safety Commission has reached out. They want answers, and they want them now. He continued, sliding through more files and emails. Not to mention several heroes, investigators, and even scientists. Everyone wants to know what these dragons are, where they came from, and whether they're safe or pose a threat to society. Even with the police explaining that these dragons appeared solely to fight the one who invaded and attacked the USJ, people aren't convinced. Snipe. These folks always do this. Panic first, pressure later, without even understanding what's going on. He said, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair. Toshinori sat silently for a few seconds, staring at the table. His brow furrowed, fist pressed against his chin. Clearly restless. Vlad King. There's still something I'm wondering, he said, locking eyes with Toshinori. How did you know that giant dragon's name? Red Death. Did you just make that up on the spot or? Toshinori. No, I didn't make it up. He replied, lifting his gaze. Izuku told me. His response immediately made everyone turn their eyes toward him. Nezu. So, our young Yagi knows more about these creatures than I imagined. He even knows their names. Toshinori. Yes, much more. He adjusted himself in his seat. He told me he found a book. An ancient one, extremely ancient. It contains everything about these creatures, their names, behaviors, origins, including that massive dragon. Midnight. Wait, you're telling me there's a book with all the information about these creatures, and your son's the one holding it? Toshinori. Yes, and according to Izuku, the Red Death was an apex predator. A creature that controlled other dragons through fear. The only thing different, he clenched his fist slightly, voice firm, was that the Red Death we saw didn't have an exposed brain on the side of its head like it was supposed to. But that one did. And that's been bothering me deeply. That, and something else that hasn't left my mind since that day. Snipe. The masked villain. He said, finishing Toshinori's thought. Toshinori nodded. Toshinori. That man, or whatever he is, he brought the Red Death here. He was controlling the thing. His jaw tightened. And the scariest part, is that he came here, with that dragon, to kill me. The heavy silence that followed was suffocating. Midnight hugged her arms. Vlad King took a deep breath. Nezu scratched his chin. Snipe just stared seriously at Toshinori. Tsukauchi's expression grew even more grim. Vlad King. Do you know who he was? Any clue? Some villain from your past. Someone you defeated and who's back for revenge. Toshinori. If that were the case, I would know. I would have recognized something. Even with that mask, I didn't feel anything familiar. He narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers anxiously on the table. His presence, his outfit, his voice, nothing. I feel like I've never seen that man before in my life. Midnight. Then, maybe it's someone who stayed in the shadows all this time. She suggested, placing a hand on her chin. Maybe someone who only now decided to make a move. Nezu. If that's true, that raises a very troubling question. He paused, looking at everyone. If this villain has been hiding all this time, what else has he been preparing? And, why choose to act now? Toshinori. And more, how did he control a creature of that magnitude? Some kind of quirk, technology, genetic engineering, or something, far beyond what we understand? He asked, hand gripping his chin. And if he controlled that thing, and imprisoned those dragons Izuku freed, what guarantees there aren't others, hidden, just waiting for his command? The suffocating silence persisted. Toshinori's words still echoed, casting a heavy air of dread over the room. Until Tsukauchi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Tsukauchi. All right, all of this is deeply concerning. But there's a question we need to answer right now. He said, staring seriously at everyone. What do you intend to do with the dragons currently housed at UA? Silence returned, but this time, it was uncomfortable. Vlad King. He scratched the back of his neck, visibly uneasy. I dunno, keep them here, I guess. Midnight. Or, maybe finding them a new home, she suggested, clasping her hands, thoughtful. I mean, They're huge creatures, and UA isn't exactly a zoo. The real question is, how do we explain this to the public? Or better yet, should we even explain it? Snipe. And we haven't even started talking about environmental licenses, containment protocols, biohazard risks, security, he said, removing his hat and placing it over his chest with a sigh. This is gonna be one hell of a headache. And we're teachers. At that moment, a soft, mischievous chuckle echoed through the room. Everyone turned toward Nezu, who was smiling. Not his usual principal smile, it was a smile full of plans. Nezu. Well, if the people out there already know the dragons are here, he said, tapping his little paws on the table, thoughtful. And if fear and doubt are spreading, he glanced around with that typical clever gleam in his eyes. Why not turn this problem into an opportunity? Everyone exchanged confused looks at that question. Toshinori. What do you mean by that, Nezu? He asked, suspicious. Nezu. Oh, simple. The sports festival is coming up. A nationally broadcasted event watched by thousands, millions of people. So, what if we have the dragons participate? He finished with a nearly devilish grin. The silence that followed wasn't just heavy, it was deafening. Vlad King. Wait, you're not serious, are you? His eyes widened in disbelief. Midnight. Are you suggesting putting a bunch of those dragons in the middle of the sports festival, in front of the students, and a massive live audience? She asked, halfway rising from her chair, hands flat on the table. Snipe. Boss, with all due respect, but you've lost your mind, he said, as respectfully as possible. Nezu. He. He chuckled calmly and playfully. Relax, relax. Think about it. People are scared. Even the students are uneasy. Yes, the dragons showed up to help, but fear and uncertainty still linger. The sports festival could be the perfect opportunity to show the world that these creatures aren't monsters. That they can be allies, friends, maybe even part of something bigger. He explained, raising both paws with that look that said he'd already calculated everything. And of course, it doesn't have to be all of them. Just one dragon would be enough for the festival. Vlad King. This is insane, boss. You know that, right? He said, dragging a hand down his face, almost laughing nervously. Midnight. I don't even know what to say, she mumbled, holding her head in disbelief. This is gonna cause a massive stir. Tsukauchi. Look, considering everything that's already happening, maybe it's not as crazy as it sounds. Will it be controversial? Absolutely. Will it draw attention? No doubt. But it might be our best shot at preventing the public from labeling the dragons as threats before they even understand them. Everyone turned to him, surprised by his somewhat reluctant approval. Toshinori. Well, they saved our students' lives, saved my life and my son's life. So, I'm okay with it. He gave his vote of confidence in a firm tone, drawing everyone's attention. But even so, I still have to ask. Nezu, how exactly do you plan to make this work? The small principal simply looked at Toshinori with a wide grin, ear to ear, and responded with that calm, mischievous tone only he could pull off. Nezu. Simple, Toshinori, he said, resting a paw on his cheek and asking, where's your son, right now? Upon hearing that question, paired with Nezu's crazy idea, Toshinori's eyes shot wide open. His entire body stiffened, his hand gripped the edge of the table tightly, and for a few seconds, he was utterly speechless. Toshinori. Oh no. He muttered, almost breathless, as he fully realized exactly where this was headed. Nezu. Oh yes, Toshinori. He replied, cheerful, as Toshinori sat frozen, swallowing hard, like his soul had left his body for a moment. The next day, time. 7:50 a.m. The sound of gentle waves crashing blended with the whistle of wind cutting through the open sky. The ocean stretched endlessly, shimmering under the morning sunlight. The clouds reflected over the water, painting it in shades of white and light blue. And then suddenly, a sharp sound tore through the air. FWOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO surface of the water and leaving a trail of rippling waves in its wake. Yes, you guessed right. It was Fury. The Night Fury sliced through the sky, his black wings reflecting the sun's golden light, the tips of his wings almost kissing the waves. Sitting firmly in a newly crafted, reinforced saddle strapped to the dragon's back was Izuku, gripping the handles tightly, his gaze sharp behind his flight goggles. Unlike his previous robotic arm, slim and simplified, Izuku now sported a new model, more robust, with reinforced metal plating, exposed cables, and visible hydraulic systems at the joints. It looked stronger, and, truth be told, it made him look more confident. The wind whipped his clothes wildly, while his hair was pulled back violently by the sheer speed. What you're seeing here is the purest form of freedom in flight. Fury tilted downward, accelerating even more. The sound of speed shifted into a steady, intense hum in Izuku's ears. They flew so close to the water that Fury's wingtips skimmed the surface, sending up a line of sparkling white foam trailing behind them like a signature. To the sides, fishing boats and cargo ships came into view, their crews staring wide-eyed, jaws practically hitting the floor, as this shadow streaked past just meters above the water. "What the hell is that?" one of the fishermen yelled, dropping his fishing rod to the deck. "It's a dragon. It's one of the ones from the news," another screamed, pointing in panic. "Ah," was all a third could muster, before collapsing in a dead faint. "Let the wind carry us. To the clouds, hurry up, all right." Fury, with his typical expression of pure focus and serious eyes, slightly folded his wings and then flapped them powerfully, shooting upward. Tilting his wings up, he beat them once, twice, 3 times, gaining altitude like a rocket. The wind grew denser. They pierced through the first layer of clouds, leaving a trail of vapor behind. "We can travel so far. As our eyes can see." Within seconds, Fury was ripping through the sky, ascending so fast that he burst through the first cloud layer with a muffled boom. Droplets of water from the clouds struck Izuku's face, cold and refreshing. As they broke through another layer of clouds, everything changed. The noise of the world disappeared. There was only wind, sunlight, clouds, and that constant roar of freedom. "We go where no one goes." Fury then began performing aerial maneuvers. He spun sideways through clouds, made tight spirals, then rolled on his own axis. All the while, Izuku laughed, holding on tightly, eyes shut for a few moments, just feeling the wind rushing against his entire body. After a series of rolls and loops, they passed through a thicker cloud, and as they emerged from it, "We slow for no one. Get out of our way." They burst out with Izuku spreading his arms wide, as if he were an extension of the dragon, or perhaps pretending he had wings of his own. Some birds nearby were startled and veered away, but others flew alongside them for a few seconds, creating a dreamlike scene. "Izuku." "Hey, Fury," he called, tapping the dragon's head lightly, prompting Fury to tilt his head slightly in response. "Wanna try that move again?" he asked, excited. Fury. Disbelieving grunt. The dragon's eyes widened a bit, accompanied by a guttural sound that clearly meant, "Again." "Seriously, Izuku?" "Oh, come on. This time no plane showing up out of nowhere, and no Red Death trying to barbecue us. Let's go." Fury huffed and tossed his head forward like saying, "All right, you maniac," before starting to slow down, preparing. "Izuku. Ready?" He took a deep breath, and then let go, diving from the sky. "Woo!" His scream echoed across the heavens. "Awake in the sky. We break up so high, all right." His body plummeted freely, cutting through clouds, gaining more and more speed. His hair whipped violently behind him. The free fall sensation was so intense it felt like his stomach rose into his chest. The wind hit so hard it was nearly impossible to keep screaming, but he didn't stop laughing. "Let's make it our own. Let's savor it." Fury dove right after, wings tucked. Both fell together, face to face. Izuku stared at his friend with a beaming smile, while Fury responded with a toothless grin, literally just gums, tongue out, staring at Izuku. The wind roared non-stop. Clouds blurred past. The ocean rushed closer. "We go where no one goes. We slow for no one." With the ocean dangerously close, Izuku extended his arms, and in a flawless move, reattached himself to Fury's saddle. The dragon immediately spread his wings wide, and the roar of wind gave way to a booming sound, followed by a shockwave that raised a curtain of water behind them, like an explosion had gone off. "Get out of our way." Fury skimmed the ocean surface, flying so low it looked like the water was kissing his claws, sending up sparks of sea spray. Izuku stretched out his right hand, dragging his fingers across the water. Droplets and spray hit his face as he laughed, feeling the ocean's touch. Fury. Happy growl. He commented, clearly enjoying the moment, as if to say, now this is life. Izuku. Yeah, I love this too, buddy. Then, with a powerful flap of his wings, Fury soared back up into the sky. This time, Izuku did something even bolder. While Fury flew smoothly toward the city, the boy literally stood up on the dragon's back. We slow for no one. We go where no one goes. He positioned his feet into the saddle straps, arms spread wide as if he were surfing on the wind itself. Fury's wings beat steadily, maintaining high speed. Izuku stood tall, hair flying, clothes flapping violently, and joy radiating from his face. Izuku. Woo, he shouted, laughing with pure exhilaration. Fury. Ruaaaarrrrr, his own dragon version of woo. Showing he was just as thrilled. We slow for no one. We go where no one goes. People in the city started to notice. They looked up, seeing a massive shadow pass overhead, accompanied by its roar. Though not hostile, it was enough to cause alarm. Screams rang out, phones were drawn, fingers pointed. It's one of those dragons. Oh my god, it's flying over the city. Was there someone riding that thing? Mommy, that's so cool, said a little boy to his stunned mother. Fury flew over buildings, streets, and avenues, casting a shadow that mixed fear with fascination. Kids ran to catch a glimpse. Adults filmed. Police were utterly confused, unsure whether to run, shout, or just stare. And then, the UA building appeared on the horizon. We go where? No one. As they neared UA, the dragon made one final spin, flapping hard, then, with full control, ascended in a spiral around one of the building's towers, and then goes. His claws slammed into the reinforced concrete of UA's rooftop. His wings spread wide one last time, then folded in. His tail swung twice, like saying, I'm here. As soon as Fury's paws hit the ground, Izuku took a deep breath, inhaling deeply, still wearing that light, satisfied smile on his face. He removed his flight goggles, letting them hang from his shirt collar. Izuku. Man, that was just incredible, he said, fixing his long hair, all windblown. I think it's safe to say, this is how you start a day right. He added, giving a few friendly pats to Fury's scales, who simply closed his eyes briefly, content. And I must say, we're getting pretty good at these air maneuvers. Don't you agree, buddy? Fury. Affirmative grunt. Fury let out a soft grunt, calmly nodding his head as Izuku ran a hand over his new robotic arm, checking if everything was in place. Izuku. By the way, buddy, I just had an idea to make our landing even cooler. He adjusted the metal arm and looked at Fury, smiling. What if next time, when we're coming in, I jump off before you land? Fury. Incredulous grunt. The dragon snapped his head around, clearly giving him a look that said, excuse me, what? Izuku. No, wait, hear me out. When we're almost landing, I jump midair and hit the ground like in those movies, you know. Fist to the ground, knee down, head lowered, classic superhero landing pose. He mimicked the scene with his hands. Then you land right behind me, wings flaring wide, kicking up wind everywhere. Oh my gaahhhhh, he shouted with excitement, dropping to one knee, fists raised in the air, so much so that Fury took a step back from the sudden burst of energy. It'd be epic. Fury blinked a few times, looked at the sky, then at Izuku, then just turned his head away and snorted. Fury. Skeptical grunt. Izuku. What, you didn't like it? He asked, getting back on his feet. Fury. Mocking chuckle. Izuku. Oh come on, quit it. You know it'd be awesome. He insisted, arms open beside the dragon, clearly upset at the Night Fury's lack of enthusiasm. Fury simply exhaled through his nose, turned his back, and laid down on the rooftop, ignoring his human friend and his crazy idea altogether. Izuku. Oh, don't be like that. He crossed his arms. Deep down you liked it, you're just not admitting it. Before the debate could go on, A muffled sound in the distance caught both of their attention. Voices, cameras, flashes, a big commotion. Izuku and Fury exchanged glances and walked to the edge of the rooftop. Looking down, the scene was borderline chaotic. In front of the UA gates, a swarm of reporters crowded together, holding microphones, cameras, and recorders. And their target, the students. Is it true UA is hiding dangerous creatures? Do you know if these dragons are being used as weapons? Just confirm it. They're here inside, aren't they? Are they wild? What do you have to say about this? Do you feel safe? The students were just trying to get into campus, ignoring the questions. Some visibly uncomfortable, others completely lost, not knowing how to respond. A few just kept their heads down and picked up the pace. Others pretended to be on their phones to avoid interaction. Izuku sighed deeply, rubbing the back of his neck. Izuku. This is exactly what I feared, he said, rolling his eyes. The media again. And it hasn't even been that long since the circus when they found out my dad was going to teach here. Fury let out a short grunt, looking at him with a hint of concern. Izuku. I'm fine, buddy, he replied, giving Fury's head a gentle pat. But, you know how it is. We didn't have much of a choice. Either we did what had to be done, or let the Red Death show up and destroy everything, he said, clenching his metal fist tightly, the same arm that replaced the real one he lost because of that dragon. Fury's expression turned serious, his eyes narrowed. The grunt he made now was no longer playful. Izuku fell silent for a few seconds, watching the crowd below, then turned his gaze toward the horizon, thoughtful, and more than anything, worried. Izuku. You know, Fury, there's something I can't stop thinking about, he said in a lower tone. That guy. The masked one. How did he do that? How did he make the Red Death obey? His voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from frustration and disbelief. A dragon like that barely follows its own instincts, and yet, that guy made it expose itself, attack, risk being seen. All just to kill All Might. Fury looked at him, his expression growing darker. His tail swayed slowly, clearly tense. Izuku. And why? What does he want with the dragons? Who is that man? Where did he come from? And if there are others like him, he gripped his mechanical arm tightly. If he can control a dragon of that level, what else can he control? Fury lowered his head slightly, letting out a deep growl. His whole body tensed, and his eyes stayed fixed on the horizon, as if waiting, or fearing, something might appear at any moment. Izuku. Whoever he is, he said, tightening his fist further. If he thinks he's going to lay a hand on you, your family, or any dragon we rescued again, he's dead wrong. He turned to face Fury with a determined gaze. I won't let it happen. I swear I won't. He will pay. Whoever he is, he will pay. Fury. Determined roar. Fury responded with a low roar, not one of threat, but of confirmation. As if saying, I'm with you. And so, the two remained silent for a few seconds, just staring out at the horizon. The city stretched before them. Alive, busy, full of people, full of uncertainties. But for those two, one thing was certain. If Faceless wanted war, he was going to get it. Class 1H. Some time had passed. We're now in Classroom 1H, the UA support course. Voices, murmurs, and whispers filled the room, creating that muffled hum of collective chatter. Izuku, after changing and putting on his uniform, was sitting at his desk, clearly uncomfortable, staring into space as if he were trying to find the answers to existence in it. Sweat dripped from his forehead. His fingers tapped the desk rhythmically while he pretended to be very busy, staring at absolutely nothing. And the reason? Everyone in the room was staring at him. Every single one of them. You heard, right, he was on top of a dragon that day, whispered a boy in the back. That's not all. Look at his arm, commented a girl, whispering to the classmate beside her. What do you think happened? It was at the USJ, I'm sure. I heard students from the hero course talking about it. Did one of the dragons eat his arm? Should we ask him? Ask him how he got on top of a dragon. Izuku was trembling slightly, tiny twitches at the corner of his mouth, sweat running discreetly down the side of his face. Izuku. Geez, how did this spread so fast? First, it was because I'm quirkless, and now this. Oh God. he thought as he covered his face with both hands, one of flesh, the other metal. Wait. That's right, maybe they forgot I'm quirkless, so, could this actually be a good thing? He peeked through a gap between the fingers of his metal hand, glancing at his classmates with his left eye. And then, hurried footsteps echoed, and a silhouette appeared, walking confidently toward his desk. Mei. Yagi. She practically exploded in front of him, slamming her hands on his desk and getting ridiculously close to his face, causing Izuku to jump back in surprise, nearly falling out of his chair. Okay, explain now. Izuku. Explain what exactly? Mei. Let's start with the obvious. This, she said, pointing directly at his mechanical arm. What happened? You lost your arm to the point of needing a prosthetic. How'd you lose it? Ripped off or sliced? She spoke without even taking a breath. Izuku. Actually, it was. Mei. And another thing. She gestured, pointing at him head to toe. Is it true or fake news that you were riding on a dragon with other dragons? Tell me, she asked, eyes wide open, not even blinking as she kept leaning in closer and closer to him. Rumor has it someone was seen riding one of them. Was it you? Is that why you didn't show up for class that day? She was speaking so fast it was like a verbal machine gun. Wait. Oh, so one of them ripped your arm off. The entire class was left speechless. They all stared. Mei Hatsume had done what no one else had the guts to do. Ask everything without fear of offending anyone and with absolutely no filter. And Izuku was just frozen, caught between shock and confusion. Izuku. If you let me talk, I could. Mei. And another thing. Who made that arm, huh? Was it you? She asked with a judgmental look, grabbing his new arm, and Izuku sighed in frustration. Because, look, it's functional and decently adjusted, but it seriously needs a touch-up. Preferably mine. Because this, sorry, but it's awful. She offered her honest opinion while smiling cheerfully. Izuku. Wow, really? Was that necessary? He asked, clearly annoyed, resting his face on his one and only real right arm. Mei. With dual spring compensation, magnetic actuators, and maybe thermal shielding to prevent overheating, I could, she rambled on, running her hands along his arm with a wide-eyed look full of ideas. Until the classroom door burst open, making everyone turn their heads. Standing at the entrance, his right hand still on the door, with an expression that said he was already fed up before class even started, was Power Loader. Power Loader. Before anyone else decides to play detective or prosthetic surgeon, he said in a firm, straightforward tone, his eyes fixed directly on Mei. I'm the one who helped Yagi build that new arm. Mei. Ah. The girl literally froze. Her face went from pink to white in half a second, and her smile twitched for a moment. When I said it was awful. I meant that technically, of course. Ergonomics could use some tweaks, sure, but the finish is, it's functional. She laughed nervously, letting go of Izuku's arm and giving both thumbs up to the pro hero. Power Loader Sensei, sir. Izuku. I'm amazed by how shameless she is. Izuku looked at her, jaw dropped, unable to believe what he was seeing. Power Loader. Sit, now. He said, pointing to the chair. Mei. Right away, sir. She ran and immediately sat down, right next to Izuku. Instantly becoming well-behaved. Meanwhile, Power Loader stepped into the classroom and stood at the front. The room settled down, all eyes turned to the pro hero and teacher, and the noise stopped completely. Power Loader. I know many of you have questions. Especially about the guests flying around outside. His comment made a few students glance at one another, while Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I also know there are videos that the media won't shut up, and that half the school has already figured out we're keeping those creatures nearby. But it's not my place to talk about that. At least not right now, because there's something else that needs your attention. Something that's a UA tradition. He paused dramatically, adding a bit of tension, which made the students quiet down to listen closely. Power Loader. The sports festival is coming. The very next second, the entire room exploded in reactions. Yes. No way. I've been waiting for this since the start of the semester. Now this is what I'm talking about. Mei. Oh my god. The sports festival. Yes. I need to make something to make my babies shine. So many people will want my babies, want a piece of them, she exclaimed, eyes sparkling like stars. Izuku, that was really weird. Mei, weirdly brilliant, she shouted, raising her fists slightly and grinning from ear to ear. But while the excitement took over the class, Izuku remained silent before slowly raising his hand, catching Power Loader's attention. Power Loader. Yagi, something to say. Izuku, it's just that, I don't know if it's a good idea to have a festival right now. After everything that happened, the media breathing down our necks, the USJ incident, and the elephants in the backyard. The air that had been filled with excitement suddenly froze for a moment due to Izuku's calm, thoughtful tone, pouring a bucket of reality over the class just long enough for Power Loader to respond with firmness. Power Loader. I agree with you, Yagi, he said seriously. Given the current situation, it does seem risky. And to be honest, I wasn't totally convinced this was the right time either, he said while scratching his helmet with one finger, but the school administration made it clear. After the USJ attack, UA needs to show that the system still stands. That we know how to face a crisis and rise again, stronger. The students exchanged glances, this time with less enthusiasm. Power Loader. And for that, the sports festival goes on. But this time, with 5 times the security of any previous edition. Pro heroes will be stationed all over the stadium, inside and out. Extra security, unauthorized quirk detection, reinforced supervision. We're prepared for absolutely anything. Izuku, I understand, he replied softly, now sounding a bit more reassured. Power Loader. And more than that, he said, now with a hint of determination behind his metal mask. You all need to remember something, this festival isn't just a tradition. It's an opportunity, he said with open arms, a smile on his face. For you support course students, this is gold. Heroes, business owners, investors, and agencies from all over the country watch this event from start to finish. If one of your inventions or ideas stands out, you can land contracts. Partnerships, futures. The buzz of excitement returned among the students. Especially Mei, who had already opened a small notebook and started scribbling frantically, tongue sticking out. Mei. Dual propulsion jetpack with thermal cooling and anti-vibration system. Ah, it's going to be wonderful. Maybe too much, she muttered, eyes focused and hand on chin. Izuku. She's not even thinking, she's just creating, he thought, sweating nervously as the sketch beside him seemed to come to life. Power Loader. And one last thing, he said, now in a calmer tone. He looked over the entire room, but his gaze subtly rested on Izuku, even if he didn't say a name. The sports festival can also serve as a shortcut for anyone wanting to attempt a direct transfer to the hero course. The room fell silent upon hearing that, especially Izuku, who looked surprised. Power Loader. If any of you put on an exceptional performance and make it to the final stages, the staff and administration might consider a transfer to the hero course. But of course, he stepped forward, raising one finger. That only happens for those who truly prove they deserve it. Those who stand out, who show skill, vision, and courage. He said this while lowering the finger, indirectly, pointing at Izuku. And Izuku slightly raised his head. His eyes widened, not just in surprise, but in hope. Izuku. A transfer, directly to the hero course. The rest of the class reacted with more neutral expressions. Some showed no interest, others just exchanged curious looks. But clearly, no one had the same reaction as Izuku. Power Loader. This opportunity isn't for everyone. But it is real, and it starts now. He said with conviction, hands on his hips. Time is limited. If you want to show the world what you can do, if you want to forge your own path, then the sports festival is your stage. He began walking along the front of the room, eyes locked on the students. 1 chance a year. 3 total chances, and this goes for everyone. Inventors, designers, negotiators, salespeople, and, of course, he stopped and looked at Izuku for a moment, more serious now, aspiring heroes. The silence lingered for just a second. Then, he turned, pointed at the room dramatically, and shouted. Power Loader. Get ready. Yes, sir. The voices of Class 1H rang out in unison, echoing through the walls. Izuku shouted along with them, standing tall and firm. His eyes were now filled with purpose. The hesitation from earlier had been replaced with something older, something familiar. Determination. Izuku. It'll be harder, but, he glanced discreetly at his metal arm, opening and closing the hand. I can't throw this chance away again, he thought before looking straight ahead. Hallways. Classes had ended, and with that, it was finally break time. The sound of footsteps echoed through the wide corridors, mixed with the voices of students from different years and courses, all heading to the cafeteria. Serious conversations, laughter, theories about the upcoming games, and speculations about the dragons flying over one of the training fields still buzzed inside conversations. In the middle of that lively crowd, there they were. Izuku Yagi walking along, ignoring the stares from other students directed at him. Clearly, those students were whispering about him, and apparently, it involved the dragons outside. And seeing Izuku with the prosthetic only gave them more to talk about. And next to him, his classmate and walking storm of ideas, Mei Hatsume, was rambling non-stop. Mei. Okay, listen to me, I've got another idea. What if I made a foldable exoskeleton with jet propulsion in the heels, automatic frontal armor, terrain recognition system, a backpack with hydraulic arms and a built-in coffee maker? Because let's be honest, a good dose of caffeine can save lives, she said, eyes wide and brimming with enthusiasm. Izuku. Coffee. He simply said, nodding while keeping his eyes forward, clearly already used to her pace. Yeah, that could be useful, if consumed in moderation. Mei. I knew you'd get it. She gave his metal arm a cheerful pat. After all, you're an inventor now too, right? Tell me, got any babies in the oven? Izuku. Actually, I haven't really thought of anything yet. Mei. You're wasting time. The companies will be there, sitting and waiting to be amazed. And boom, she made an explosive gesture with her hands, causing Izuku to raise an eyebrow at her. My babies are going to make it happen. Izuku. Or maybe, he stopped walking for a moment and looked at her, making her pause to listen. Maybe you should focus on something simpler, you know. Something more straightforward that can be used practically during the games. Like, boots that shoot air jets to boost jumps, or a device that fires grappling hooks, or even a basic jetpack. Mei. A basic jetpack. Izuku. Yeah, simple, lightweight, easy to control. Something you can use without needing a 2-day manual. Sometimes the simplest things are the most effective. And in the festival, you'll need effectiveness. His suggestions made Mei bring a hand to her chin, thoughtful. Her eyes lit up soon after. Mei. You're right. Simple things, but effective, efficient. Practical usability with high returns in real field conditions. She tapped her forehead lightly with her notebook. You're a genius and you don't even realize it. We're a great inventor duo, Yagi. Izuku. He laughed awkwardly, averting his gaze, clearly feeling the weight of guilt. Oh man, she doesn't even know I'm thinking about transferring courses. But before the conversation could die there, Mei. By the way, speaking of better performance, she turned to face him, pointing directly at his metal arm. That new baby of yours needs upgrades. Izuku. Hey, not a baby. It's just my arm. Mei. It may just be an arm, she said dramatically. But with a few modifications, it could be a lethal extension of your genius, she declared with a huge grin, grabbing Izuku's arm and lifting it up in front of her face. Look, how about a hidden compartment with tools? Or an internal thruster? Oh, maybe compressed air cannons in the fingers, an automatic recalibration system with neural muscle feedback, maybe a retractable blade, or even impact sensors and a mini anchor. Izuku. You're talking like you want my arm to be a Swiss Army knife. Mei. Exactly, she said, tapping his metal arm excitedly, but imagine. You, in the games, using this arm as a true weapon of technical and creative advancement. It would be amazing. She held his arm as if she were evaluating a precious prototype. Izuku. You think it's possible to fit all that in a single arm? He asked, fascinated by the idea as he pulled his arm back a bit. Mei. With a better arm, yes. In a week, I could turn this from just an arm into a support weapon, she said dramatically, giving a thumbs up. Izuku. Izuku looked at the prosthetic for a moment. It all sounded like overkill, but, Part of him was starting to consider it. It could really help him in the games. But then, Yagi. The familiar voice made him turn immediately. A silhouette was jogging through the hallway, weaving between students. Ochako Uraraka, with that same warm smile and a little wave. Ochako. There you are, she said, stopping in front of the two, out of breath but cheerful. I've been looking for you since classes started again. Izuku. Uraraka. He immediately smiled. I saw you also got cornered by reporters at the entrance this morning. Are you okay? Ochako. I was pretty nervous with all those reporters sticking cameras and microphones in my face, but it wasn't that bad. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to slip up or say something that could be misunderstood, she said, rubbing her head and laughing a little sheepishly. Anyway, I thought we could have lunch together today. It's been a while since we really talked. Before Izuku could say anything, Mei, meanwhile, leaned forward and looked the girl up and down. No smile, no wave, just curiosity. Mei. Who's this? She asked, squinting slightly. Ochako. Who's this? She shot back in almost the same tone, raising an eyebrow as she took note of the other girl's presence. Izuku. So, Uraraka, this is Mei Hatsume, my classmate from the support course, he said, trying to keep a friendly smile while gesturing with his hands. And Hatsume, this is Uraraka, my friend and also my neighbor. The two girls stared at each other for a moment that lasted just a little too long. No hostility, no rude words, but definitely some kind of silent spark in the air. Mei. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, giving a little wave. Ochako. Pleasure's mine, she replied politely but dryly, without taking her eyes off her for a single second. Izuku. What's going on here? It suddenly got cold, he thought nervously, glancing back and forth between them. Only after several long seconds did Mei break the silence, tilting her head slightly. Mei. So, what do you do here at UA, Yagi's neighbor? Ochako. I'm in the hero course, she answered simply, but with a tone that seemed to subtly remind them she wasn't here to play around. Mei. Ooh, interesting. She crossed her arms, intrigued. It must be great getting to put equipment to the test in real combat situations. I want to be a great inventor. Make lots of babies to help heroes in the field, she pointed to Izuku's metal arm. And improve Yagi's baby, too. Ochako's eyes widened at that, while Izuku slapped his own forehead. Ochako. Yagi's baby, Izuku. It's not what you're thinking. She calls all her creations babies, Uraraka. It's nothing literal, he blurted out, stepping between them, waving his hands frantically. It's just her technical way of speaking. Like a trademark. A weird one, but that's it, he explained with a nervous smile. Ochako. She laughed a little, awkwardly. Good to know. I thought you were, I don't know, making a baby with her. Mei. Not yet, she commented, smiling. Izuku. Hatsume. He turned red to the tips of his ears, desperate and a little irritated. Don't say things like that out of context. Ochako. She didn't look away, starting to pout, her lips pursed. Mei. Anyway, Yagi, what do you say we head over to the workshop right now? We can start designing the improvements for your little arm. We can't waste time. The sooner we start, the better, she said with a raised finger and a bright glint in her eyes. Izuku. Right now, but it's still break time. Mei. Exactly. Fewer distractions, no one to interrupt, and more time to work. It's the perfect moment. Ochako. Hey, hold on, she said, grabbing Izuku's right hand, the flesh one. And just that made Izuku blush, eyes wide. Break time just started. We should have lunch first. You can't forget to eat properly. This can wait a little bit. Mei. But this is about performance, efficiency, and enhancement of advanced technological structure. She held onto Izuku's metal arm, making him look at her in bewilderment, while Ochako narrowed her eyes. If we start early, I can plan the new features and that'll help me create more babies. Izuku was stuck between the two of them, blushing, his arms literally being pulled in opposite directions. Ochako. I'm sure Yagi is just as hungry as I am, and he should have lunch, she said, tugging on Izuku's arm. Mei. He will have lunch, but if he really wants to compete in the festival, he can't waste a single minute, she said, tugging the other arm. Izuku. Ah, gee girls, completely trapped between them, Izuku felt his face burning with embarrassment. He tried to speak, but no words came out. Ha 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 ha, I finally found you. The voice boomed like warm thunder from the other hallway, cutting through the mini-conflict in an instant. All three of them turned, and there stood All Might, wearing an elegant suit and tie, a wide smile on his face, carrying something on his back like it was a precious secret. All Might. Young Yagi, is here, he exclaimed, dramatically pointing at his son, and, surrounded by two young ladies. Mei. All Might. Ochako. All Might. Izuku. Oh, no, he thought, panicking. All Might. Ho ho ho, I hope I'm not interrupting anything too important, young ladies, he said politely, placing one hand on his chest and the other raised. But I have something special here for young Yagi. Do you have a minute, young man? Izuku. Sure, what is it? He then slowly pulled from behind his back a neatly packed lunch box. All Might. Lunch. I was wondering if you'd like to have lunch with me today, he said naturally, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Mei. Ochako. What? The two of them were completely caught off guard by All Might's shy invitation to the boy, left speechless. Izuku. What are you doing, Dad? He thought desperately, mortified by the scene his father was causing. All Might. Sir, I don't know if. Before he could protest, All Might slung an arm around his shoulders in a half hug, giving his shoulder a few gentle pats. A complete dad move. All Might. Wonderful, I'm glad you accepted, he said, as if Izuku had already agreed. Izuku. Liar, I didn't even answer, he whispered, incredulous at the audacity. Meanwhile, All Might turned to the girls, inclining his head respectfully. All Might. Forgive the intrusion, young ladies. I'm going to borrow young Yagi for just a moment, he said, smiling and waving at them. I hope it's all right if you have lunch without him just for today. Mei and Ochako just stood there blinking, still processing what they were seeing. Ochako. Yeah, that's fine. Mei. Yep. She nodded. All Might. Wonderful. Enjoy your break. I promise to bring him back in one piece, he said before turning with Izuku still pinned by the shoulder, starting to walk. Let's go, son. He paused to correct himself in front of the girls, nervous about the slip. Son is in, figure of speech. Out of courtesy, you see. Shall we? He asked before continuing, this time stepping aside timidly to let Izuku walk on his own. Sighing in defeat and curious about just how desperate his father was to have lunch with him, Izuku turned back to the two girls. Izuku. I'm going to have to go. I'll try to be back soon, he said, glancing back with a calm expression and a timid smile as he waved. We'll talk later, okay? I hope you two get along. That was all he managed to say before following All Might. Mei Ochako. They didn't say anything, just waved back. They watched Izuku disappearing alongside the most famous hero in the country. After that came silence, as the only two people left in the hallway were them. They both turned to each other. The neutral gaze lingered for a few seconds. Ochako. Do you want to get something to eat? Mei. I do. She answered politely. Cafeteria. The large hall was filled with conversations, laughter, and the clatter of cutlery against trays. The smell of different dishes lingered in the air. Almost all the tables were taken, with groups of students discussing the upcoming stages of the sports festival. In the long line that snaked toward the food counter, two figures stood out for being side by side, in complete silence. Ochako kept her arms crossed, casting discreet but insistent glances at Mei, who, for her part, was completely calm, studying the digital menu panel. Ochako. So, you and Yagi, are you very close? She asked, breaking the silence in a careful tone, but without hiding her curiosity and something else. Mei. Close. I guess so. Mei turned to her with a neutral expression. Classmates. Work partners, so to speak. I have ideas, he also has ideas. We share them with each other. We're basically friends. Ochako. She bit her lip for a moment before continuing. I'm his friend too. Ever since my family moved into the house next to his and Mr. Yagi's a few years ago. We get along really well, she said with a small smile, but one heavy with meaning. May. Ah, I see. She picked up a tray and shrugged, as if it were purely technical information. Cool. They walked a few more steps until they got closer to the food counters. An uncomfortable silence settled again until May looked up, changing the subject. May. I wonder what All Might wanted with Yagi. Ochako. Maybe something about what happened at the USJ. She answered in a tone that mixed concern and curiosity. You heard about the attack, right? Some villains broke in, the dragons showed up. Yagi made the dragons save not just us, but All Might too. She shared this information in a whisper to the pink-haired girl. May. So it was true. Yagi was there too. May widened her eyes, finally showing genuine surprise. Ochako. Yes, I was there too. Me and my whole class. It's something I'll never forget. Yagi even named the dragon he was riding. May. Really? What name? Ochako. Fury. She smiled at the memory. He's huge and scary, but he's a sweetheart. And apparently, he understands everything Yagi says. May. So, about him losing his arm, was he bitten by one of those dragons or? While the two of them talked, someone else was listening. A little farther back in the line, Reika Todoroki, Shoto's twin sister, watched everything in silence. Her eyes were fixed on Ochako and May. She didn't say anything, but her expression showed that the subject had piqued her interest. Reika. A quirkless boy who commands a dragon, she thought, narrowing her eyes. Back with the father and son in the building's hallways, Izuku's footsteps echoed heavily across the floor as All Might walked beside him with that same wide smile. Every 3 steps, Izuku got a nudge on the shoulder from All Might, who wouldn't stop poking him. And the reason? The earlier scene. Izuku. What is it now? He finally asked, irritated, glancing sideways. All Might. Ah, nothing, he smiled mischievously. I was just curious about that scene. 2 young ladies, one on each side, holding your hands like they were fighting over you. Since when are you such a rascal? Izuku. It's nothing like that. He turned bright red. It was just a misunderstanding. They just wanted to talk to me about different things. All Might. I see, he placed a hand thoughtfully on his chin, theatrical. But, what kind of misunderstanding exactly? Izuku let out a long sigh, running a hand down his face, completely exasperated. Izuku. Please, honestly, tell me you didn't drag me all the way here just to talk about this. The boy's comment made All Might let out a deep, friendly laugh. All Might. No, of course not. They stopped in front of a door with a discreet plaque that read Break Room, Restricted Use. The hero placed his hand on the doorknob. Actually, we need to talk about something serious. Izuku. And what would that be? His expression shifted immediately, becoming alert. All Might. About the dragons. Izuku's heart raced. He took a deep breath, staring at the door. With a calm gesture, All Might pushed it open. The room was lit by sunlight streaming through a glass window, with sofas, armchairs, and a coffee table. In the center of the space, sitting comfortably on a sofa, was Nezu, swinging his legs like a child waiting for something. When the door opened, he turned to the pair and raised a paw in a friendly wave as he saw Izuku walk in. Nezu. Ah, young Yagi, I'm so glad you could come so promptly, he said warmly. Beside him, on an armchair, there was something covered by a large gray blanket. The shape was indistinct, but it looked like there was something, or someone, underneath it. Izuku looked from Nezu to the covered object, feeling a chill run down his spine. Izuku. What's going on? All Might closed the door behind him, transforming back into Toshinori, and walked over to sit in a chair facing the table across from the sofa. Nezu. Please, have a seat. We need to talk about your bond with the dragons. And about your best friend. He tilted his head, smiling gently. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. He slowly approached the other chair beside his father, his heart speeding up as he sat across from Yue's principal, sensing that this would change everything. His hands trembled slightly on his knees. He glanced at the blanket over the armchair, as if it might leap out at any moment. Izuku. Am I in trouble? He muttered, staring at Nezu. I knew this was going to happen. I kind of brought the dragons here. And ever since, the media won't stop showing up at the gate, asking about everything. Oh God, damn it, he grumbled, placing a hand on his head. Nezu then raised his paw, calmly shaking his head. Nezu. Oh no, young Yagi. Please, don't think that. He spoke in a gentle, almost fatherly tone. You are not in trouble. Not at all, Izuku. Then why am I here? Izuku frowned, confused. Toshinori. Prepare yourself for a shock. Toshinori sighed, as if he already knew the little principal was about to leave Izuku even more bewildered and wide-eyed. Nezu folded his paws over his lap and leaned forward a little, still smiling. Nezu. Well, I mean, yes, I called you here because of the dragons. He admitted, flicking his tail once. But not because of anything bad. Actually, it's a possibility that came up. Something curious that occurred to me. Izuku. I don't understand, a possibility. Something curious. His eyes narrowed, trying to guess where this was going. Nezu raised his voice, shifting into a more professional tone. Nezu. First, I want to confirm something with you. You are aware that the sports festival is approaching, correct? Izuku. Yes, sir. He answered, now breathing heavily. Nezu. And you're planning to start preparing? Izuku. Yes, I've been thinking of some ideas, or strategies. He looked away, nervous. Nezu. Excellent. Nezu smiled, swinging his legs as if he were an eager child. Then allow me to ask. Izuku furrowed his brow, feeling that whatever came next could knock him right out of his chair, while Toshinori simply sipped the tea he'd poured himself at the table. The little principal's face then broke into a goofy smile. His dark eyes locked onto Izuku's with an intensity that made the boy hold his breath. Nezu. What if you considered the possibility of your best friend, Fury, participating in the sports festival by your side? He asked with excitement at the end, raising both paws. For a moment, the silence in the room felt absolute. Izuku blinked once, twice, 3 times. After he digested what the principal had just said, his eyes went wide. Izuku. Say what? He shouted, shocked and bewildered. And his shout was loud enough to carry outside, all the way to the forest area where the dragons were resting. Among them, hanging from a tree branch by his tail and dozing upside down, was Fury. Hearing his human friend's startled yell even from inside the building, even from this distance, Fury spread his wings slightly and... Fury. The dragon blinked awake, confused. Izuku stayed silent for a moment, still trying to process the absurd idea he had just heard. Then, on impulse, he abruptly shot up from his chair, the sound of it scraping against the floor echoing through the room. Izuku. What? He gestured wildly with his hands, as if trying to reorganize his own thoughts. You want the dragons to take part in the sports festival? Like, with everyone watching. Nezu didn't move, still comfortably seated on the sofa. He merely raised his eyebrows, as if Izuku's reaction had been entirely predictable. Nezu. Yes, that's exactly it. He replied with his usual calm, with everyone watching. Izuku. But why? What kind of idea is that? Nezu. Ever since the dragons appeared, Izuku, the media hasn't rested. Nezu clasped his tiny paws together, and his tone shifted. Still gentle, but now more sober, more serious. Theories, speculation, panic in online forums, experts debating. Everyone wonders where they came from, what they are, what they want. He locked eyes with the boy. But the public's biggest question is just one. Are they dangerous? Izuku. He lowered his gaze, feeling the weight of the words. He knew it was true. More than once, he'd overheard people whispering in the hallways, twisting the facts, or seen the media exaggerating outside the school gates. Nezu. Some parents have even come to us, asking why we're housing potentially deadly creatures inside UA. They question their children's safety. They want meetings. They want answers. Toshinori. People fear what they don't understand, he said, looking at his son. Nezu. So I thought. He straightened slightly in his seat. What if we showed the world who they really are? Let everyone see for themselves what kind of creatures these dragons are. Izuku. What, sir? With all due respect, But that's not going to work. His voice carried a mix of worry and disbelief. Even if I agreed, I can't, and I couldn't, make all the dragons behave around so many people, especially the students. Nezu. I know that, my boy. In fact, it would be a disaster to have all those dragons participate. That's why I'm suggesting only Fury takes part. Him, and no one else. He said with a confident smile, catching Izuku off guard. Izuku. Just Fury. But, he's not a student. He doesn't even have a registration to participate, he protested, scrambling for excuses. Nezu. He doesn't need to be a student, Izuku. He only needs to be your ally and a part of you. And the sports festival is a stage. A spectacle where the best of the new generation show what they're made of. What better opportunity to introduce Fury to the world than as a part of you? Izuku. Part of me, he was stunned. This wasn't just a crazy proposal, it was a complete shift in perspective. Nezu. You say he's your best friend. That you trust him more than anyone. Then, show that to the world, he exclaimed, leaping from the sofa and raising both paws with enthusiasm. Let them see with their own eyes who he, and you, really are. Izuku remained standing, eyes wide at Nezu's words. The principal's voice still echoed in his mind, muddled, provocative, almost too absurd to be real. His gaze dropped to the floor, his mind boiling with all the what-ifs. Izuku. This is insane. He murmured, almost voiceless. I don't know. Fury's my friend. Yes, but, this is putting him under the spotlight, in the middle of an arena full of heroes, civilians, and reporters. If something goes wrong, if he panics, if he hurts someone, it'll ruin everything. He rubbed his head with both hands. Nezu. Izuku, this is more than just a bold proposal. It's an opportunity. Nezu's serene expression didn't falter. He slowly approached the boy, stopping right in front of him, small in stature but brimming with confidence, for two things. Izuku. 2. Nezu. The first, to show the world that the dragons are not our enemies. That they are intelligent, strong creatures, but also gentle, loyal, and capable of being our allies. To show that they're not here to destroy, but to coexist. He extended a paw, gesturing as if painting the scene in the air, drawing the boy's eyes to him. If Fury, a dragon, appears by your side, not as a beast but as a partner, millions will see it. Heroes, parents, students, the general public. They'll see with their own eyes that maybe the world has judged them unfairly. Izuku. And the second. Nezu didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Toshinori. The man was already standing, but at Nezu's look, he took a step forward. His face was serious, more than Izuku had seen in a long time. He reached into his pocket, took a deep breath, and spoke. Toshinori. The second, son, his words caught Izuku's attention. The boy saw his father's stern look, before it broke into a smile. It's your chance, to get into the hero course. Izuku. What? So, you, Toshinori. You heard me. He stepped closer, his voice firm but full of emotion. If you take part in the festival with Fury, if the two of you stand out, show what you can do together, even if you don't win the final match, the spot will be yours. Officially yours. Izuku. Huh, what, are you serious? Nezu. I vouch for it. He said, paws behind his back, drawing Izuku's wide-eyed stare. I'm the principal, young man. I have full administrative authority to guarantee your admission, provided you prove you're up to the task. Izuku felt like he was dreaming. This was everything he had wanted from the very beginning. More than anything, but there was something he couldn't ignore. Something that deeply unsettled him. Izuku. But, if I work with Fury, wouldn't that be cheating, or unfair to the other students? He asked, staring at the two adults. Nezu. Izuku, you're a boy without a quirk, competing in a tournament where almost everyone else has powers, skills, and years of experience. Nezu smiled, a smile that showed he had already expected this question. Do you really think that is fair to you? Izuku. I guess not. Nezu. Then you won't be cheating. Fury isn't an independent competitor. He'll be an extension of you. Just like many heroes use equipment, sidekicks, or partners during missions, you'll have Fury at your side. One of 3 advantages you'll have in this tournament. Izuku. 3, he frowned. Nezu. First, and most obvious. Fury, your bond, your strength, your connection. He raised a second finger. Second, your mind. Your intelligence. You study, you think, you analyze. I bet you're a strategist. And I believe you'll use that masterfully in the festival, including improving your robotic prosthetic. I don't doubt you'll surprise us. Izuku. Yeah, let's say that's true. Izuku looked at his mechanical arm, opening and closing the metal fist. He knew he could improve that design. And he knew he wanted to. And what's the third advantage? Nezu. Go ahead, Toshinori. Nezu, still smiling, looked once more at Toshinori. Tell him what the third advantage is. Toshinori swallowed hard. His shoulders were tense, and he seemed to hesitate, especially with his son's eyes locked on him. After a few seconds, he sighed, and finally said, Toshinori. I'm going to pass my power on to you, Izuku. Izuku. Toshinori. I want you to inherit my power. I want you to inherit one for all. Izuku. One, for all, he repeated, scratching the side of his head, his brow still furrowed in confusion. But what is that? What do you mean pass your power to me? What are you even talking about? That's impossible, Toshinori. On the contrary. It is possible. He nodded seriously, which made Izuku stare back at him in equal seriousness. In short, one for all is a power that can be inherited. It transfers from one person to another. It accumulates strength, experience, and the will of those who carried it before, and passes it on. Izuku passed on, his eyes narrowed as he looked down, thinking about what he had just heard. Then, he took a step forward, locking eyes with the man. Dad, are you telling me that your power, super strength, the thing that's made you the #1 hero all this time, was an inherited power? Toshinori. Why yes. He confirmed, slightly nervous. And now, I want you to inherit it. For a moment, silence filled the room. Izuku didn't even blink. Nezu leaned to the side, and Toshinori swallowed nervously, the way Izuku was staring without blinking, until he furrowed his brows. Izuku. If that's true, then you mean to tell me you could have given me this earlier? He exploded, grabbing his father by the collar and shaking him with indignation and frustration, startling the #1 hero. Nezu. I knew this was going to happen. Nezu, deep down, tried to stifle a light chuckle as he watched the unusual scene. Toshinori. Izuku. Wait, calm down, he tried to say while being shaken. I can explain. Izuku. I spent my whole life thinking I was a failure because I didn't have a quirk. I almost gave up on my dream, and you had a special inherited power this whole time and never told me. He shouted in outrage, then stopped shaking his father to stare him in the eyes. You made me believe being a hero was impossible for me. That I should take another path. And now you come out with this. Toshinori. Alright. I deserve that. Let go of me, come on. He raised his hands in surrender, feeling dizzy from being shaken so hard. Izuku. Give me one reason not to call Recovery Girl right now, he said in a hoarse tone, releasing his father's collar but pointing his metal finger at him. And at the mention of the old heroine, Toshinori swallowed hard and took a deep breath, stepping back. Toshinori. I know you're upset, he adjusted his clothes, taking a deep breath. And you're right to be mad. And I truly apologize. He spoke while Izuku stared at him with a serious expression, but willing to listen. But, Izuku, I didn't tell you because I was afraid. He lowered his gaze slightly. This power isn't just any power. It's a burden. It demands more than muscle or bravery. It demands sacrifice, pain, responsibility. Not everyone can handle what I carry. I couldn't just give it to anyone, not even to my own son, he said, showing his hands as if to illustrate the weight of this power. Izuku. So, why now? Toshinori. I had to think long and hard. He lowered his hands. And for a long time, I doubted I'd find someone worthy. There were many options, but it wasn't clear who the right one truly was. But after everything I've seen, after everything that's happened, he raised his eyes with pride. I found my successor. And that someone is you, Izuku Yagi, he said, pointing at his own son, who was speechless. Izuku. But, he looked at his father, chest tight, eyes watering. Part of him was still hurt, but another part trembled inside. Because he knew his father had chosen him. Are you sure? You're not just saying that because I'm your son. Toshinori smiled. Without saying a word, he extended his index finger and firmly poked Izuku's chest. Toshinori. Who would be better than you after what you did at the USJ? Izuku's eyes widened. You faced fear head-on. You got many dragons to fight alongside you. You saved lives. You fought a monstrous creature that could have killed dozens, maybe more. And even then, even after getting your arm burned, even as just a boy without a quirk, he took a step forward, smiling more broadly, his voice filled with excitement. You stood tall with that dragon who chose to listen to you. You kept fighting until you won. That's not just bravery, Izuku. He said, gripping both of Izuku's shoulders. That's the soul of a hero. If you managed to pull off all those incredible feats without any power, imagine what you could do with one for all. Izuku. I could do even more. Toshinori. Yes, you could. You wouldn't just carry my legacy, you'd forge your own. And I want to be there, to witness the legacy you can create, he said, hopeful, his arms slightly open. Since that day, after you recovered, I finally understood. You were truly worthy, my son. You were the next. Izuku, do you accept to inherit one for all? For a moment, Izuku didn't answer. He simply lowered his head, breathing in and out, overwhelmed with emotion. His eyes shone with unshed tears. Then, suddenly, he took a step forward and rested his head against his father's chest, saying nothing. Toshinori froze, unsure what to do for a second, until he heard his son's low voice. Izuku. I accept. His voice was slightly muffled from holding back his tears, but the emotion was unmistakable. You have no idea what this means to me, please, let me be the successor. Toshinori's heart almost skipped a beat. He blinked, then smiled, a smile full of tenderness and pride. With still hesitant arms, he wrapped Izuku in a tight hug, holding the boy close against his chest. Toshinori. It's all right, my son. It's all right. He patted Izuku's back lightly, while the boy returned the hug with strength, showing his gratitude. You're the one who has no idea what this means to me. Nezu, still standing where he was, watched everything with a calm, satisfied smile on his face. Nezu. Well, I suppose we have a hero in the making. Before the touching moment could continue, a muffled noise came from the corner of the room. The gray blanket thrown over the couch shifted, revealing a small figure stirring underneath. A raspy, cranky voice soon followed. So, are you two done with all this sappy nonsense, or are you gonna keep hugging until sunset? Izuku immediately turned, surprised. His eyes widened as he saw the familiar figure struggling to sit up on the couch, still with the blanket partially draped over his shoulders. Izuku. Mr. Sorahiko. The old man pulled the blanket off his face and grumbled, sitting up with some effort. His white hair was messier than usual, his eyes half-lidded, and his expression clearly unimpressed with the room's emotional atmosphere. Old Sorahiko rubbed one of his eyes, looking as tired and cranky as ever. He let out a loud yawn, stretched, and cracked his shoulders as he stood. Gran Torino. I woke up the moment you started yelling. Kid, seriously, if I'd known there was gonna be all this drama, I would have stayed in bed. He grumbled while scratching briefly at his lower back. And before you asked, yes, I was sleeping there. And yes, I woke up exactly when the kid started shouting. Toshinori covered his mouth, chuckling quietly. Izuku, still surprised, simply watched the old man approach with slow, steady steps. Gran Torino circled him, studying him from head to toe with narrowed eyes. Gran Torino. Well, you've grown up nicely, huh, boy, he said as he circled Izuku. Look at this. Doesn't even look like the snot-nosed brat who used to trip over his own feet every time he tried to run. He inspected him from one side, then behind, then the other side, while Izuku offered a gentle smile to the elder. Izuku. Yeah, it's been a while since we last met. A lot's changed. Gran Torino. You're taller, more solid, too, he said, stopping in front of Izuku. But there's something different I can't quite put my finger on, he muttered, scratching his chin. Izuku. Different. He lowered his gaze slightly and moved his left arm, the metal one, raising it a little. Oh, you mean my. Gran Torino. Ah, I've got it. That's it. He pointed his cane straight at Izuku's head. Your hair grew. Since when did you start letting that mop grow out? You trying to be some rock band singer now? Izuku. It's just hair, he sighed, letting out a tired smile. But it's good to see you, Sorahiko. Gran Torino. Oh, is it now, my boy? He asked with a gentle smile, before smacking Izuku's leg hard with his cane, making the boy step back with a pained grimace. Izuku. Ow, ow, he exclaimed, clutching the spot where he'd been hit. Gran Torino. If it's so good, why didn't you ever visit me again, huh? You should have dropped by more often to say that, not wait until I'm asleep on a couch like some abandoned old man. He complained, cane still raised, as if threatening to hit again. You could have at least told that whole story properly. But no, I had to hear about the dragon business from him. He pointed at Toshinori, who just raised his hands like he was saying, my bad. Riding a dragon like some fairy tale knight. And you've got the nerve to stand there with that dumb look. Gran Torino scolded with a half-grumpy expression, though it was clear there was a hint of affection hidden underneath. Izuku. I really am sorry, I just didn't have the time. Everything happened so fast, he explained with a somewhat guilty look. Gran Torino. Sigh always an excuse. Kids these days, he muttered, hand on his face and cane resting on the floor. Toshinori cleared his throat and stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. Toshinori. I'm the one who called him here, Izuku. I thought it was the right time to tell him everything, and I also wanted him to be here today. Izuku. But, why? Why is he here now? He asked, standing back up as the pain subsided. Toshinori. I told him about my decision to pass one for all to you. And I thought he could help with your training, he said with a smile. Izuku. What? Gran Torino. That's right, runt, he huffed, proud. I'm gonna be your trainer. And stop making that scared face, I'm not gonna eat you alive, unless you give me a reason. Izuku. But I don't get it, why you? I mean, why not my dad? He's all might and he has one for all. Can't he train me? Gran Torino. This guy. You think he can get you ready properly? He jabbed his cane toward Toshinori. Izuku. Well, yeah. He answered, shrugging as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. And upon hearing that response, Torino didn't say a word. He just stayed silent before, bursting into loud laughter. Gran Torino. Pffffff. Ha 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 ha. His sudden laughter left Izuku confused, while Toshinori rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. When Torino finally stopped laughing and looked at Izuku's face, seeing the boy's confusion, the old man laughed again. Huh. Ha 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 ha. This was, without a doubt, the heartiest laugh Gran Torino had ever let out, so much so that he held his stomach and banged his cane on the floor, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Finally, when he stopped laughing and was catching his breath, he looked at Izuku and asked. Gran Torino. Are you serious? He asked in a serious tone this time. Kid, your old man might be good at a lot of things, but teaching is not one of them. Izuku. Are you kidding? My dad is a teacher at UA. Tell him. Dad. He looked at his father, expecting him to defend himself, but. Toshinori. Yeah, he was sweating buckets from nervousness and shame. I might be a teacher, but that doesn't mean I'm one of the best. Izuku. You're joking, right? He was incredulous, his brow furrowed, while Toshinori scratched his neck and laughed nervously. Toshinori. I'm good at fighting and all, but teaching is another story. If it weren't for Torino, I wouldn't have even learned how to use one for all properly when I was young. Gran Torino. At least he's aware of that. Saves me the trouble of repeating it. The old man's comment made Toshinori sigh. Izuku. This is so weird, hearing the symbol of peace admit he's a bad teacher. He commented skeptically, making the man slump his shoulders and lower his head. Toshinori. At least I'm humble. Yes, Toshinori, you're depressed or made that very clear. Gran Torino. And now it's your turn. He drew Izuku's attention by tapping his cane on the floor. If we're going to give you one for all, we need to make sure your body can handle it. Izuku. My body. Handle it? What do you mean? He asked, touching his torso. Gran Torino. Look, you've got a decent physique, I'll give you that. You survived that attack at the USJ, endured having one arm burned, and you're still walking around like nothing happened. But One for All demands a lot more than just decent. Izuku. And what happens if my body isn't good enough? Toshinori. You explode. He gave a direct, serious answer. Izuku. Say what? Toshinori. Literally, One for All is an accumulated power. A massive torrent of energy. If your body isn't ready, it won't withstand the pressure. Muscles, bones, everything shatters. The power tears you apart from the inside. As he explained in detail, Izuku went pale and swallowed hard, imagining it happening to him. Gran Torino. That's why we're going to prepare you. Before we pass this power on to you, we're going to make your body stronger. Tougher. Especially now that you've only got one arm made of flesh and bone. He tapped his cane twice against Izuku's robotic arm, the metal ringing with each impact. We can't afford to mess this up. Izuku. So, I have to get even stronger. Gran Torino. Exactly. And I'm not talking about some shopping mall gym. It's going to be hands-on. Sweat. Vomit, if necessary. He commented with a mischievous grin, already imagining what kind of training he could prepare. Izuku looked at his right arm in silence for a few seconds. He lifted it slightly, watching his hand slowly close. It was his last direct link to the body he was born with. The reality of having only that arm hit him even harder now. Izuku. Do you guys think that, even with just one arm, I'll be able to control One for All? Toshinori and Gran Torino glanced at each other when they heard the question, then gave a brief affirmative nod. Toshinori. That's what we'll find out together. Gran Torino. You're not the first to have physical limitations, Izuku. The difference is how you deal with them. His comment caught Izuku's attention. Nezu. And since we're talking about preparation, at that moment, Nezu, still standing, decided to chime in. UA will give all courses 3 full weeks to prepare for the sports festival. Students are allowed to train at the school's facilities if they wish. Izuku. 3 weeks. Nezu. It's the most time I can give. It also means you can train with fury, if you think it's necessary. We know how well synchronized you two are. Gran Torino. 3 weeks, more than enough. We'll have you locked and loaded, kid. He then turned to Izuku with a sharp, intense gaze. So, All Might Jr., are you ready for what's coming? Izuku stayed silent for a moment. He took a deep breath, then lifted his head with a determined smile. Izuku. Yes, I am. Bring it on. Toshinori smiled at seeing his son's resolve, while Nezu nodded in satisfaction. Gran Torino shook his head with a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Gran Torino. Good. Because starting tomorrow, hell begins. Hours later, Class 1H room. Some time had passed since the conversation with Gran Torino, All Might, and Nezu. The bell marking the end of classes echoed through the UA corridors, and the students of Class 1H, from the support course, began to disperse. Inside the room, Izuku was putting his things into his backpack while Mei Hatsume chattered away beside him. Mei, what do you think would look better on your arm? A blade or a retractable hook? Tell me, and I'll already start thinking of a design, she gestured excitedly, her eyes sparkling at the idea. Izuku. I think a hook would be more useful, both for moving around and for pulling things. He commented while zipping his backpack shut. A blade is too extreme, and I don't think I'll need one. Mei. You don't need it until you do. That's how it works. And when you do, you'll thank me for predicting it. She gave his metal arm a cheerful smack. What's going on here? Izuku barely had time to sling his backpack over his shoulder when he heard this shout from a classmate near the door. The reason became clear in seconds. A large group of students from other courses crowded the entrance, blocking the way. Many unfamiliar faces. All of them were staring in the same direction, at Izuku. Whispers crossed the hallway. Staring eyes. Low comments, but loud enough to be unsettling. Look at his robotic arm. That's him, right? The one riding the black dragon. Matches perfectly with that guy over there. Mei. Okay, that's new. She raised an eyebrow. What do all these people want? Izuku sighed inwardly. He already had a good guess. Picking up his backpack, he slung it over his back and started walking toward them. Izuku. Guys, can you move aside? My classmates want to go home. His tone stayed calm and polite, but with a certain firmness. Then, a male voice spoke from behind the crowd. I also came to see the quirkless guy who rode a dragon. So it's you, huh? The students parted to make way for a boy approaching the doorway, revealing none other than Hitoshi Shinso, who stepped inside without hurry. His tired eyes, fixed on Izuku, had something analytical, almost clinical. Shinso. The TV couldn't show the face of the one on that black dragon that day. But, the rumors coming from 1A after the USJ attack started pointing to one name. He paused briefly, hand going to the back of his neck, gauging Izuku's reaction. And that metal arm of yours, the sudden appearance of dragons at school, it all adds up. Izuku felt a chill in his gut, but kept eye contact. Izuku. Look, I don't know what people have been saying about me, but let me make it clear, the dragons aren't bad. And how can you be sure? You lost an arm because of them, didn't you? One student behind Shinso frowned. And why did you bring those creatures here? Aren't you afraid of what they might do? Another pointed at him. Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but another voice cut him off. Bakugo. It's because this idiot's always been like this. Insert soundtrack. Together strong. John Paisano. Everyone turned toward a figure in the middle of the crowd, where Katsuki Bakugo emerged, hands in his pockets, backpack on his back, expression full of pure disdain. Bakugo. Always sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. He stopped in front of Izuku, while Shinso simply stepped aside, indifferent. Look at you, Deku, turning into a celebrity. Now everyone wants to hear about your little show with the flying lizards. Izuku. Bakugo. He frowned but didn't raise his voice. Bakugo. Playing hero again, you piece of shit. Because of you, the media's camped outside UA, making everyone's life hell. Headache after headache. And don't tell me those dragons are harmless, I saw them attacking villains. Hurting and killing them. They almost attacked me too. What? They killed the villains. They attacked you and your classmates. Bakugo's comment sparked mild panic among the students, already uneasy about the dragons, now even more so with this information. Izuku. Wait, that's not. He tried to speak but was shoved by Bakugo, almost stumbling if not for Mei catching him by the shoulders. Bakugo. That's right, I saw with my own eyes some dragons attacking villains at USJ. Burning them alive, and you know what's funny? He pointed directly at Izuku. That it was all just a little too convenient. Those villains and those things showing up in the same place on the same day. Mei. What are you trying to imply with that? She didn't like his tone. Bakugo. That it was all on purpose. His glare at Izuku was sharp, making many turn their eyes on him. You pretend to be the savior and suddenly no one remembers the quirkless loser you've always been. Honestly, Deku, who are you trying to fool? The murmuring grew among the students. Some thought the theory absurd, others weren't so sure. Izuku stayed silent, eyes downcast. The constant insults from Bakugo were bad enough, but this accusation. This was the last straw. He was starting to get angry. Izuku. I'm not. He was cut off again by a female voice slicing through the air. You're just jealous. Silence fell instantly. The crowd parted for Ochako Uraraka to step in. She walked until she was beside Izuku, staring Bakugo down. Bakugo. What did you say? He was not pleased. Ochako. You're jealous because Yagi's getting more attention than you, so you made up this ridiculous theory that doesn't make any sense. Bakugo. And what makes you think that? Ochako. First, if it were true, how do you explain Yagi and his dragon having to kill that giant dragon that was about to kill everyone, including themselves? She shot back without flinching at his glare. Second, who in their right mind would willingly lose their own arm just to put on an act like that? You think someone would want to sacrifice an entire arm for this? She turned to the other students, pointing at Izuku's arm. He was left speechless by her boldness. And she didn't stop there. Ochako. And third, if he really wanted revenge on everyone who turned their back on him for being quirkless, why didn't he use the dragons to attack all of us? I'll tell you why, because that's not who he is. Yagi is a good person, and if he says the dragons aren't bad, then I believe him. I was there when those dragons saved our lives. She glanced toward some of her classmates from 1A visible in the crowd. Tsuyu, Kaminari, Kirishima, Mineta, Kota, and Tokiyami. Including All Might's life, and yours, Bakugo. The classroom and corridor fell into complete silence. Bakugo clenched his fists, visibly irritated. Mei looked at Ochako with an impressed expression. Izuku, meanwhile, felt his heart race. The girl he liked was there, defending him. Just as she had said she would. Ochako. So stop making things up and accept that you're wrong. She crossed her arms, still staring straight at Bakugo. Bakugo. He looked away, visibly irritated at being interrupted, his teeth grinding. The silence still weighed in the air when Izuku finally lifted his chin. Ochako's firm presence at his side seemed to have ignited something inside him. He took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and looked directly at Bakugo. Izuku. And there's also a fourth point. His voice was steadier than before, drawing everyone's attention, including Bakugo's. At least I and the dragons risked our lives to save others. And you, Bakugo, would you have done the same thing I did? He asked, raising his left arm, implying whether the blonde would sacrifice part of his body. The impact of the question echoed through the corridor. Bakugo didn't answer. He only narrowed his eyes, jaw clenched, a vein pulsing at the side of his face. His rage was clear, but there was something else, perhaps wounded pride. Izuku. And one more thing, he continued, refusing to be intimidated. You and everyone here will see me at the sports festival. And you'll see what a useless guy like me can do, he said coldly, locking eyes with Bakugo, whose brow furrowed. A low chorus of murmurs spread. Some seemed surprised, others excited by the provocation. Bakugo let out a tch, shoving anyone in his way aside before storming down the corridor, grumbling with pure frustration. Ochako looked at Izuku with a proud smile. Ochako. That's it, she said quietly, but with satisfaction. Mei. Ha, nicely done, Yagi. That was like, how? Right in his face. Not literally, but you get it. She gave his metal shoulder a light tap, laughing. Shinso. Hey, what course is that loud blonde from? He asked calmly, catching the three off guard with the sudden question. Ochako. He's from the hero course. Same as me. Shinso stayed silent for a few seconds before letting out a light sigh. Shinso. So that's it. What a disappointment. To think I might end up with someone like him as a future classmate. His remark made both Izuku and Ochako frown. You know, many people here also intended to join the hero course, but by bad luck ended up in general studies instead. I'm going to try to transfer into the hero course. The sports festival is my only chance to achieve that. And that means, I'm declaring war on everyone, especially the hero course slackers. He then looked straight at Izuku, with a cold, calculating stare. And that includes you too. The corridor seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Some Class 1A students present exchanged surprised glances. Kirishima. Are you serious? He nearly stepped forward, indignant. Kaminari. That's way too bold. Shinso only gave a half smile, not answering, before walking away, slipping through the crowd as if nothing had happened. Mei, who had been laughing before, grew more serious. She looked at Izuku for a moment, as if trying to guess what he was thinking. Her expression carried a hint of worry, since she didn't know if Izuku wanted to shine at the festival to raise the support course's reputation, or if he was considering following the same path as Shinso. Izuku, on the other hand, stood still for a few seconds, looking at his right hand. He slowly clenched it, feeling every muscle contract. When he raised his eyes again, his expression was firm as he thought. Izuku. A only chance. Next day, first week, dawn brought a clear sky, with sharp, biting air, as UA's forest field awakened. The damp soil and rustle of trees were broken by the rhythmic sound of heavy footsteps and ragged breaths. Izuku was running in wide circles around the clearing, his body leaning forward, every step pressing hard into the ground. Weights were strapped to his ankles and back, swinging and making each movement a struggle. Gran Torino. Come on, put more spirit into it. Gran Torino followed him closely, not to run but to observe, his experienced eyes analyzing every move. Toshinori, standing farther back, rested a hand on his chin, watching his son's performance intently. From among the trees, the lake, and the grass, several pairs of glowing eyes watched. The dragons had already grown used to the humans' presence there, but that day, they seemed especially attentive, watching what those two men were doing with Izuku. And, perched on a fallen trunk, Fury observed, unmoving, with Sigrid and little Kuro above their mother, watching curiously. Izuku's breathing grew more uneven. The weight burned in his muscles, his legs starting to give out. As he rounded the 10th lap, exhaustion betrayed him, his toe caught on an exposed root, and he fell to his knees, his body pitching forward. The cold, damp ground seeped through his training uniform. The days that followed were just as grueling. Gran Torino demanded not only endurance but also precision, reflexes, and explosive strength. Izuku went through sessions of dodging and counterattacks, constantly knocked down, shoved, and struck by the old man. Torino pushed Izuku to the limit with sparring. The veteran moved at incredible speed, striking, pushing, and flooring Izuku again and again. Each fall hurt, forcing Izuku to rise with greater effort, until he simply couldn't anymore. Torino's intent was to make Izuku learn to read an opponent's body, to catch the smallest gestures before an attack, and to use the environment to his advantage whenever necessary. During breaks, Toshinori took over, trading raw aggression for mental and technical preparation. He corrected postures, showed attack angles, and guided how to channel energy without letting his body tear itself apart under the strain. Often, he stood behind his son, guiding his movements during strength exercises or adjusting his breathing during endurance runs. At the end of each day, Izuku could barely stay on his feet. His whole body burned, his hands trembled from the effort. Still, before lying down on the training ground, he always cast a glance at Fury, who never stopped watching, concern and curiosity in his eyes. And the only thing Izuku did to reassure his dragon friend was to raise a thumbs up with a crooked smile before slowly forcing himself up to try again. The first week ended with Izuku's body tougher, his breath longer, and his mind sharper. There were no definitive victories, only falls and new attempts. But already, the outline of something greater could be seen forming, the foundation for what was to come. Second week. The morning rose clear, yet heavy for Izuku. His body already felt the toll of the first week, every muscle still aching, but his mind stood firm. Weights still strapped to his ankles, he ran through the forest field with short strides. Sweat streamed down his face in rivers, his feet striking the dirt unevenly. This time, exhaustion caught up with him sooner. The boy stumbled from fatigue and dropped to his knees, his hands sinking into the damp ground. He breathed hard, chest rising and falling as if there wasn't enough air. But before he could get up and continue, Fury stepped in. The dragon rushed forward without hesitation, stopping beside Izuku and lifting him up gently but firmly with his head. The same gesture the night Fury had done on the training day during the entrance exam. Izuku steadied himself, straightened up, and gave a tired but grateful smile at the dragon repeating the act. But with one new detail. Next to Fury, two other pairs of eyes were watching closely. Kuro walked up to the human, letting out small, high-pitched grunts and slapping his tail against the ground in an anxious rhythm. Sigrid, meanwhile, stopped a short distance away, wings half spread, watching with a gentle, attentive gaze. It was almost like a mother evaluating the boy's effort. Izuku smiled at that, leaning against Fury's head, and started running again. This time, he wasn't running alone. Kuro ran beside him, small but fast, letting out little encouraging growls, almost like a trainer. Whatever Kuro was saying, it was working. Fury trotted in parallel, keeping the exact rhythm so Izuku wouldn't stop. And Sigrid, silent, followed from above, flying over the training field, wings beating the wind. During strength training, the Night Fury family also began to take part. When Toshinori, in his all-might form, helped Izuku hold up heavy weights to keep them from crushing his son, Kuro climbed on top of the metal block, adding even more load. The little one growled softly as he looked down at Izuku, as if giving childish encouragement, making Toshinori's eyes widen in surprise. Instead of discouraging him, Izuku smiled through the strain and pulled even harder, as if the extra challenge was fuel. Gran Torino watched the whole thing, dumbfounded and perplexed, scratching his head and lifting his mask to arch an eyebrow. He didn't interrupt, just let the dynamic unfold, curious about the natural partnership between human and dragons. Combat training had also changed. Izuku was already dodging with more agility, reacting to Torino's movements with better reflexes than before. He still fell a lot, but was learning to use his body as leverage, to spin on the ground, to soften falls, and to get up without wasting time. What satisfied Torino most was seeing Izuku block one of the old man's kicks with his new metal prosthetic, which made Torino smile. And at the end of that session, instead of congratulating the boy, "Grand Torino! Surprise sweep!" he shouted, pointing his cane tip behind Izuku. "Izuku! Sui wo!" Fury decided to intervene. The dragon used his tail to sweep Izuku's legs out from under him. Izuku hit the ground, landing on his backside, while Fury backed off with a low growl that sounded almost like laughter. Torino burst out laughing at the scene, holding his stomach, while Izuku sighed but ended up laughing along. Sigrid also began to join in. During obstacle course runs, believe it or not, the Night Terrors, Terrible Terrors, Natters, Gronkles, Rumblehorn, and even Owl volunteered to act as obstacles for Izuku. Their role was simple. The moment Izuku charged past, it was their cue to lunge at him, forcing Izuku to dodge them as he ran. And dodge he did, rolling on the ground, stepping back, ducking, or picking up speed. Meanwhile, Sigrid flew low, passing over Izuku and beating her wings to send gusts of wind his way, forcing him to fight against the resistance, making sure he wouldn't get blown flat on his butt by the wind's power. When he finally crossed the finish line, where Fury stood waiting for him, Izuku stopped and raised his fists as he caught his breath, savoring and celebrating the small victory. But then, the unexpected happened. Heavy, fast footsteps thundered toward Izuku, making Fury step back in alarm. When Izuku turned, he was surprised by Hot Burple, who dropped his massive head right on top of him, knocking the air out of his lungs he had just recovered, while the lazy dragon showed no regret. In fact, the dragon seemed amused. That made Izuku give a few pats along the dragon's neck. Even through the pain, he let out a few chuckles. Third week. The last week brought aerial training. Sigrid led the flight, majestic. The adult Night Fury moved like lightning, cutting through air currents with precision, with Izuku's prosthetic firmly held in her mouth. And the reason? It was a challenge. Behind her, Izuku clung tightly to Fury's back, his body bent against the wind, eyes narrowed from the speed, his hair whipping violently around his head. Each gust sliced across his face like icy blades, but determination kept his fingers locked on his friend's scales. Fury, for his part, beat his wings with power and confidence, rumbling deep growls that vibrated through Izuku's chest. Sigrid darted in sharp curves, diving into clouds and reappearing in unpredictable places. Sometimes she climbed too high, other times she plunged so low her tail nearly skimmed the treetops. Fury followed every change. His wings pounded with strength, and the synchronicity between him and Izuku began to shine. When Sigrid veered left, Fury was already tilting before Izuku even gave a signal. When she dove, both reacted in unison. They weren't just rider and mount. They were complete partners, bound by instinct and trust. The challenge grew with each second. Sigrid wasn't just testing speed, but creativity. She darted through rock formations, forcing Fury to dive dangerously close to the ground. She weaved between tall trunks like stone columns, demanding lightning-fast reflexes to avoid collision. The sound of wings tearing through the air blended with Izuku's pounding heartbeat. On the ground, Toshinori, Gran Torino, and Little Kuro watched intently, necks craned to follow every maneuver. Other dragons of different species had gathered as well, silent but deeply curious about the outcome. None dared make a sound. That's when Izuku had an idea. He leaned forward and whispered something in Fury's ear, and the dragon responded with a short grunt as he veered off. While Sigrid kept climbing higher, Fury did the opposite. He folded his wings and plunged into a freefall. The wind howled, gravity yanked at Izuku as if to rip him off the dragon. His stomach churned, but the boy kept low and steady, eyes focused. At the perfect moment, Fury snapped his wings wide, turning the dive into a massive upward thrust. Izuku held his breath, and leapt, his body propelled like a living arrow. The world spun around him, but the target was clear: Sigrid, caught off guard by this reckless, insane maneuver. And it worked. Izuku landed on the adult dragon's back, sliding a few inches before grabbing her scales. With his free hand, he yanked the prosthetic from her mouth. In the same motion, he spun his arm and locked it back in place, as if it had always been part of him. The weight of the fall began to drag him back down, but before he could even think about hitting the ground, there was fury. The dragon shot upward at incredible speed, meeting him at the exact spot. Izuku reached out, and fury caught his hand with pinpoint precision. The grip was firm, unshakable. The boy was pulled back onto his friend's back, and together they soared higher in a magnificent arc. From below, Toshinori raised his arms, shouting in celebration. Kuro leapt in circles, roaring excitedly. Even Gran Torino, usually reserved, let out a low whistle of admiration. The other dragons roared and growled in chorus, their sound echoing across the field. That was their applause. In the sky, Izuku leaned down over Fury, laughing breathlessly, his heart pounding like a drum. He stroked the dragon's head, who answered with a deep, proud rumble, full of satisfaction and camaraderie, as they savored this small but meaningful victory. The wind brushed lightly across their faces as both smiled. They spun through the air in a wide arc, cutting across the sky with confidence. They weren't just boy and dragon. Not even just allies. They were friends, almost brothers, and that week, they proved that together they could challenge even the heavens. Today was the last day of training, the final day before the festival. But this training, though the last, was also one of the most important. And the reason? Well, under the cool shade of a tree, Izuku coughed, bent forward, trying to hold back the nausea growing by the second. Izuku. Why did it have to be a hair strand? He groaned, trying to get rid of the taste of his father's hair. Toshinori. Hehehe. Sorry, but that's how it works. Every successor has to swallow a small piece of the current wielder's DNA. Toshinori couldn't hold back his laughter as he handed a water bottle to his son. Believe me, you got off easy. It could have been much worse. Fury. Chuckle. Beside them, Fury watched with his head tilted, letting out a deep, rumbling laugh. Izuku. You enjoy my suffering, don't you? He grumbled before downing half the bottle in one go. Gran Torino. Look at you. You're real clever, aren't you? Toshinori. Huh? Hearing his master's voice a few meters ahead, the hero turned his head and saw something that left his eyes wide open. Gran Torino was standing in front of one of the dragons, the one he had shown fondness for. He was calmly petting the dragon's neck, Hot Burple, who seemed to love the gesture just from the expression on his face. Gran Torino. You're a clever one, aren't you? Of all the dragons, you're the only one who managed to knock the kid down. Who was it? It was you. Who's a good dragon? Who's a good dragon? He scratched Hot Burple's neck even harder, making the dragon snort in satisfaction until he flopped onto the ground, exposing his belly. That's right. It's you, Toboko. It's you. He said it in the same tone one would use with a dog or a cat. But what truly startled Toshinori wasn't just seeing Torino acting that way, it was seeing him do it with a dragon instead of a regular pet. Toshinori. Master. He befriended a dragon, he asked, pointing at the scene, his hand trembling. Izuku. Huh? Izuku, still wiping his mouth, raised his head to look. Before he could say anything, the scene changed drastically. A small terrible terror had crept up silently. And the reason? Gran Torino's cane, lying on the ground. Curious, the little dragon crept closer and grabbed the cane in its teeth, dragging it along. But this did not go unnoticed by the old man, whose silly, cheerful smile quickly shifted into his usual grumpy face. Gran Torino. What? Hey, drop that, you little thing. He grabbed the other end of the cane, starting a sort of tug of war with the tiny dragon, who refused to let go. Let go. Get out of here. The little one growled softly, pulling stubbornly. However, the old man proved stronger and managed to wrestle his cane back. Yet before he could brag to the little dragon about winning, two more of the same species appeared, growling and locking eyes on the cane. Gran Torino. No, don't even think about it. He warned, raising a finger as he slowly backed away. But that only triggered the tiny dragons to charge at him. No. Get away. Stop biting my feet, you little devil lizards. He started running, swinging his cane like a weapon, but it was no use. Meanwhile, Big Toboko remained lying on the ground, unmoving, blinking lazily, completely indifferent to the chaos around him. Too much effort. Izuku. He made way too many friends. Izuku muttered, his expression flat, eyes half-lidded. Toshinori. Unbelievable. Toshinori stood gaping, still in shock at the scene. Fury, on the other hand, stepped forward with firm strides and let out a short roar. That alone was enough to freeze the terrible terrors, who bolted away instantly, leaving the old man free. Gran Torino. Yeah, you'd better run, he shouted, waving his cane in irritation, while Fury calmly returned to Izuku's side, receiving a quick pat on the head. Izuku took a deep breath and sat back against the tree. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, Izuku, so, how long will I feel the one for all inside me? Toshinori. Soon, your body will start adjusting, he replied, sitting down beside his son. Tomorrow, you'll feel more of its effects. But listen. Remember what your master and I told you. Control, Izuku. That will decide whether you can fight without destroying yourself. The power is immense, but your body is still human. Every move needs a limit. So we won't take any big steps too soon. Power without control only creates destruction, and your body will pay the price. Izuku nodded slowly, thoughtful, absent-mindedly spinning the water bottle in his hands. Toshinori noticed the serious look on his son's face and frowned. He didn't need to be a genius to know that whenever Izuku looked like that, something was bothering him. Toshinori. What's weighing on you, my boy? Izuku lifted his gaze, biting his lip before answering. Izuku. It's just that, tomorrow's already the sports festival. And I have so much to do, he said, placing the bottle down. Learning how to use this. Showing everyone I'm capable of entering the hero course. Not just for me, but also for the dragons, he added, stroking the Night Fury's head, who lay beside him, listening to their conversation and showing the same unease about tomorrow. Fury will be there. I need to show the world that dragons aren't monsters. That they can be friends. But I can't deny I feel like I'm carrying too much at once. Fury. Silence hung for a few seconds. Toshinori rested his arms on his knees, listening to the boy's confession. Fury, in turn, let out a low, deep rumble, resting his head on the grass, thoughtful. Toshinori. I felt the same way when I was your age, he said, looking up at the leaves above them. His words made Izuku raise his brows, curious. Nobody believed in me. A boy without a quirk, weak, invisible. My father treated me like an intruder in my own home. To him, I wasn't a real son, because I was born powerless. But my mother, she believed in me. She was my only support. His voice wavered, heavy with memories. It was for her that I didn't give up. Izuku. Izuku and Fury stared at him in silence, absorbing every word. Izuku looked surprised, and Fury simply curious. Toshinori. And then came the day I proved my worth to Nana. The day I inherited One for All. I could finally put into practice the ideology I had always carried, to be the symbol for the hero world. A symbol of peace. Even with the power in my hands, it wasn't easy. It took time for the world to believe in me. I had to earn every glance, every heart, prove at every step that I was there. His tone grew firm, full of conviction. I fought against everything to show, I am here. Izuku. Dad. Toshinori. And that's why I know you'll go further than I ever did. He turned his face toward him, serious, but with tenderness in his eyes. Because you're not just proving that you're here, Izuku. You're uniting two worlds, humans and dragons, and this bond you've built with Fury is proof of that. You've already saved human lives with their help. This is only the beginning. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder. You're going to show that two worlds can walk together. That, only you can do now. He gestured toward what was happening around them. Izuku's gaze drifted to the clearing. The rescued dragons walked, rested, gathered branches, or simply napped under the sun. The hatchlings ran between them, playing fearlessly. Fury, who now raised his head and sat upright, looked in the same direction, his eyes filled with happiness and relief, before turning back to Izuku. The boy met the Night Fury's gaze, realizing what his friend's look meant. Even without speaking the same language, Izuku could swear with all his heart that the Night Fury was still grateful for what he had done for him and his tribe. And that alone was enough to warm the young boy's heart. He rose slowly, clenching his fist as the wind stirred his long hair. His eyes shone with determination, and a small smile formed on his face. Izuku, I'll show the world that I'm here. Not just as your son, not just as your successor, but as a hero who will fight for both worlds. The world of humans, and the world of dragons. Fury. A determined, joyful grunt. His way of saying, I'll do this too. I'm ready, and he said it with a gaze just as firm and resolute. Toshinori smiled, filled with pride, and stood as well. He draped his arm around his son's shoulders, pulling him close. Toshinori. That's what I wanted to hear. Ready to go beyond. Izuku. Plus ultra, Dad. Plus ultra. That was his reply, smiling at the hero. And together, beneath the trees' shade and the distant sounds of dragons, father and son shared a moment of trust, hope, and determination for the future. Next day. Time. 8 a.m. The day of the sports festival had arrived, and the blue sky was painted over with bursts of colorful fireworks exploding high above UA for all to see. The most anticipated festival of the year was about to begin. At UA's gates, a sea of reporters crowded together. Huge cameras, microphones bearing different channel logos, and relentless flashes dominated the place. Security was tight. Every journalist, photographer, and assistant had their bags thoroughly checked, while guards instructed everyone to stay in organized lines. Inside, though, the atmosphere was completely different. The campus was filled with colorful stalls, where vendors sold takoyakis, cotton candy, skewers, cold drinks, and UA souvenirs. Small figurines of top heroes, t-shirts, keychains, and flags with the school's emblem were spread across every booth. Children ran excitedly while their parents tried to keep up. Patrolling the grounds, black uniformed guards and invited heroes scanned every corner with sharp eyes, some speaking into radios. The mood was festive, but the heavy vigilance showed that the school had no intention of slipping up on security again. Among the crowds walking toward the main event were Tenko Shimura and his sister, Hana Shimura, side by side. Tenko. You sure Grandma won't need your help? He asked while munching on a skewer. Hana. Big bro, she may be old, but she's not worn out. She's gotten through worse without me before, and today won't be any different, she answered while eating her takoyaki. Tenko. It's really packed today. Feels just like the cultural festival. He glanced around, curious. Hana. This is UA's biggest event after the cultural festival. It's always been a huge success with the public, but this year, I think it's exceeded all expectations. Tenko. Look at that, even media made it inside. They'll cover every single second. Tenko frowned, noticing the reporters mixed into the crowd. After everything that happened, everyone only wants to see the first-year students. I bet not even the third years will steal the spotlight this time. Hana. Makes sense. Class 1A saw the dragons up close, and now everybody knows that one of UA's kids, well, you know who, is right in the middle of it. I just hope Izuku doesn't do anything reckless. The media is cruel, Tenko, they can twist everything. Tenko. He's not dumb. Knowing Izuku, he'll find a way to prove he's not just anybody. And he'll show off his friend, too. He smirked. I'm sure Fury will win over more hearts than he scares away. Hana. I really hope so. She sighed, unable to hide her worry, as both siblings, along with a flood of people, made their way toward the main event. Meanwhile, inside Class 1H's waiting room, the atmosphere was completely different. The support course students were all gathered, dressed in UA's gym uniforms, waiting for their turn to be called. Some were nervous, tapping their feet against the floor, others were overly excited, chatting loudly. In the corner of the room, sitting on a bench, Izuku Yagi carefully adjusted his new robotic prosthetic. The metallic arm let out small mechanical clicks with each adjustment he made, while the boy tried to keep his anxiety in check. His new arm was built almost entirely of dark gray metal plates with black finishes, resembling high-tech armor. The design was anatomical, but more robust and angular than a regular human arm, conveying strength and resilience. The joints had exposed mechanical articulations, giving it the feel of fluid, yet reinforced, motion. Before Izuku could dive too deeply into his thoughts, Mei popped up beside him, leaning over to peek at what he was working on. May. So, are you pumped, partner? She said with her usual sparkle in her eyes. Izuku. I am. I mean, I'm also nervous. Can't really help it. He gave a sheepish laugh, scratching the back of his neck with his flesh and blood hand. May. Wrong, 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 she waved her arms theatrically. This is not the place to think about being nervous. The festival isn't just about winning, it's about standing out. Showing everyone that you exist. Showing the companies that your name deserves to be remembered. Izuku. Yeah, I guess you're right. He smiled faintly, her energy contagious. May. Of course I'm right. She proudly pointed at herself. I'm gonna show the support industry guys what my babies can do. This festival is my showcase, she exclaimed dramatically, arms spread wide. Izuku. I wish I had that kind of excitement. It'd do me good. May. But what about you? What did you plan to do to stand out? Huh? She glanced around, then pointed to her own gear. Reinforced boots, a large metallic backpack strapped to her back, and a small metal case attached to it. I brought an entire arsenal with me. And you, she tapped his shoulder lightly, are just gonna present your new arm. Izuku. Actually, Hatsume, I'm going to. Before he could finish, the classroom door swung open with a bang. The 1H class representative stepped in, serious. It's our turn, guys. Let's go. Immediately, the room's atmosphere shifted. Some students jumped to their feet, buzzing with excitement to show off their skills. Others grew tense, taking deep breaths and adjusting their uniforms. May leapt up, clapping her hands together. May. This is it. Let's show them the power of my babies. Izuku stood right after her. He took a deep breath, adjusted the prosthetic, and followed behind his classmates. His heart pounded fast, but his steps were steady. At the door, May stopped for a moment, turned to him, and flashed an energetic smile with a wink. May. Don't forget, Yagi, this is your moment too. He nodded, serious, before stepping forward with the rest. And so, torn between nerves and excitement, Class 1H marched together down the hallway toward UA's Grand Sports Festival Stadium. Inside the gigantic stadium, the crowd filled every corner of the stands. Colorful flags waved, and even some pro heroes had shown up on their day off, watching with interest. Suddenly, the giant screens lit up, revealing Present Mike, bursting with his signature energy, glasses reflecting the lights and his wide grin in place. Present Mike. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, kids and adults, heroes and slimy media people. His booming voice echoed through the speakers, making part of the crowd jump with excitement. The audience responded with thunderous roars, exploding like a wave. Present Mike. That's RIIIIGHT. The tournament you all love is back. The UA Sports Festival starts right now, he shouted into the mic, eyes on the small camera in front of him. Then he raised a hand theatrically. But first, I gotta know, are you REAAAADY? The stadium erupted in deafening cheers, thousands of voices shaking the air. Colorful fireworks exploded above, painting the blue sky with red and golden smoke. The roar of the crowd was so intense it felt as if even the giant screens vibrated. Present Mike. That's music to my ears. So let's kick off the biggest event of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, here come the UA first years. From one of the tunnel exits, the parade began. And the very first to march out, Class 1A appeared. They all strode forward with confidence, and the audience went wild. Present Mike. They're the stars of this year. The survivors of the villains' attacks, and the first-hand witnesses of the dragon's arrival. Class 1A, make some noise. Bakugo marched with his chest puffed out and a scowl on his face. Reika Todoroki was as serious as always, and Ochako looked a little nervous, but still waved politely and cheerfully to the stands. After that, Class 1B entered, and Present Mike didn't hold back his praise. Present Mike. Here they come. Class 1B, full of talent and ready to prove they can outshine the favorites of 1A. You don't wanna blink with these guys in the game. Next came the general studies. Classes C, D, and E. Among them, a familiar face stood out, Hitoshi Shinso. Present Mike. And here we have general studies. Please give a warm welcome to classes C, D, and E. Shinso walked calmly, but his gaze was sharp, passing over all his classmates as he moved forward. Then came the turn of 1H and the other support classes. Present mic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the brightest parts of this show, the support course. Without them, heroes wouldn't have gear, uniforms, or gadgets. Trust me, I know from experience. Welcome classes F, G, and H. The crowd cheered, though a bit less compared to the hero courses. Still, May walked in with her chest puffed out, adjusting a strange pair of goggles on her head. She looked completely at home, as if she were strutting down a runway. Izuku followed right behind her, trying to stay calm. But when he raised his eyes, he almost lost his breath. Thousands of people filled the stadium, shouting, applauding, waiting for him and the others to put on a show. Izuku. It's way more people than I imagined. He swallowed hard, his metal hand clenching into a fist unconsciously. May. This is perfect. Even better than I imagined. Hee hee. She muttered to herself with a confident, almost suspicious smile. Izuku looked at her, surprised at her natural confidence. May seemed completely untouched by the pressure. Finally, the last group entered. The business course, classes I, J, and K. Present mic. And to complete the show, the business course. Classes I, J, and K. While Mike was welcoming those students, Izuku glanced back toward the competitors and spotted something that calmed him a little. Among the sea of uniforms, he saw Ochako again. She was also looking around, and when her eyes met his, she gave him a warm smile and waved. Izuku couldn't help but smile back, raising his hand in a small wave. It was quick, but enough to ease the nervous weight in his chest. With everyone gathered in the center of the stadium, the crowd erupted in applause. Present Mike threw his arms up. Present Mike. That's right. It's official now. All first-year classes, together, here in the arena. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. As the crowd roared, on the small stage in front of the competitors, Midnight cracked her whip against the air. The sound echoed loudly, silencing part of the audience and snapping the students' attention to her. Midnight. Enough introductions. Now it's time for tradition. Her sharp gaze swept across them all, her voice carrying authority. It's time for the oath. Midnight cracked her whip in the air again, the sound ringing across the field, ignoring the lustful stares aimed her way. Midnight. This year, there will be a change. It won't just be one oath, but two. 2 students will have the honor of speaking before the games begin. The announcement dropped like a bomb. Murmurs spread through the stands and among the students themselves. 2 students this time. One civilian whispered to another. It's usually just one who gives the speech. Why the sudden change? A pro-hero questioned aloud. Midnight. The first speaker, representing Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. The mention of his name made Class 1A turn almost in unison. Kirishima. Bakugo. Mina. Seriously, him, Zero. Makes sense, though, he did finish first in the entrance exam. Tokiyami. A rather high position for someone like him, he said, shaking his head. Toru. I wonder what he's going to say, she asked, while Bakugo, indifferent, shoved his hands in his pockets and began walking. All eyes followed him, some curious, others already wary. Kaminari. As long as it's not something that makes everyone hate us, I'll call it a win. Izuku. What, he's going to give the speech? He was stunned as he watched the explosive blonde heading for the stage. May. Isn't that the loud blonde who talked trash about you? She whispered, leaning toward Izuku. Bakugo climbed onto the stage without hurry, stopped in front of the microphone, and for a moment, simply stared at the massive crowd in the stands. The entire stadium fell silent, waiting to hear what he had to say. Then, with a firm voice, he declared, Bakugo. Listen up, I swear I'll be number 1. And he said nothing more. The silence lasted for a single second, before exploding into boos behind him, leaving his class in shock. Students from the other classes began shouting, some raising their fists, others laughing mockingly. What an arrogant jerk. Those 1A guys are way too full of themselves. Stop talking nonsense. Those were the unhappy comments flying around. Izuku. Izuku sighed deeply, covering his face with his hand. Tenya. Bakugo. Why would you say something so shameful? He yelled, flailing his arm frantically. Bakugo. Because it's the truth. He turned his head toward him with disdain. You're all just the stepping stones to my success. On your own, you're nothing. The reaction was immediate. More boos, hostile glares from students, and even some pro-heroes in the audience frowned, clearly displeased. Others, however, were impressed by his boldness. Midnight sighed heavily and cracked her whip. Midnight. Very well, Bakugo. You may step down. He left the stage unfazed, as if all that hatred was nothing but fuel. Kaminari. Nice going. You just made everyone hate us even more. Mineta. Now we're targets for everybody, he muttered, noticing the hostile stares directed their way. Ochako. What an idiot, she thought, narrowing her eyes at the blonde, who didn't seem bothered in the slightest. Midnight. And now, the second student. Her announcement snapped everyone's attention back to her. This one represents more than just a course, for he will be representing the dragons that have taken shelter at UA. She made a deliberate pause, letting the weight of her words sink in. Izuku Yagi, please come to the stage. She called his name, eyes fixed on the boy. The name echoed like thunder, making every student immediately turn to Izuku. He froze on the spot, feeling the crushing weight on his shoulders. May. What, you're going to represent them? She gawked at her classmate, shocked. Kirishima. Isn't that the guy who was with the dragons that day? Momo. Representing the dragons. What is UA plotting? Bakugo snapped his head around in shock, his expression twisting into fury. Bakugo. What, Deku too? All eyes were on Izuku. Not just the students, the entire audience was now whispering, recalling the memory of the dragon cloud that had flown over the city. Surprise, doubt, distrust. Everything was now focused on him. Izuku took a deep breath. His legs trembled, but he forced himself to move. One step at a time, until he reached the stage. Standing before the microphone, he looked out at the crowd and swallowed hard. Ojiro. Hey, who was it that spread around that he was with the dragons? He asked, glancing at his classmates. Mina. Don't look at me, I didn't do anything, she defended herself, waving her arms. Mineta. I didn't either, he muttered, crossing his arms and looking away, trembling slightly, though no one noticed. Ochako. Guys, please, he's about to start speaking. Izuku's chest felt heavy, but he couldn't back down. Not now, when he needed to act. Taking another deep breath, he leaned closer to the microphone and began to speak. Izuku. Good morning. My name is Izuku Yagi. I guess you already know that. He stumbled a little, scratching his head, but pressed on. Well, I believe you all remember the day when an entire cloud of dragons passed over the city, chasing a massive dragon. Among them, there was someone spotted riding one of those dragons. That person was me. The shock was immediate after he dropped that bomb. Shouts erupted all across the stadium. It was you. He's the one who brought those things here. So that giant monster was your doing too. What were you thinking, kid? Why is UA still letting you stay here, brat? The tension rose, twisting into fear and hostility aimed straight at Izuku, who stepped back and swallowed hard. He tried to speak again, but his words were swallowed by the voices. And then, R-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-A-A-A-A-A-R. A deafening roar tore through the air from above. The stands shook, students staggered back in fear. A massive shadow swept over the stadium before slamming onto the ground beside the competitors, the impact kicking up a cloud of dust. It was him, our Night Fury. His mismatched blue and orange eyes scanned the thousands of humans without a hint of fear. His posture was steady, commanding, like he owned the place. Some students screamed and scrambled back at the sight of a real dragon so close. Others froze, paralyzed by instinct. Only Ochako, who already knew the truth, held firm, watching with a small smile. And Izuku, noticing how the people rose from their seats in panic, immediately raised his voice. Izuku. There's no need to be afraid. He won't attack anyone, I promise you all. Unlike before, now he spoke with far more strength and confidence. His name is Fury, and I'm the one who gave him that name. Everyone watched, tense, still in disbelief. But no one dared to run, not while they waited to hear more, and because the dragon did nothing but sit calmly where he had landed. Among the crowd, One woman in particular stood frozen, her mouth open in shock. She had chin-length blonde hair tied back with a headband, long bangs covering her right eye, narrow yellow eyes with slitted pupils, and notably sharp teeth, reptilian features. Impossible, a night fury, she thought, stunned. Izuku. I found him injured. He was hurt because of a man, the same man who controlled that massive dragon you all saw. The other dragons that came with me weren't here to destroy anything, they were here to help. They were part of Fury's pack. They were weak, wounded. They needed someone to save them. The entire stadium was silent now, hanging on to every word as Izuku looked out at them all without fear. I'll admit, I was scared when I first met Fury, just like you are now. But when I saw the state he was in, I couldn't just walk away. Instead of running, instead of leaving him behind, I stayed and cared for him until he healed. And because I showed him that kindness, he gave me something far greater in return. And that's what I want to show you. Izuku let go of the microphone and immediately stepped down from the stage, walking toward Fury under the eyes of everyone, even Midnight. His heart pounded, but he knew exactly what he had to do. He stopped before his friend, who waited patiently, his dual-colored eyes reflecting Izuku's own image. The two stared at each other for a long moment until Izuku closed his eyes, lowered his head, and stretched his right hand forward. Everyone held their breath. Even the giant screens zoomed in, as if the whole world were waiting for what came next. Fury blinked slowly at the gesture, recognizing its meaning. And then, with one simple, yet profound motion, Fury closed his eyes, lowered his snout, and pressed it gently against Izuku's hand. A collective gasp echoed through the stands. Eyes widened, mouths dropped open, even some pro-heroes were left speechless. The students were no different, stunned and awestruck. High above, All Might, who had clearly been the one signaling Fury to enter, watched the scene on one of the monitors. His smile grew wider than his face could contain. Izuku opened his eyes and smiled warmly at his friend. Fury, in turn, narrowed his eyes affectionately, and then began licking Izuku like a dog. Izuku. Ah, come on, Fury, haha, that's not what we agreed on, you goof. He stumbled back, laughing as drool soaked his shirt, while Fury nudged his head against his chest, forcing Izuku to hold on and laugh at the dragon's surprise attack. Don't you ever do that in front of everyone again, okay? Fury. Playful, smug rumble. Asterisk. The scene shattered the tension. The fear and hostility that had filled the stadium evaporated, replaced by admiration and wonder. People leaned forward to get a better look. The gesture was so human, so sincere, that no one could deny it anymore. The dragon wasn't a threat. He was a friend. Ochako, among the students, smiled genuinely. Whether because of the true friendship between the two, or because Izuku was showing and proving that this friendship was real. Ochako. That's it, Yagi. And there, before thousands of people, Izuku and Fury displayed their bond. A friendship that had begun to change hearts and erase fear. Present Mike. Man, that was insanely beautiful, folks. His voice echoed through the stadium, excited, but it didn't hide the emotional tone. So, partner. What did you think of that, man? He asked Aizawa beside him, who remained with his arms crossed, his usual stern expression. He said nothing. He just observed Izuku and Fury in absolute silence, his eyes narrowed, as if analyzing every detail. Present Mike. Oh, even erasers left speechless. This is historic, people. Ha ha. But enough stalling. He shouted, clapping his hands against the table. Midnight. Let's get started. It was then that Midnight, taking the cue, stepped forward with her clear and powerful voice. Midnight. It's time to begin the UA Sports Festival. Her announcement made the crowd erupt in cheers of excitement, while all the competitors turned their eyes back to her. On the giant screens, the title of the first event appeared in massive letters, Obstacle Race. Midnight. All courses and all classes will take part in this first challenge. The track will follow the outer circumference of the stadium. Approximately 4 kilometers. You may use your quirks, your skills, anything. She said before licking her lips. It doesn't matter how, as long as you stay on track and reach the finish line. Not only that, but we also have a huge twist for this year's edition, she announced before pointing directly at Izuku and Fury, making even the cameras turn toward the two of them. The dragon, Fury, will also be participating in the race. Not as an individual competitor, but as part of Izuku Yagi. The stadium exploded in shouts of shock from the audience. Several students widened their eyes, while others looked at each other in disbelief. Bakugo. Hey, what the hell is this? Tetsu. That's straight up cheating. Mineta. How's anyone supposed to compete against a dragon? He whined, jumping indignantly in place. Midnight. We are well aware of your surprise. But understand this. Yagi and Fury are 2 in 1. A single player. But to keep things fair, there will be an advantage, 6 minutes for all of you. The students were still murmuring when Izuku raised his hand. Izuku. No, his interruption made everyone turn to him, stunned. But then, 8 minutes. He declared, staring at everyone with resolve. A shockwave rippled through the stands. Some students gaped in disbelief. Others couldn't hide their relief. Since when does he have that kind of audacity? Ochako. It's a lot of time, but, knowing them. Bakugo. TCH, he clenched his fists, clearly annoyed. Midnight. Oh, how cocky, I like it, she smiled, pressing her fingertips against her lips, delighted by the boy's boldness. It's decided. You heard him, 8 minutes of advantage. Everyone to the red gate. Time to get in position for the start. The students immediately ran toward the gate beside them, all stopping before the massive metallic structure. The tension once again thickened in the air, this time taking the form of pure competition. Meanwhile, Izuku turned to Fury and gently stroked the dragon's head. Izuku. Ready, partner. We'll wait for the signal, then it's all on us. Fury. Grunt of agreement. Fury closed his eyes and nodded with a low rumble. The 3 green lights above the gate began to turn off one by one. Midnight. Get ready. The last light went out. Midnight. Go. The gate swung open, and all the students sprinted forward, using either their legs or their quirks. Everyone running at once. And that was the problem. There were too many competitors for a single narrow passage, leaving many struggling to advance. Others were crushed in the crowd. Some even took elbows to the ribs. Present mic. And look at this, everyone. It just started and everyone's already crammed into that tight tunnel. Looks just like rush hour on the subway. He narrated excitedly, one hand on the table, his butt half raised off the chair. So, Eraser, what do you think our young prodigies should pay attention to right now, at the start of this rush? Aizawa. The now. Arms crossed, eyes narrowed at the screens, Aizawa answered without changing his monotone. Anyone who doesn't realize that has already lost. Izuku, watching the scene from afar beside Fury, widened his eyes at hearing that. Izuku. This is already a test from the very first step. He thought before glancing at the Night Fury. If I had charged ahead with Fury, would I have? Suddenly, his reflection was cut short as a wave of frost swept through the tunnel. The floor froze in seconds, the walls became coated with ice, and even the exit began to fill with it. Izuku. What the? Fury. Startled growl. Fury grunted, instinctively raising his wings, as if ready to intervene. Present mic. And oh, we've got a surprise already, he announced as Izuku turned his eyes to one of the giant screens showing what was happening on the other side. Miss Todoroki's already cooling things down. Literally, Izuku's jaw dropped, astonished by the girl's level of power. The camera showed Reika running, while more ice formed behind her, calmly passing everyone else. Behind her, dozens of students had their feet frozen solid, struggling in vain to break free. What just happened? I can't move. I'm freezing. Those were the complaints of the many students caught by the ice. However, not everyone was caught. Shoto Todoroki used heat on his feet to melt the ice before him, pushing forward. Yuga Aoyama fired his laser at the ground, propelling himself ahead while striking an elegant pose. Bakugo blasted his arms, flying over the others, furious for being behind Reika. Momo created a staff and used its end to launch herself forward. And others like Tokiyami, Ojiro, and Mina also used their quirks to get through. Tokiyami with Dark Shadow's arms on his back, Ojiro using his tail to leap, and Mina spreading acid under her feet to slide. Izuku. Where are they? Seeing that some students had managed to break free and keep moving, Izuku searched for 2 in particular. And when he found them, Izuku breathed in relief upon spotting who he was looking for. Ochako, clumsily sliding over the ice, nearly falling every second but refusing to give up. And Mei, who activated her metallic boots, laughing like a maniac while leaping over everyone's heads. Izuku. Good. Keep going like that. He smiled, proud. Meanwhile, Reika kept freezing the ground, trying to delay her pursuers. Shoto. That was a good attempt. Hearing her brother's voice, Reika turned her head back without stopping her run, seeing him right on her tail. He ran while giving a faint smile. I almost fell back there. Reika. You don't need to pretend to be nice, Shoto, she said coldly, about to raise her arm to create something with ice to hinder her brother. And then Mineta appeared. The boy bounced on his sticky balls as if they were platforms, laughing in his irritating way. Mineta. Ha ha ha, see that, I'm way smarter than you, babe. Now take my special attack. He prepared to drop right on top of Reika, holding a ball ready in his hand. But before he got close, a metallic arm swung out and struck him head-on, launching him aside. Mineta. Gya, he flew off, crashing against the ground and rolling away. The Todoroki twins and even Izuku looked ahead, confused. And that's when they all saw it. Large shadows loomed in front of the competitors who had made it through, forcing everyone to stop when these obstacles appeared. Especially because of the metallic clanging echoing heavily, making the ground shake ahead of them. Izuku. You've got to be kidding me, his eyes widened as he recognized what was standing in front of them. The cameras revealed robots, some medium-sized, others gigantic, standing before the students. The exact same models from the entrance exam. Present mic. And here comes the first obstacle. Competitors, try to get through the Robo Inferno. The field quaked with the heavy stomps of the Hellbots. Their square heads glowed red as their targeting systems locked onto the competitors, the mechanical grinding of gears echoing ominously. The students stopped running. Many from non-hero courses gaped in shock, some even stumbling back a few steps. Kaminari. These are the robots from the entrance exam. He froze mid-run, jaw-dropping. The hero course had to fight these things. No way, we have to deal with them too. Meanwhile, the hero course students, already familiar with those machines, were tense for another reason. They knew how dangerous they were. Bakugo. This crap again. What a joke. Bakugo gritted his teeth, fuming. But not everyone was intimidated. Reika, still wearing her cold expression, raised her right hand. Ice began gathering on her fingers, spreading up her arm and leg, making her brother glance at her, intrigued. Shoto. Reika. Don't distract me. With a swift motion, Reika slammed her hand onto the ground and thrust her arm toward the Hellbot charging to crush her. In a frosty crack, the entire robot was coated in a thick layer of ice. It froze inside and out in seconds, its movements halting abruptly. The effect spread to nearby robots, catching them mid-motion. For a moment, all mechanical sound ceased. The silence was broken only by the crackling of ice expanding. Shoto. She froze them all at once. He was stunned. You've been training your ice side. But what about the... But Reika didn't stop to hear Shoto's question, nor to show off her victory. Coldly, she sprinted under the legs of one frozen robot, already aiming further ahead. She opened a path. Let's go. Through the legs. Other students spotted the gap and rushed to copy her. But Shoto raised his hand. Shoto. Stop. They were frozen mid-movement. He shouted, looking at one robot right in front of him. They're going to fall. And as if to confirm, the frozen robots began to topple. The crash was so heavy it raised a dust cloud that swallowed half the field, forcing the competitors to shut their eyes. Present mic. What was that? Miss Reika Todoroki isn't messing around. What a slick and strategic move. Attack and defense in a single strike, he exclaimed, hyped beyond measure. Aizawa. It was logical, direct, and effective. Present mic. Hehehe, glad you're feeling at home, Eraser. Aizawa. I'm only here because you wouldn't stop bothering me. Nothing more. Arms crossed, he glared at Mike, clearly unamused. Present mic. I wouldn't expect anything less from someone who got in by recommendation. Reika Todoroki had never fought these robots before, but look at that, she took several down in one go. In the stands, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause, amazed by the girl's power. Meanwhile, Izuku and Fury watched, both deeply impressed. Fury. Grunt of amazement. A sound very much like, wow. Izuku. Yeah, wow, indeed, he was mesmerized by the girl's strength and composure. Present mic. And 2.5 minutes have already passed. So, audience, what do you think? Will competitor Izuku Yagi and his dragon be able to keep up with this pace? Honestly, I'm asking myself the same question. His comment made the entire audience turn their eyes toward Izuku and Fury, who were still standing in front of everyone. Izuku and Fury locked eyes for a moment. The boy raised his eyebrows with a defiant smile, and Fury answered with a deep purr, as if saying, yeah. But the race wasn't over yet. The fall of the frozen robots didn't mean the end. There were still dozens of medium-sized models, and even some giant ones, advancing against the students who had stayed behind. Bakugo was the first to act. Bakugo. I won't lose to that damn girl again. With a powerful explosion, he launched himself upward, dodging the arms of a giant robot that tried to grab him. Mid-air, he used another blast to spin and shoot past the machine's head, ignoring everything else. Present mic. Katsuki Bakugo, ladies and gentlemen. The boy doesn't know the meaning of holding back. Flying through, literally. Honta Zero used his tape to stick to the robots' limbs and swung over them, advancing in arcs. Tokiyami let Dark Shadow expand, creating huge arms that lifted him and tossed him over a robot, clearing the way. Tenya Iida accelerated, kicking violently at the head of a medium model. The impact was so brutal that the metallic head shattered, and he kept running without looking back. Kyoka Jiro stretched her earphone jacks and short-circuited 2 robots, which began to tremble and collapsed in sparks. Momo Yaoyorozu created a massive cannon, braced it on the ground, and fired at a group, taking them down with headshots. Ojiro spun forward quickly, using his tail like a whip to crush a robot's head. And then came Ochako. With determined eyes, she touched 2 medium robots, making them float. Then, stepping back, she let out a deep breath. Ochako. Release. The 2 robots crashed down hard, shattering on the ground. The audience erupted into applause at the courageous advance of the Hero Course students. Present mic. WOOOOOOOOWWWW. It looks easy when you see it like this. Each one showing their mark, each one shining with their quirk. That's what I call a festival, he shouted with excitement, while Izuku watched with wide eyes, analyzing and admiring. Izuku. They're amazing. The race continued, and as they reached a hill, everyone immediately stopped at what suddenly appeared, quite literally, in their path. Present mic. And they've overcome the first obstacle. But it's not over yet. Because right ahead, we have the second obstacle. His voice echoed through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to the FALLLLLLLL. The cameras moved, revealing the next challenge. A vast open field, with deep craters in the ground, as if chunks of earth had been ripped out. Between these holes, there were only tall, narrow pillars of earth. Ropes were tied from pillar to pillar, forming a kind of suspended web, the only path to reach the other side. Anyone who fell would have to restart everything from below, losing precious time, if not worse. Present mic. The terrain was modified just for this festival, kiddos. Each pillar is stable, but one wrong step and boom, tough luck. Seriously, try not to fall. Some students froze at the sight, analyzing with concern. But Tsuyu Asui didn't think twice. Tsuyu. Looks just like a tightrope. She crouched down, using all the strength of her legs to leap and grab one of the higher ropes. Then, she began moving calmly and steadily, using both her hands and feet, crawling along. Next came Mei Hatsume, laughing. Mei. Hehehehe. This is my moment. She activated her air boots, launching herself into the air. The cameras followed her in close-up as she fired metal cables that latched onto the pillars, pulling her forward like grappling hooks. Combined with the boots' thrusts, she soared from pillar to pillar with near-insane confidence. I hope you're watching, companies. Because you're witnessing the power of my babies, she shouted, leaping from another pillar, arms spread wide in joy. Izuku. That's just what I'd expect from you, Hatsume. He thought, shaking his head, but enjoying her energy. Meanwhile, Reika kept the lead. At this obstacle, she formed ice beneath her right foot and slid toward the ropes, freezing a thin layer to balance better, creating an icy surface over the rope and turning it into a slippery path. With grace, she slid across the rope as if skating. Shoto, in turn, copied the move, though with less precision than his sister. Even so, he advanced safely right behind her. Present Mike. And look who's coming. The Todoroki siblings, equal in power, but with different styles. Reika in the lead, gliding with a cold, elegant technique. Shoto right behind, trying not to fall too far back. Aizawa. You can tell the girl spent years refining that side of her power. Present Mike. Now you're catching the spirit, partner, he commented, while Reika reached the end of the pillars in seconds, leaving a frozen trail on the rope behind her. Shoto followed, but slightly behind, his expression worried about being a step slower than his sister. Shoto. Reika, wait, he shouted, running after her. But then, an explosion echoed above them all. Bakugo. I refused to fall behind. He advanced through the air, blasting his hands one after another, propelling himself like a rocket. He passed between the pillars with furious precision, completely ignoring the ropes. His blazing, furious gaze locked straight onto Reika, sparks of rage flying. The audience went wild with the rivalry. Who's going to win? Someone in the crowd asked. Miss Todoroki looks the most focused, but her brother doesn't seem ready to give up so easily. No wonder. They've got natural-born skills. No surprise they're Endeavor's kids. But the real question is, do those two down there still stand a chance to win? It looks like the race is about to wrap up. A woman pointed, staring at the pair, Izuku and Fury. While the three fastest were already clearing the other students dealt with the ropes as best they could. Or used their quirks to get across faster. All of it watched by Izuku, who remained still, observing everything on the giant screen. His eyes shifted from the race to the clock on another display. Just 2 seconds later, it reached. Izuku. 1 minute left, he muttered with a serious look, anxiety rising. Beside him, Fury let out a heavy snort, hot air blasting from his nostrils. His eyes fixed on the screen. Izuku. Fury, our time is coming, he said with a smile, making Fury turn his head toward the boy and flash a toothy, sharp, yet friendly grin. Back to the race. Reika was running steadily, her cold eyes fixed on the path ahead, until she suddenly froze. The sound of her boots stopped, and her breathing grew heavier. Shoto, right behind her, frowned. Shoto. Reika. He was confused by his sister's sudden stop. But then, looking forward, he saw it too. The vast field ahead of them was covered in freshly filled small holes. And within those holes, hundreds, no, thousands, of mines spread out before them. Present Mike. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The final obstacle. I call this beauty, the minefield. His voice echoed through the stadium, full of excitement and mischief. Vast, treacherous, and full of surprises. Sure, you can see the mines, but with that many out there, one wrong step and, kaboom, he threw his hands up, mimicking an explosion. But relax, folks. These mines aren't lethal, they're custom-made for the event. All they'll cause is a respectable blast, a lot of noise and, well, maybe someone ends up wetting their pants, he said in a wildly exaggerated tone. Aizawa. Depends on who steps on it. His dry comment hung in the air while Reika took a deep breath, carefully studying the empty spaces between the mines. There were no easy shortcuts, no obvious tricks. Reika. Number choice. She murmured, moving forward and stepping cautiously into the first gap. Shoto followed right behind her. For a moment, there was silence, both of them focused only on where to place their feet. But that silence was shattered by a sudden, and all too familiar, explosion. Bakugo came crashing down from the sky like a furious comet, blasting himself forward with his hands as he closed in on the two. Bakugo. You, damn bitch, he roared, aiming straight at Reika. Present Mike. And look, WHO showed up. Katsuki Bakugo now shares the lead with the Todoroki siblings. Reika didn't even blink. Her cold eyes analyzed Bakugo's approach, and just as he prepared another explosion aimed at her, Shoto rushed forward, shoving his arm upward so the blast detonated in the air instead. Bakugo. What the hell are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Shoto. From where I stand, it has everything to do with me, he replied firmly, glaring at Bakugo with icy resolve. Reika, though surprised by his intervention, didn't falter. She continued forward step by step through the minefield, unfazed by the chaos between the two boys. Bakugo growled as he noticed her advancing, rage boiling over. He lunged with brute force, blasting to gain speed. He shoved Shoto aside, nearly making him step on a mine. Shoto's eyes widened, but at the last second he froze the ground beneath him, creating a thin sheet of ice that nullified the pressure, stopping the mine from going off. He let out a deep breath of relief. Bakugo, you'll pay for humiliating me, he roared, full of resentment, raising his hand at her. Reika dodged with elegant precision, avoiding both his arm and the explosion. Her icy gaze never wavered. Reika, you're far too noisy, she answered coldly, reaching for his arm. But Bakugo pulled back sharply, realizing what she intended, careful of where his feet landed. Meanwhile, other students began reaching the minefield. Some cautious, others desperate. One tried to dash through, only to step squarely on a mine. The explosion hurled him upward, spinning before he crashed flat on his back, covered in pink smoke. Another unlucky one tried sneaking along the edges, but a slip of his left foot set off the ground beneath him, blowing him sideways. Several more tripped in similar ways, sent flying meters away. Yet amidst the chaos, the three leaders carried on their battle. Bakugo attacked like a wild beast, Shoto blocked his assaults, and Reika pressed forward coldly, ignoring their attempts to slow her down. The audience was ecstatic at the clash between the three, but they had forgotten one small, yet huge, detail. At the tensest moment, Present Mike raised his mic dramatically. Present Mike. 8 minutes, the announcement fell like thunder. Every student in the minefield froze, staring back in shock, including those already ahead. Ochako. That means, she had just arrived at the minefield, staring up at the sky as she caught her breath. May. That they, in the middle of the minefield, she stopped advancing upon hearing Mike's words. Bakugo. No, no way, his eyes widened, teeth clenched tight. Present Mike. That's right, time's up, he declared with wicked glee, pointing at the giant screen. The whole audience turned, wide-eyed, at the countdown. The 8 minutes were over. And in that sudden silence, whoosh, a colossal, shadowy figure tore through the ground. Its wings spread wide with a deafening boom, surging toward the starting point and making the entire audience leap from their seats. Present Mike. And here it is, everyone. What everyone's been waiting for. The dragon has finally spread its wings, he announced hysterically, while Aizawa grew even more serious than before. Cutting to the tunnel exit, the students who had been frozen by Reika finally broke free and were about to run, when suddenly a gust of wind forced them to raise their heads, and some even stumbled to the ground in shock. Izuku appeared, mounted on Fury, their Night Fury, shooting upward like an arrow into the sky. The roar of the dragon's wings still echoed like thunder when Izuku leaned forward, green eyes shining under the reflected sunlight. The wind cut across his face, tossing his hair wildly. Izuku. All right, buddy, let's take it nice and slow. Full focus. He patted Fury's neck lightly to get his attention. I'm pretty sure those 8 minutes weren't our only obstacle. Fury. Low, guttural rumble of agreement. Fury responded with a growl and a heavier beat of his wings, understanding exactly what his friend meant. In the stands, all eyes were no longer on the other students. The cheers, the wide stares, everything was now focused on the pair in the sky. On one of the giant screens, the camera zoomed in on the moment, human and dragon, soaring together in perfect harmony. And that alone was enough to make the crowd erupt in cheers and whistles, completely enthralled. Present Mike. Are you seeing this, people? This is the most unprecedented thing the sports festival has ever witnessed. Aizawa. Aizawa simply narrowed his eyes further, even more serious now. But then, something cut across the sky. Not one, but 5 metallic figures. Massive drones surged forward in formation, emitting heavy mechanical hums. Their glowing red eyes lit up in sync, and from their undersides, missiles launched, streaking toward the pair with lethal intent. Izuku. Okay, that's new. Fury twisted sharply, spiraling midair to dodge the incoming projectiles, which exploded far behind them. Without slowing, the dragon dove between two of the machines, passing so close his wings nearly scraped against the metal. But the drones kept pursuing, and Izuku noticed. Izuku. Damn, maybe those 8 minutes were too optimistic. His nerves flared as he realized they were being hunted. Then, he smirked at Fury. You know what? How about we show off a little, partner? Fury let out what almost sounded like a guttural laugh, and without hesitation, he slammed on an aerial brake. He literally slid backward midair, pulling into a reverse spin. The entire crowd gasped in unison at the impossible maneuver, and even Present Mike was left stunned. Present Mike. What? He just reversed in the air. What are they doing? Are they actually going head-on? Izuku pointed toward one drone charging straight at them. Izuku. That one's mine. The rest. Have fun. Fury. As a missile streaked toward them, Fury veered at the last second, allowing Izuku to leap off his back. The boy landed hard atop the advancing drone, sliding across its metal frame and barely managing to hold on. His shoes screeched against the steel as he fought for balance. Izuku. Hoa. Okay. I made it. Meanwhile, Fury unleashed a blazing plasma blast at another drone. The explosion lit up the skies, scattering smoke trails like fireworks. Without pause, the dragon twisted through the air, narrowly dodging 2 more missiles. This time, he didn't fire back. Instead, he slammed into one drone, sinking his claws deep into the metal and tearing into it with savage bites and raking strikes. He looked like he was actually playing, like a dog tearing apart a toy. And anyone who understood that, hey. But the fight was far from over. One drone locked onto Fury and fired another missile. The dragon noticed in time, abandoning the shredded enemy and darting away. The impact didn't create fire. Instead, a dense cloud of pink smoke burst out, thick and heavy. But the force still sent the half-destroyed drone tumbling down to the ground. Luckily, no one below. Irritated, Fury shot straight at the attacking drone and tore it apart with his claws, ripping it into shreds that rained down like metallic confetti. Once again, luckily, no one was beneath. Meanwhile, Izuku steadied himself atop the drone he had landed on. Another enemy approached, its glowing red eye locking on. In a flash, his prosthetic arm shifted, the forearm opening to reveal a hidden barrel. Izuku. Come on, work, he muttered, clenching the prosthetic tightly until the mechanism engaged. With a sharp click, a small orb shot out, colliding with the enemy drone and detonating in a fiery burst. The explosion lit the skies once more, scattering debris. Izuku. Yes, it worked. Turning back to the drone beneath him, he rammed his prosthetic fist into its red eye, and crushed it. Sparks erupted as the machine spun out of control, plummeting toward the ground. Izuku didn't waste a second. He pulled another mini-bomb from his prosthetic with his right hand and whistled sharply. The sound cut through the chaos just enough. Fury heard, and looked at him. Izuku. I'm counting on you. He leapt from the falling drone, dropping the bomb with him. The device exploded right above the enemy, blasting it apart midair. The entire stadium rose to their feet, screaming in shock and wild excitement. Izuku, however, was still falling, his body plummeting toward the ground. And yet, his face remained calm, confident. The reason? Well, it couldn't be clearer. Like a black arrow, Fury dove. His wings folded against his body as he shot downward, and at the very last moment, they snapped open. The dragon slid perfectly beneath Izuku, allowing him to land safely on his back once more. The boy was secure, riding atop his partner. And that one breathtaking scene made the stadium erupt into absolute pandemonium. Even the media cameramen pulled their eyes off their lenses for a split second, stunned and awestruck. It was like witnessing a legend come to life before their very eyes. Izuku, breathless but still joyful to be alive, gently ran his hand along Fury's scaly neck. Izuku. Thank you, buddy. His genuine, heartfelt gratitude made Fury let out a satisfied rumble, receiving the gesture with pride. Present Mike. I have no words. That was so beautiful. In the announcer's booth, present Mike yanked off his own glasses, staring at the scene in disbelief. Aizawa remained as before, but even his cold face couldn't hide a slight raise of his eyebrow. Just like everyone else, he couldn't help but be impressed. The pink smoke clouds were still dissipating across the sky, metallic fragments falling and burning through the air. Izuku looked toward the horizon as Fury kept his wings spread in steady flight, his imposing body gliding. That's when he realized it. Beneath them, the terrain caught their attention. A cluster of explosions, clouds of pink smoke, students struggling to get through, it was the minefield. The final obstacle before the finish line. Izuku narrowed his eyes, holding tightly to the dragon's neck. Izuku. This is our moment. Let's win this together. Fury. Determined roar. The dragon released a deep, powerful roar. Then, without hesitation, he folded his wings and dove. The wind whistled in Izuku's ears, his hair whipping across his face. The crowd held its breath as the pair plummeted from the skies, closer and closer to the mined ground. Fury's claws were outstretched, ready, yet he kept flapping with steady rhythm. On the ground, the remaining competitors also noticed the approach. Reika had just leapt out of the minefield, sweat dripping down her pale face. She turned her head as the colossal shadow loomed closer. Reika. No, it can't be, her eyes went wide. Shoto, right beside her, stopped mid-run. His eyes followed the black silhouette soaring overhead. For a moment, he completely forgot he was in a competition. His mouth fell open in silent astonishment. Shoto. He's already here. And then came Bakugo. He had just crossed the minefield, sweat dripping down his face, his left arm still trembling from exertion. When he looked up and saw Izuku and Fury streak past the three of them, kicking up a gust of wind that ruffled their hair, something inside him exploded stronger than his own blasts. Bakugo. No, no, his scream tore out in fury, echoing across the field. His hands ignited, explosions launching him into the air as he desperately tried to catch up, spewing rage with every blast. Forcing Reika and Shoto to sprint after him as well. No. No, no, I'm not losing to you, Deku. I won't. But no matter how fast he was, explosive propulsion couldn't compete with the speed of a night fury. Fury spread his wings at the last instant, gliding close to the ground. With each beat, he kept his height and velocity. And then came the tunnel. A narrow corridor of concrete, lit only by the light at the end. The audience, realizing what was about to happen, fell silent instinctively. The collective breath of the entire stadium seemed to stop. With a snort through his nostrils, Fury tucked his wings tight against his body and shot into the tunnel like a projectile. Izuku pressed low against the dragon's neck, feeling every muscle vibrate with the tension of the maneuver. The tunnel felt endless, to those running, anyway. But for Fury, it didn't take even 5 seconds before they saw the glare of the exit. And that's when the audience erupted in screams. Fury burst out like an arrow, spreading his wings the instant he touched down on the stadium floor. His claws scraped the ground, kicking up dust. His entire body was tense, but the dragon held an upright, mighty stance. Izuku, steady on his back, lifted his gaze to the stands, where the entire crowd rose in unison, clapping, cheering, roaring like never before. Present Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, finally snapping back, Present Mike nearly ripped the microphone off the table. History is being made this very moment. For the first time ever, a support course student has taken first place in one of the events. And more, he did it alongside a majestic creature. He shouted like a madman as the cameras zoomed in on the boy and the dragon, freezing the moment already turned legendary. And with that I can now announce, the winner of the first event of the UA Sports Festival is Izuku Yagi and Fury. The name echoed through the speakers, and the stadium roared even louder, filling the air with screams. Some people even cried with emotion, while others just stared in silence, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Izuku, panting, still in disbelief at the scene before him, looked at Fury, whose eyes shone with pride and kinship as he met his friend's gaze. Both were surprised by the reception, but it was impossible not to smile at it. And then, without thinking, Izuku raised his metal arm to the sky, the silver gleam shining under the sunlight. Fury, sensing the moment, spread his colossal wings to their full span and roared to the heavens, a sound that echoed into the heart of every person present. Izuku. This is our moment. Let's win this together. Fury. Determined roar. The dragon released a deep, powerful roar. Then, without hesitation, he folded his wings and dove. The wind whistled in Izuku's ears, his hair whipping across his face. The crowd held its breath as the pair plummeted from the skies, closer and closer to the mined ground. Fury's claws were outstretched, ready, yet he kept flapping with steady rhythm. On the ground, the remaining competitors also noticed the approach. Reika had just leapt out of the minefield, sweat dripping down her pale face. She turned her head as the colossal shadow loomed closer. Reika. No, it can't be, her eyes went wide. Shoto, right beside her, stopped mid-run. His eyes followed the black silhouette soaring overhead. For a moment, he completely forgot he was in a competition. His mouth fell open in silent astonishment. Shoto. He's already here. And then came Bakugo. He had just crossed the minefield, sweat dripping down his face, his left arm still trembling from exertion. When he looked up and saw Izuku and Fury streak past the three of them, kicking up a gust of wind that ruffled their hair, something inside him exploded stronger than his own blasts. Bakugo. No, no, his scream tore out in fury, echoing across the field. His hands ignited, explosions launching him into the air as he desperately tried to catch up, spewing rage with every blast. Forcing Reika and Shoto to sprint after him as well. No. No, no, I'm not losing to you, Deku. I won't. But no matter how fast he was, explosive propulsion couldn't compete with the speed of a night fury. Fury spread his wings at the last instant, gliding close to the ground. With each beat, he kept his height and velocity. And then came the tunnel. A narrow corridor of concrete, lit only by the light at the end. The audience, realizing what was about to happen, fell silent instinctively. The collective breath of the entire stadium seemed to stop. With a snort through his nostrils, Fury tucked his wings tight against his body and shot into the tunnel like a projectile. Izuku pressed low against the dragon's neck, feeling every muscle vibrate with the tension of the maneuver. The tunnel felt endless, to those running, anyway. But for Fury, it didn't take even 5 seconds before they saw the glare of the exit. And that's when the audience erupted in screams. Fury burst out like an arrow, spreading his wings the instant he touched down on the stadium floor. His claws scraped the ground, kicking up dust. His entire body was tense, but the dragon held an upright, mighty stance. Izuku, steady on his back, lifted his gaze to the stands, where the entire crowd rose in unison, clapping, cheering, roaring like never before. Present mic. Ladies and gentlemen, finally snapping back, present mic nearly ripped the microphone off the table. History is being made this very moment. For the first time ever, a support course student has taken first place in one of the events. And more, he did it alongside a majestic creature. He shouted like a madman as the cameras zoomed in on the boy and the dragon, freezing the moment already turned legendary. And with that I can now announce, the winner of the first event of the UA Sports Festival is Izuku Yagi and Fury. The stadium went absolutely insane. Not just from the thrill of their victory, but from hearing both of their names declared together. A replay of the moment Fury blasted through the tunnel and slid across the ground played on the giant screens. The air was filled with screams, applause, and whistles. But amid the roaring crowd, a few reactions stood out. In the stands, Hannah shot up so fast her chair almost tipped over. Hannah. He did it. Did you see? He did it. She screamed, clapping non-stop, her voice almost hoarse, jumping along with the fans around her. I knew it. I knew he'd do it. Beside her, her brother Tenko reacted quite differently. He clapped too, but calmly, softly. Tenko. Yeah, I saw it. He murmured to himself, smiling genuinely. In the pro-hero section, the blonde woman from earlier remained seated, completely stunned. Her eyes were fixed on the black dragon, now staring back at the crowd around him. I thought they didn't exist anymore, she thought, still in disbelief. But as she looked around at the crowd, people who, moments ago, had been frozen in fear, now standing, cheering the victory of that very same dragon they'd once feared, the change in perception was palpable. She lifted her gaze to one of the stadium's massive screens, where the replay showed Fury and Izuku together, frozen mid-landing. Seeing the warmth of the crowd, the applause, even tears among the audience, the woman smiled. This changes everything, she whispered to herself before joining the applause. In the teacher's stands, Toshinori Yagi was standing. He leaned slightly over the railing to get a better look at his son in the middle of the arena. The tension in his body melted away into a wide, proud smile. Izuku and Fury were still looking around, taking in the crowd's reaction. It was at that moment that the boy's gaze met his father's. The two locked eyes, and for an instant, the noise around them vanished completely. Toshinori's smile grew wider as he raised a clenched fist toward his son, a gesture of victory and unconditional support. Izuku smiled back, his eyes glistening slightly with pure emotion. He raised his robotic fist high, the metal reflecting the light, and let out a brief, breathless laugh. Fury followed suit, roaring to the heavens in response, savoring this small yet powerful victory. Behind Toshinori, Gran Torino, still sitting in his chair, shook his head slowly. Gran Torino. Year after year, and he's still a crybaby, he teased, crossing his arms. Toshinori. No, he's not. Toshinori replied, still smiling, never taking his eyes off his son. He's the image of Inko. The image of kindness and heroism. He spoke softly as his eyes began to sting with emotion. Gran Torino fell silent for a moment, watching the quiet exchange between father and son. Gran Torino. Yeah, and he's got your image too, he said, his tone honest and sincere. Toshinori. Was that a compliment? Toshinori glanced sideways at his old master. Gran Torino. Take it however you want, he admitted with a faint smirk. That alone made Toshinori chuckle lightly. Meanwhile, outside the gymnasium, in the UA forest area, life went on peacefully. Some dragons rested in the shade of trees, others drank from the lake, and some simply wandered in groups. Then, the roar of fury echoed across the land, a deep, powerful sound coming straight from the stadium. Instantly, every dragon lifted its head in the same direction, recognizing the unmistakable voice of the Night Fury. The first to move was little Kuro. He rose from where he had been lying and took his first uncertain steps toward the sound, ears perked and eyes wide. But soon enough, the young Night Fury began to pick up his pace, driven by determination. Right behind him, Sigrid, Fury's mother, also stood. She walked calmly, as regal as ever, yet curiosity gleamed in her eyes. Her steps were steady, and every dragon that saw her pass instinctively followed. One by one, they began to move, some stretching before joining, others swishing their tails as they made their way through the vegetation. Every now and then, little Kuro looked back, noticing how many were following. Then he turned his gaze forward again, toward the direction of his older brother's triumphant roar. And so, like a silent procession, Fury's family began heading toward the source of the sound. Not in haste, but with certainty, guided by curiosity and the mysterious pull of a victory call. The stadium, the teachers, the entire audience, none of them had any idea that they were about to witness much more than just a simple festival. A few seconds later, the first students began arriving at the arena, panting, drenched in sweat, and showing pure physical exhaustion. Some collapsed to their knees as soon as they emerged from the tunnel, while others stayed standing, breathing heavily. The difference between Izuku and Fury's arrival and everyone else's was vast, and everyone could tell. Standing in a corner, Bakugo panted heavily, his arms still trembling from overusing his explosions. Sweat dripped down his face, but nothing outweighed the burning anger inside him. His red eyes were locked on Izuku, who was gently stroking Fury's head, and that simple gesture felt like salt on an open wound. Across the field, Reika had stopped too, melting away the leftover ice on her right arm as she caught her breath. Yet her eyes were also fixed on the scene, Izuku petting Fury's head, and the dragon accepting it with his eyes closed, letting out a low, contented rumble. Izuku. See that, buddy? Everyone loves you. You did great, buddy. Great job, he said, scratching under the dragon's chin. Fury lifted his chest slightly, leaning in for more. Fury. Satisfied rumble. Asterisk. At that moment, Shoto approached his sister. He was sweaty too, but managed to keep his composure, though his gaze was still fixed on the duo dominating the center of attention. Shoto. Now I understand why he gave us that head start. The speed of that dragon is unbelievable. Reika. Reika lifted her eyes toward him but turned away almost immediately, walking off in the opposite direction. Shoto stood still, his hand half raised as if he wanted to keep the conversation going, but gave up with a frustrated sigh. His expression hardened, yet as he looked back at Izuku and Fury, curiosity once again took over. For a moment, he considered approaching them, until two familiar voices called out to the green-haired boy. Ochako. Yagi. She ran toward the boy, still panting, almost tripping from exhaustion. Mei. Yagi. The inventor appeared right behind her, looking oddly energized, as if the race hadn't tired her at all. Shoto froze instantly, taking a step back. He watched silently as Ochako and Mei rushed over to Izuku and Fury. Izuku. Uraraka. Hatsume. You made it. Izuku turned to them, smiling shyly, while Fury stayed seated but kept his head held high, calmly watching the girls approach. Ochako. You two were amazing. Ochako, still gasping, gave them a thumbs up. I can't believe you got here that fast, so that's why you gave us that 8-minute head start, huh? Still, it's kind of frustrating watching you two blow past everyone like that. She spoke while slowly catching her breath. Mei. A living creature with aerodynamics superior to my baby's, capable of outpacing boosters, jets, and possibly even natural acceleration quirks. Mei, on the other hand, seemed entranced, circling around Fury and lightly lifting his left wing. Fury. The dragon clearly looked uncomfortable with the girl's sudden approach and the way she was examining him. Mei. Yagi, I need to take his measurements after the festival. No, wait, I need to attach sensors. No, I have to start a whole new notebook just for him, she said, stretching her arms out as if measuring him with an invisible tape. Fury. Protesting growl. He said, as he stepped back from Mei, glancing at Izuku as if pleading with his eyes, make her stop. That alone made Izuku scratch the back of his head, laughing nervously. Izuku. Hey, well, we had a few obstacles during the flight too. He stepped forward in front of the dragon, catching both girls' attention. Some flying robots showed up out of nowhere and almost took us down. For a moment, I really thought we wouldn't make it. But we did, because Fury and I worked together. Right, buddy, he said, glancing at the dragon with gratitude. Fury. Proud growl of agreement. He agreed, with a self-satisfied grin. Izuku. Not to mention, I haven't even used my new ability yet. Guess I'll have to test it out for real soon, he commented, looking down at his right arm. Ochako. New ability. Ochako raised her eyebrows, curious. Mei. You mean your other arm? Izuku. Yeah. I didn't tell you guys. He scratched his head, nervous about how to explain that he wasn't quirkless anymore. So, it looks like I. Bakugo. Deku. His voice roared across the stadium, dripping with fury. He was limping, but still pushing forward with determined steps, his hands trembling from overusing his explosions. His face was twisted with rage, and that shout alone was enough to make both the crowd and the students turn toward the explosive blonde. Bakugo. You bastard, you cheated. You cheated. Using that monster to win, that doesn't count. Midnight. Please, calm down. She could see the uproar breaking out and was about to step down from her platform to intervene if needed. Bakugo. You're such a piece of shit, you had to use the thing just to get ahead of everyone. Damn you. Bakugo kept advancing, spitting fury with every word. Izuku. Bakugo. Wait, he tried to calm him down, raising his hands, but the blonde didn't stop. And fury was already beginning to rise. Bakugo. You think you're better than everyone, Deku. Then let me show you your place, you little. He was about to raise his fist, ready to grab and maybe even hit the Deku, if he had to. Fury. RAAAWWW. But before Bakugo could take another step, a deep roar cut him off. Fury rose abruptly, stepping between Izuku and Bakugo, catching the blonde completely off guard. He stumbled back and fell flat on his rear. Yet Fury didn't stop there. He stepped closer until his snout was inches from Bakugo's face. The boy's legs trembled, unable to look away from the dragon's thin, piercing pupils. Worse, Fury pressed one clawed paw against Bakugo's chest, pinning him to the ground. The rage that had been burning in Bakugo froze in an instant. His eyes widened as he felt the dragon's hot breath on his face, almost like small explosions waiting to happen. Fury. Low, threatening growl. He growled deeply, eyes locked on Bakugo's, who tried to glare back but found himself completely unable to move. But before anything drastic could happen, just as Fury lifted his head and opened his mouth, Izuku placed his hands on the dragon's neck, and the tension shattered instantly. Izuku. No, no, no. Fury, it's okay. He pleaded as he gently tried to pull the Night Fury away from Bakugo. It's over, everything's fine. Come on, come with me, please. It's over, leave him. Fury. Grr, the dragon kept his eyes locked on Bakugo for several seconds that felt like an eternity. Only then, with one last threatening growl and a flash of his sharp teeth that made the blonde's neck hair stand on end, Fury slowly backed off, letting Izuku guide him away. The audience and students began murmuring, some laughing nervously, others visibly shaken but relieved with the outcome. Many were surprised and impressed by Izuku's control over the creature. Bakugo, still on the ground, was breathing heavily as he tried to regain his composure. He stood up slowly, eyes fixed on Izuku and Fury, clearly rattled by the confrontation. Izuku. Good boy, good boy. Izuku kept calming the dragon down, gently patting Fury's head again, as if sealing the end of that clash. Meanwhile, in the announcer's booth, Present Mike. Man, what the heck just happened down there? He whispered to Aizawa beside him, his hand covering the mic. Aizawa. The first signs of future trouble. He replied dryly, his eyes fixed on Izuku and Fury. Back at the center of the stadium. Midnight. Ahem. The heroine cleared her throat loudly, breaking the tension as she swung her whip in hand. The first stage of the first-year competition is over. And now, it's time to reveal who's moving on to the next round. As soon as she announced it, a large hologram appeared in front of her, displaying the names of the 42 students who had passed. And they were: Number 1. Izuku Yagi. Number 2. Reika Todoroki. Number 3. Shoto Todoroki. Number 4. Katsuki Bakugo. Number 5. Abara Shiozaki. Number 6. Juzo Honanuki. Number 7. Tenya Iida. Number 8. Fumigake Tokiyami. Number 9. Honta Siro. Number 10. Eijiro Kirishima. Number 11. Tetsu. Number 12. Masharao Ojiro. Number 13. Yosetsu Awase. Number 14. Tsuyu Asui. Number 15. Rikido Sato. Number 16. Mezzo Shoji. Number 17. Mei Hatsume. Number 18. Ochako Uraraka. Number 19. Momo Yaoyorozu. Number 20. Minoru Mineta. Number 21. Mina Ishido. Number 22. Koji Koda. Number 23. Kyoka Juro. Number 24. Sen Kaibara. Number 25. Kosei Saburaba. Number 26. Denki Kaminari. Number 27. Kojiro Bondo. Number 28. Reiko Yanagi. Number 29. Hitoshi Shinso. Number 30. Itsuka Kendo. Number 31. Jirodo Shishida. Number 32. Shirai Kuwaro. Number 33. Yui Kodai. Number 34. Hiraiyu Rin. Number 35. Narengeki Shota. Number 36. Kanoko Komori. Number 37. Togaru Kamakiri. Number 38. Nito Monoma. Number 39. Pony Tsunotori. Number 40. Toru Hagakuri. Number 41. Setsuna Tagake. Number 42. Yuga Aoyama. As soon as the names of the qualified students appeared on the giant hologram. Midnight. Congratulations to everyone who made it this far. You've advanced to the next stage. Her voice rang out, firm yet carrying her usual seductive tone. And for those who didn't make it, don't be discouraged. This won't be your last chance to shine. The festival offers many ways to show your potential. The eliminated students, still catching their breath on the sides of the arena, received encouraging applause from the audience. Some lowered their heads in disappointment, but accepted the result. Midnight. And now, her voice deepened, laced with mystery. It's time to begin the real competition. Silence fell over the stadium. Even the faintest murmurs died out. Even Fury, sitting beside Izuku, raised his head and focused his gaze on the heroine, as if understanding it was time to stay quiet. The hologram behind her began to spin again like a giant digital roulette. The names of possible games flashed in sequence, slowly losing speed. Midnight. I already know which game it's going to be. She raised her index finger, waited a few seconds to build suspense, and then announced, the next event will be Cavalry Battle. She declared the moment the wheel stopped on the game's name. The reaction was immediate. Some students widened their eyes in shock, others bit their lips nervously. Kaminari. Ah, no. I suck at this. He put his hands on his head, already foreseeing defeat. Zero. With a name like that, it's obviously not a solo event, huh? Suyu. I wonder what the rules will be. Midnight. The rules are simple. She turned toward the holographic screen, which shifted to an image showing a team composed of Present Mike, 13, Snipe, and All Might. In the image, Mike, Snipe, and 13 were supporting All Might as their rider. You can form teams of 2 to 4 people, however you want. Izuku. What kind of situation did you get yourself into, Dad? He thought upon seeing the image of All Might. Midnight. The basic rule is the same as the traditional game, but with a special twist. Based on the results of the obstacle race, each contestant has been assigned a point value. Sato. A point system like in the entrance exam. Ochako. Each team's points depend on its members, she said while clapping her fist into her palm. Midnight. Exactly. With a cunning smile, she caught everyone's attention as she pointed at the hologram, which now displayed a chart where the points rose from the last place all the way up to the first. The points increase by 5 from worst to best. Meaning, the 42nd place gets 5 points, the 41st gets 10 points, and so on. Izuku. So since Fury and I finished in first place, he tilted his head, thinking quickly. That means we have 220 points, he realized, while, amusingly, Fury tried to count with his claws, raising both front paws and staring at them. Midnight. But the first place won't receive the same incremental score as the others. Her words immediately drew the duo's attention. First place is worth 10 million points. Izuku. Wait, what? He went completely pale, eyes wide open, his mouth hanging speechless. Fury. Surprised grunt. He tilted his head, blinking. Surprised. Yes, but not frightened. Bakugo. That means, he slowly turned his head toward Izuku. Shinso. Whoever defeats the team in first place will instantly become number 1. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. All the students' gazes turned toward Izuku at once. And they weren't friendly looks. There was excitement, greed, even hostility. Izuku froze. Those stares were almost identical to the ones he had felt years ago, back in his old school, when he was just the quirkless freak. Back when everyone mocked him, Bakugo bullied him, and no one stood by his side. But now, the reason was different. He was the target to bring down. Fury. Grr. Sensing the pressure on his partner, the Night Fury let out a low, threatening growl, baring his teeth as his pupils narrowed. The hostile stares faltered immediately, and several students instinctively stepped back. Izuku. And no, Fury. It's okay. He raised his hands, trying to calm him down. The dragon stopped, but let out a deep, satisfied rumble, clearly pleased with the effect of his intimidation. Midnight. He, I see you've all caught on to the fun of it. It's survival of the fittest. Whoever manages to steal Yagi's points will have a chance to shoot straight to the top, no matter what their current ranking is, she announced, laughing softly. Izuku. Ah, what did I get myself into? He scratched his head nervously. Midnight. And yes, Yagi, before you ask, you two will have to form a team. As you already know, Fury isn't considered an individual competitor, he's part of you. So don't think you'll be playing alone. That's still against the rules. Izuku. So we still need to find teammates. Midnight. Exactly. A team of 1 won't work. You'll have to find people willing to join you, she said, before pointing at Fury. And a few conditions for your dragon friend. No direct attacks on other students, and no flying. We need to keep things fair. Fury. the dragon let out a low grumble of understanding, almost like saying, "Fair enough." Izuku. "It's fine." He understood. Izuku smiled, rubbing the dragon's chin. Fury responded with a deep, satisfied rumble. Midnight. Now, pay attention to the rules of the game. The time limit for the cavalry battle is 15 minutes. A team's total points will be the sum of all its members' points, she announced, pointing at the holographic display showing All Might's team image, which listed each member's individual score. And the rider will wear a headband with their point total on their forehead, she continued, showing All Might wearing a headband with the number 50 on it. You must try to steal other teams' headbands. Whoever steals one must place it from the neck up. The more points you gather, the harder it'll be to defend. Zero. So, even if we lose our headband, we're not automatically out before time's up, he asked, raising his hand. Midnight. Correct. Even if you fall, your team remains in the game. What matters is who has the most points when the time ends. Momo. There are 42 of us, so that means there'll be about 10 to 12 teams on the field at once, she asked, placing a thoughtful hand on her chin. Kirishima. If someone steals our points, that kinda makes our team more mobile, right? Sato. That's a bold and risky strategy. Tokiyami. Especially since it'll be hard without seeing how the points are distributed. Midnight. This event will be a fierce battle, and for that, quirks are allowed, but don't forget that it's still a cavalry battle. Unfair attacks meant to knock riders down on purpose will not be tolerated. Anyone who does that, will be immediately disqualified. Bakugo. TCH, he clearly didn't like that rule. Izuku. So that's why Fury can't attack. He's too strong, and someone could get seriously hurt, he thought, noticing how several students glanced nervously at Fury, swallowing hard. Midnight. And that's all. She spread her arms dramatically as the holographic screen displayed a 15-minute timer. You have 15 minutes to form your teams. Begin. In the bleachers reserved for the teachers, the atmosphere was still filled with anticipation. The massive holographic timer had just begun its countdown. Power loader. All Might, you think your kid can handle that dragon and still protect 10 million points? He asked, half curious. I mean, just look at the size of that thing. If it decides to charge, half the class is ending up in the infirmary. Toshinori. He let out a light chuckle, resting his chin on his hand. I don't doubt Fury would be a challenge for anyone down there, but Izuku knows what he's doing. Snipe. You sound pretty confident. Toshinori. I've seen how the two communicate. He understands the dragon, and the dragon understands him. And honestly, he crossed his arms, smiling to the side. I think a lot of people will want to be on their team because of that. 13. Yeah, with 10 million points, they'll definitely need a solid strategy. Before Toshinori could respond, the sound of his phone vibrating loudly cut through the air. Pulling it from his pants pocket, he glanced at the screen and raised an eyebrow. Toshinori. Master, he answered the call. Are you on your way back already? The next event's about to start. Gran Torino. Toshinori, by any chance, do you know how to handle dragons? The old man's voice sounded far too calm for such a question. Toshinori. What? He blinked, confused. What do you mean? What kind of question is that? Gran Torino. Well, from the looks of it. Cut to the outside of the stadium. The roar of the crowd mixed with frightened screams. People ran between food stands, knocking over skewers, cotton candy, and drinks. And right in the middle of all that chaos, the dragon strolled around calmly, observing everything as if it were perfectly normal. Gran Torino. These dragons are even nosier and more curious than I imagined. Gran Torino stood in the middle of the chaotic scene, holding a meat skewer, watching it all unfold with the tired eyes of someone who'd seen it all before. Toshinori. Wait, what? What do you mean? He asked, shocked and confused on the other end of the call. A two-headed hideous zippleback was curiously sniffing a yakitori stand. A deadly natter wandered from stall to stall, tail swaying as she explored. And the baby dragons ran between people's legs, letting out curious little growls. Gran Torino. I was afraid something like this would happen, he muttered, as the security heroes tried in vain to calm the dragons who were already perfectly calm. Death arms, sweating bullets, tried to negotiate with a triple strike, who stared at him, utterly confused. Death arms. Easy there, big guy, everything's fine, right? Calm down. Nice little dragon. You're a good boy, right? He said with a forced smile, raising his hand slowly. Death arms, sweating nervously, was trying to negotiate with a triple strike, who simply stared back at him in confusion. Triple strike. Curious grunt. The dragon only tilted its head, not understanding. A few meters away, Mount Lady was trying to deal with the colossal Crimson Goregutter, waving a takoyaki skewer back and forth above her head. Mount Lady. That's it, big guy. Come here. Smell that delicious aroma. I'll give it to you if you promise not to step on anyone, okay, she said with a strained smile. Here. Here. Crimson Goregutter. Fixed stare. He followed the snack's movement with his eyes and head, intrigued. Meanwhile, Kamui Woods stood a few meters away, facing the small hobgoblin, who was sitting perfectly still, staring at him with big, unblinking eyes. Kamui Woods. Stay right where you are. Don't come any closer. I'm a pro hero, I'm warning you, he said, pointing at the dragon while keeping his distance. Hobgoblin. It just blinked. Kamui Woods. I'm serious. Don't even think about taking a step, he said, trembling and sweating nervously. You. Evil, devilish creature. Hobgoblin. It blinked again. From afar, Torino watched the scene and sighed. Gran Torino. Since the kid's busy, we can't interrupt his performance, so, he stopped mid-sentence when a sharp sound caught his attention. He looked ahead and saw 4 little terrible terrors staring right at him. The old man froze as he recognized the small dragons. Gran Torino. Oh, no, not you 4, his eyes widened. Then, when the 4 tilted their heads toward the cane Gran Torino held under his arm, they looked back at him once more before suddenly launching themselves like missiles, charging straight at the old man. As they jumped, Torino screamed into the phone. Gran Torino. Toshinori, get your butt over here and help me. That was the last thing Toshinori heard before he had to pull the phone away from his ear, the call ending abruptly. As soon as the call ended abruptly, along with Torino's yell, Toshinori stood frozen for a few seconds, staring at his phone with the tense expression of someone who knew that if Gran Torino was screaming like that, it could only mean trouble. Toshinori. Oh no, he muttered quietly, looking ahead as the other teachers around him grew curious. In the stadium's hallways, a blur shot past at high speed. With every step, the ground vibrated slightly. All Might, now in his heroic form, was sprinting desperately, his urgency showing both in his stride and on his face. Staff members and students from the business course scrambled out of the way, startled. All Might. Excuse me. Emergency in progress, can't stop, he shouted as he ran by. Back in the center of the stadium, the countdown timer still ticked away, and the atmosphere was pure chaos. Not because of fighting or arguing, but because of a large, noisy crowd gathered around Izuku and Fury, who happened to be the cause of all the commotion. Kaminari. Hey there, Yagi. I'm Kaminari. If you need first-class electricity, I'm your guy, he said excitedly, sparks flickering from his fingers as he tried to impress. With me, no one will even get close, you got that. Mina. Name's Ashido, and I think you need someone agile, like me. She suddenly stepped in front of Izuku, pushing Kaminari aside in the process. With my acid, I'll keep everyone away. That'll guarantee the point protection. Kaminari. Hey, I got here first. Izuku. Please, everyone, calm down, one at a time, okay, he tried to say, but no one was listening. Fury. Uncomfortable growl. Zero. Hey there. Name's Zero. He was another one caught up in the crowd. I can fire tape from a distance. With my quirk, I can tie up opponents. Hold, whatever you need, he said while stretching out a roll of tape, catching Izuku's and Fury's attention. Izuku looked impressed, while Fury just looked baffled. Sato. With me, you've got brute strength, buddy, he said, flexing his arm to show off his bicep. I've got some sweets stored up, and with them I could probably lift Fury if I wanted. Izuku. Wait, what? Shoji. I can help too, he said calmly, raising one of his many hands. I've got range and can protect you from multiple angles. I'm basically both shield and lookout. Mineta. Hey, me too. Pick me, he shouted frantically, jumping with both arms up to get Izuku's attention. I'm light, small, and indestructible. With my quirk, nobody'll get near us, he said, not realizing that Fury was staring at him like he was sizing up a potential snack. Koda. I can talk to animals, he said quietly, embarrassed but raising his hand to interact. Maybe with Fury too. Aoyama. I have a dazzling laser, let me join your team, he said, clutching his stomach in pain, legs wobbling. Izuku. Guys, please. One at a time. He tried to restore some order, hands raised, face slightly flushed. I'm still trying to understand what everyone's saying. Meanwhile, Fury lowered his wings, watching the scene curiously, letting out a soft snort. A little farther away, Bakugo stood with his arms crossed, expression clouded. His jaw tightened slowly, grinding with anger. Every laugh and wave directed at Izuku only made his blood boil more. Bakugo. TCH, look at that bullshit. He growled. A bunch of idiots lining up to kiss Deku's ass. Kirishima. Yo, Yagi. Suddenly, Kirishima ran by with an energetic grin. Need help? I can team up with you, bro. Before he could finish, Bakugo grabbed his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. When the boy looked back, Bakugo. Don't even think about it, shitty hair. His voice was cold, dark, and threatening. You're joining my team. Got it, Kirishima. Hey, I've got a name, you know. It's Kirishima, I've told you that like a dozen times, he said, his face twisting at the nickname. Besides, my hair isn't that different from yours. Bakugo. Whatever, you're with me, tisk. What a pitiful sight. The group turned around, and behind them, a blond boy with a smug expression was walking alongside a few other students. Izuku Yagi, right, you and your dragon should really think twice about the company you keep. Class 1A is full of weaklings. Mina. Excuse me, what? She snapped, already raising her fist. Zero. Watch your mouth, dude. Sato. Yeah, what's your problem? Kaminari. You're really full of yourself, huh? The blonde ignored all their protests and stepped closer to Izuku. If you really want to win, join Class 1B. We're superior, and our quirks can guarantee victory. You've got 10 million points, and I wouldn't trust that treasure in the hands of incompetents. Izuku. And you're, Izuku blinked, surprised by the boy's audacity. Monoma. Nito Monoma. Hero Course, Class 1B. Or, as I like to call it, the real elite class. He said, placing a hand on his chest with a smug smile. With us, victory would be guaranteed. Think carefully, Yagi. Class 1A will only hold you back. Consider this a strategic proposal. You and the dragon would be the centerpiece of our team. It's an opportunity that won't come twice. Izuku remained silent for a moment. His eyes drifted briefly to the side, where he saw Ochako and Mei Hatsume still trying to form their teams. The two girls were talking, though both looked a bit uneasy about not having a full group yet. Seeing them, Izuku smiled softly. Monoma. So, what do you say? Izuku. Thanks for the offer, but I already have an idea for a team, actually. His reply caught everyone nearby by surprise. Excuse me, everyone. Come on, Fury. He called to his friend as he started walking toward the two girls, the dragon following right behind him. Monoma. Wait, you're just walking away like that. You're really turning down our offer. He looked both shocked and offended by Izuku's refusal, but Izuku didn't stop walking. Hey. I'm talking to you, Fury. Impatient growl. The Night Fury stopped walking and turned his head toward Monoma, who froze up at the way the dragon stared him down. The look clearly said, "Shut up, or I'll do it for you." That was all the dragon needed to do before continuing after Izuku. Approaching the two girls, both were scanning the area back to back, still looking for potential teammates. Intel, Izuku, Uraraka, Hatsume. Hearing their names, both turned around and saw Izuku and Fury stop in front of them, with the dragon sitting calmly beside the green-haired boy. Would you like to team up with us? Mei. Seriously, of course I do, she shouted, clapping her hands and jumping with excitement. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. I've got some babies ready that'll make our team unbeatable. Ochako. Me too. I'd love to, Yagi. But, are you sure you want me on your team? I'm not sure my quirk will help much in a cavalry battle since it's not exactly offensive. Izuku. I'm so dead sure. He answered firmly, smiling. We'll come up with a strategy together. It's not just about strength or attacking, it's about teamwork. And I trust you both. Fury. Short approving roar. The sound was brief, but it clearly meant, agreed, which made Ochako smile shyly. Izuku. Besides, it's better to have people I can, communicate well with on the team. He added, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Ochako. I agree. Ochako blushed all the way to her ears, bringing a hand to her face and giggling softly. I'm really happy you chose me for your team, she said timidly, hands pressed over her chest. Izuku. He smiled crookedly at her comment. But the light mood was quickly interrupted when Mei shouted excitedly, opening a small case. Mei. And I can use this chance to show off my babies to the whole stadium. With all the focus on you and the dragon, it'll be the perfect moment for the world to see my inventions shine. Izuku, Ochako. Both stared at her blankly. Fury slowly took a step back, partially hiding behind Izuku, wanting to stay away from the crazy girl. Izuku. All right, Hatsume, he sighed, trying to stay calm. But let's try not to be too flashy, okay? We don't need to show off, we just need to make sure our team keeps our points till the end. Ochako. Speaking of the team, we still have one more spot, right? Should we look for a fourth? She asked, glancing around before looking back at Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, maybe someone with a strong offense or defense, but, before they could think of anyone, a calm, firm voice echoed behind them. Excuse me, if you don't mind, I'd like to join you. The three turned toward the voice. Standing there was Shoto Todoroki, with a faint smile and his hand slightly raised. Shoto. If you don't mind, I'd like to join your team. His voice was calm, almost cold, but there was kindness in it. Izuku. He blinked a few times. Wait, your name's Todoroki, right? Shoto. Yes, Shoto Todoroki. And you're Izuku Yagi. He gave a brief nod. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yagi. Izuku froze for a second, and then, as if a massive realization had just hit him, his eyes widened. Izuku. Todoroki, wait, hold on, you're Endeavor's son. He took a step forward, eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. You're the son of the number 2 hero. Shoto. Well, yeah, he replied simply, a bit surprised by Izuku's reaction. Izuku. The son of the number 2 hero, he practically shouted before bowing repeatedly in excitement. Oh my god. It's an honor. A great honor. No, a huge honor. I can't believe Endeavor's son wants to join our team. What an honor. What a privilege. His overreaction left Shoto wide-eyed, completely caught off guard. He even took a small step back. Ochako. Yagi, are you okay? She muttered, feeling awkward. Mei. And they say I'm the crazy one. Fury, meanwhile, tilted his head slightly, looking at Izuku like he had completely lost his mind. Shoto. Please, there's no need for that. Shoto raised a hand quickly, waving dismissively. Actually, I should be the one saying it's an honor to be with you guys. Izuku. He straightened up, confused. Shoto. You don't need to overreact like that. Being his son, it's not that big of a deal. You, on the other hand, you defeated that giant dragon at the USJ. And you even managed to control the dragons to help you. That's far more impressive than being born into a hero family. His words made Izuku blink, genuinely surprised by his humility. Izuku. You think so? He scratched the back of his neck, laughing awkwardly. Well, I just did what I had to do. But I'm glad to hear that. Welcome to the team, Todoroki. Shoto. Thanks. Shoto gave a faint smile. Mei. Well, looks like we're complete now. Ochako. But out of curiosity, she said, looking at Shoto. Why didn't you team up with your sister? I thought you two would work together. At the mention of his sister's name, Shoto went silent for a moment. He looked away, scratching his neck, an unmistakably uneasy gesture. Across the arena, Reiko was already surrounded by her team, Kaminari, Iida, and Momo. She looked completely focused, until, for a brief instant, her eyes met Shoto's. It was a quick, cold, indifferent glance, the exact opposite of her brother's sad and silent expression as he took a deep breath. Shoto. She already found her team. She doesn't need me. Izuku. Oh, I see. He forced a sympathetic smile. Well, what matters is that we all do our best. That's what counts. Shoto. Agreed. Izuku. Then it's settled. Our team. Me, Uraraka, Hatsume, Fury, and now Todoroki. He clapped his hands together. Let's plan our strategy. The next stage will require total coordination. Fury. Brief approving growl. Asterisk. May. So, partner, what's the plan? She asked the question everyone was thinking, while Izuku stood with his robotic hand on his chin, scratching his cheek with his thumb before smiling slightly. As the group talked and Izuku explained his ideas with gestures, the imaginary camera panned to another part of the stadium. Monoma. TCH, he rejected my offer. He stood with his arms crossed and an irritated expression. That Yagi guy thinks we're just some second-rate class to underestimate. He must be getting cocky just because he's got a pet dragon. Kosei. Did you see that dragon? It's terrifying. I'd be scared to say no to him too. Sen. Scared. Nah. Monoma's just jealous, ha ha ha. Monoma. I am not jealous. He shoved his hands into his pockets. I just think it's unfair that a student from the support course gets all the attention. He and Class 1A were the ones who survived the attack. That doesn't make them better than us. That's why, we're going to show everyone that Class 1B can fight just as well. Shihai. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Monoma. By defeating them. One by one, starting with Yagi. He said with a confident grin. Meanwhile, outside the stadium, the curious, chaotic, and confusing dragon commotion was still ongoing. People were screaming and running, while vendors desperately tried to shoo the scaly visitors away with towels or brooms. Then, someone arrived at full speed, stopping abruptly and kicking up a little cloud of dust. All Might. Everything's fine, because I am he, what the heck? He stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening. Oh my goodness. Before him was an utterly absurd sight. A monstrous creature shoving its head into a yakisoba stand while a panicked vendor tried to push it away with a giant ladle. A gronkle flapped its wings above the stalls, searching for something interesting. A rumblehorn was sniffing around, drawn by the smell of food. And a deadly natter, unbelievably, was running around holding a custom All Might balloon in its mouth. All Might. What in the world is going on here? Gran Torino. Let go of that, you little devils. A few meters ahead, Gran Torino was struggling in vain to recover his cane from the claws of 4 dragons tugging at it as if it were a toy. I said let go, you winged demons. No matter how angrily he yelled, the terrible terrors kept pulling and playing with it like mischievous children. One of them finally managed to snatch the cane away and darted off, with the other 3 chasing right after him, which sent Torino into pure despair. Gran Torino. Thieves. Thieves. Get back here right now, he shouted furiously, pointing at the little dragons. All Might. Gran Torino. What's happening here? He asked, rushing up to the old man. Why are there dragons everywhere? Gran Torino. If I knew, do you think I'd be standing here arguing with them? He snapped impatiently. I just wanted to grab a quick bite, and now we've got a dragon zoo running loose. Honestly, wasn't anyone keeping an eye on them? All Might. All Might looked around, dumbfounded. Dragons were everywhere. Flying, sniffing, peeking inside food stalls, and among them, one imposing figure stood out. Sigrid walked calmly between the creatures, exuding composure and authority. With a firm roar, she ordered a monstrous nightmare to stop tearing apart a snack stand, and the big brute, grumbling, obeyed. All Might. Sigrid. He ran up to the Night Fury mother, who stopped in her tracks as soon as he approached. What's going on? Why did everyone come here? Upon hearing that question, Sigrid replied. Sigrid. Communicative growls and roars. She explained to him, leaving the man frozen in confusion. All Might. Come again. He had no idea what she'd said, which made Sigrid roll her eyes. Sigrid. More growls and wing gestures. She explained again, adding more emphasis with her head and wing movements. All Might. I'm sorry, but I didn't understand a single word. He raised a finger awkwardly, clearly lost. Sigrid. Disappointed sigh. Soon, a small shadow climbed up Sigrid's back. It was Kuro. The little Night Fury perched on top of his mother's head and began explaining, in his own way. Kuro. Tiny roars and animated gestures. He showed his claws, mimicked a fierce roar upward, which came out more adorable than threatening, then perked his ears up as if listening to something. As All Might listened and watched the baby dragon's passionate attempt at communication, Sigrid waited patiently, her tail lazily swishing across the ground. Kuro pointed toward the other dragons, hopped, spun, and landed back on his mother's head, looking at All Might with hopeful eyes, clearly expecting him to have understood. All Might. I didn't understand anything at all. Kuro. Frustrated growl. The disappointment hit so hard that the little one covered his face with a paw. Sigrid. Disappointed sigh. She mimicked her son's gesture, paw to face. All Might. Sorry, I don't speak Dragonese. He apologized, pressing his hands together in a gesture of remorse. Gran Torino. Yeah, none of us do, he shouted from the distance, running with his recovered cane, while the terrible terrors now chased after him through the air. Before they could continue, the stadium's alarm system suddenly blared at full volume. The sound echoed so powerfully that it made all the dragons lift their heads in curiosity and stop whatever they were doing. Literally all of them froze. Sigrid turned her gaze toward the stadium, letting out a soft, alert growl. All Might. The next stage of the festival, he said, looking toward the arena with a worried expression. Back in the center of the stadium, the alarm's sound reverberated through every speaker, making the stands vibrate and the crowd tremble with anticipation. On one of the giant screens, the countdown clock hit 0, flashing the words, "Time's up. Midnight. The 15 minutes are over." And that can only mean one thing. She pointed toward the arena, where the teams were already taking their positions. It's time for the cavalry battle. The crowd responded with a deafening roar, shouting and waving their arms in excitement. Inside the announcer's booth, Present Mike was practically jumping out of his chair. Present Mike. And there you have it, folks. The strategies are set, the teams are formed, and now, 12 squads are ready to clash in this chaotic arena. It's gonna be brutal, he shouted, standing up and slamming his hand on the desk, absolutely thrilled. And what about you, partner? Got any favorites? Anyone catch your eye? He turned to the side, looking at Aizawa, who was calmly watching the students through the glass with his usual stoic expression. Aizawa. There are some interesting combinations, he replied dryly, though his half-lidded eyes were focused on one team in particular, Izuku and Furies. In the center of the arena, the 12 teams lined up around the field, each with a score headband tied to their leader's forehead. The audience was going wild, cheering for their favorites, while the students themselves stood tense and focused. Among them, Izuku remained silent, taking a deep breath. In front of him, the Night Fury crouched slightly, ready and attentive. Izuku. All right, everyone, let's review before we start, he said firmly, holding their point headband in his hand as he faced his team. Uraraka. Ochako. I'll make us light as air so Fury doesn't feel our weight, she replied with a confident smile, raising her fist. Izuku. Hatsume. May. I'll use my babies at the perfect moments, she said excitedly, clapping her hands as she adjusted a small metallic backpack strapped to her back. I've got a few cute little babies that'll totally mess with the other teams. It's gonna be like a dynamic deflection field, she said with a mischievous glint behind her odd-looking goggles. Izuku. Good. He then looked toward Shoto. Todoroki. Shoto. Defense and counterattack. Ice to contain. Fire to repel. Izuku. Perfect. He nodded, clearly pleased. I'll keep the headband myself, so all the attacks will come straight at me. At the same time, I'll stay focused on what's happening ahead. The rest of you, keep watch around us, he said firmly as he tied the headband around his forehead. Right, they all said together, nodding in agreement. Izuku then looked at the most important partner on his team, the one who lowered his head to Izuku's level, meeting his friend's gaze directly. Izuku. Fury, how about we make everyone play tag with us? he asked with a grin, staring right into his friend's eyes. Fury. Playful growl. He bared his teeth in a draconic smile upon hearing that, clearly loving the idea. Present mic. Everything's set, folks. All 12 teams are in position. The headbands are on, the strategies are locked in, and now, he paused dramatically, it's time to scream, because the UA cavalry battle is about to begin. He shouted with excitement, standing tall with his mic in hand, causing the entire crowd to erupt even louder. Present mic. 3. Down in the arena, Bakugo gritted his teeth. His team, Hiroshima, Mina, and Zero, stood beneath him, ready for combat. Bakugo's eyes were locked on Izuku. Bakugo. Those 10 million points are mine. Present mic. 2. On the opposite side of the arena, Reika Todoroki adjusted the headband on her forehead, her narrowed eyes fixed directly on her brother and Izuku. Beneath her, Iida, Kaminari, and Momo waited for her signal. Reika. We only have one target, she said coldly, while Shoto stared back from afar, silent and unreadable. Present mic. 1. Izuku's team was mounted on Fury. Izuku sat at the front, his right hand resting on the Night Fury's head, who was already crouched in launch position. Ochako was right behind Izuku, her hands ready and eyes focused. Mei was behind Ochako, scanning the field with a suspiciously eager grin. And Shoto was at the very back, gripping Fury's scales for balance. The teams tensed. The audience leaned forward. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath at once. Midnight raised her whip with a teasing smile. Midnight. Begin, she shouted, cracking the whip downward. Sand, dust, and raw energy burst into the air as all 12 teams charged forward. Bakugo's team surged ahead, the blonde already sparking mini explosions to gain momentum. Reika's arm glimmered with ice as she prepared to attack. Other teams spread out, forming quick alliances and tightening their formation, all of them converging toward one target. And as every one of those teams closed in on him, Fury let out a thunderous roar before lunging forward, his claws tearing into the dirt. It wasn't fear that drove him, it was thrill. He wanted to play with them. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.